Yeah, I never do it. Yeah. Because I feel like, oh, I'm expanding. But there's Lakari, fan of knifing me. But I think I have to beat that fear of doing that.
Okay, good. This is a really good bedrock of understanding of where you're at. Let's go take a look at this replay and see what I see, okay?
Yeah.
You have the Discord share?
Oh, sure. No, I don't see anything.
If you click on your portrait or my portrait, there's probably a third box.
Watch stream. Sorry, I'm a boomer. I never understand hardware and stuff. I got it. Yeah.
Yep. And then you can do pop out in the bottom right, and then you'll have a window capture possibility for OBS that's called Discord null. You can capture that.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
And then if you press the arrow on my forehead, then it max screens.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got it. I got it. Looks good. Looks good.
Just checking your stream.
I'm ready.
There. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay. Opening build, normal and solid. I would make a few small changes to the layout, but let's not get too deep into that for now.
Yeah, I struggle with that. Yeah.
Ready to work.
Yep. 4 buildings.
I'm flirting with this idea of walling off the base, with the risk of getting something stuck, but there's a lot of less issues, like a blade master running into your base.
Yep. Yeah, well, do you know how you come out of buildings? There's like 4 corners you can come out of.
Yeah, I was watching these tutorials a lot. Yeah, I think I got that now, how you do the right click so there's no getting stuck.
So you just right click right here and then shift somewhere else. Looks like your rally's in the exact correct spot.
It's funny that at exactly this same moment, Starbuck got stuck today. Like even the pros do little mistakes there.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is not that you can't press it here, it's that a pro must then resist the temptation to spam it 1 million times here.
Ready for action.
Oh, why do I have to resist that? Why?
Oh, because what's the nearest corner to this place? If you spam your altar here, like the rally
Bottom
point,
left.
this one, and it displaces counterclockwise, so he'll come here.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he wants to spawn
I
here,
always do
but there's trees.
Yeah.
So you should put it here and then
I think I got that down, yeah. I do 1 click and then 1 shift and then I'm kind of safe.
Okay, so you're making your 9th peasant now. You have 5 militia.
That's wrong.
3 peasants here. You've got, let's see, wait. 5? Yeah, 5, 8. So you have 8 peasants on lumber in this box. So you're making your 9th. And this is unusual because let's say that human has about 6 to 8 opening builds. And they all tell a different story. So it would be great if you know the significance between different openings. It's maybe not 100% going to make or break every single game, but there are easy wins to be picked up here. So there is a double footman or triple footman double farm tech. If you tech with 2 farms, you save a lot of money. You get very fast tier 2, which means you get a very fast mountain king. And the very fast mountain king, the goal with that will be one of 2 goals. Either you immediately use Stormbolt to start killing 4 units. And the earlier you get a fast mountain king, the better. Because you will have 4 Stormbolts faster than you otherwise would. So this is what double farm tech is for. Rush out a mountain king and start killing enemy headhunters, for instance, or archers with bolt. The second reason would be you want the mountain king fast, because the moment he comes out, you give all experience to mountain king, none to archmage. Rush mountain king 3 and then fight.
Can we go into detail in a way that I scout? As you can see, I'm trying to scout now more. And you tell me there's all these different ways for a human to open up. Should these ways to open up also be a reflection of what I'm scouting? You know what I mean?
They could be. But usually human is the proactive one. You become reactive after you make your first decision. Okay, human makes maybe a decision between 3 things. Let's talk first about win conditions. You said you were interested in it, and it will be very crucial for you to know about win conditions, because as a human, you do not react, you set the pace.
Okay.
And the win conditions are all in, fast tech, unit based. The one is an all in. Usually, sorry for the massive flashbang to your screen.
Oh no, no problem.
All-in fast tech unit base. So you're getting a key unit early. Key unit spam. Then you've got fast expansion. More money than them. Kill early. Then you have high experience. Getting a lot of XP. Which can be done via power creeping or killing things from him. Okay, then you've got worker murdering.
You don't see that a lot in lower levels, if you like.
Correct.
Worker murdering.
But it will be relevant against Warden. Right? You talked about Lakari, you've seen that he plays Warden. We're watching a replay now against Warden. It's going to be a part of it. So in order to understand your win conditions, it's also good to know that your opponents have the same one.
Yeah, I was watching your coaching of Lakari, and then in this game we're about to watch, I'm trying to kill Wisp, and I just get wrecked. I just get wrecked. You will see in a sec.
Okay, I see. Which would be 0.5. I think there's one more. Wait, let me check. All in. Oh yeah, not dying.
Look at that. Lakari got a whole document, chat.
I'm gonna share it with more people. I made it on my off day, so I had a lot of
It's
time.
all good.
I've been real busy. Out microing. Okay, these are the way that I identify 8 different win conditions, and you can pick these early. As a human player, you will either pick number 2, fast tech, number 3, fast expansion, or number 4, high XP. And in humans' case, it's usually your second hero. It's not that your first doesn't want it, but the way that Warcraft 3 creeping usually works, fast level 3 first hero, and then fast level 3 second hero. Solo creep.
Yeah.
Do you know why that's good?
Yeah, especially for human, no one cares about level 4 Archmage. The level 2 Water Elemental is ready, and the level 3 Mountain King is something beautiful.
Yeah, perfect. So in this game, if I just look at your buildings and your playstyle, and I guess what your win condition is based on what you're doing, I actually can't guess, because 2 farms doesn't make a 9th peasant, and Fast Expo doesn't skip 3rd farm, because your 3rd farm is late.
Yeah, I learned that today. Yeah.
And then all-in, an all-in would also need more farms, tier 1 all-in. And if it's a tier 2 all-in, you would again not make the 9th peasant. So right now, the DNA of your build is not in sync with what you would want to be doing. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, because you are not, 2 million MMR. But we should set a goal, and then we should build towards it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. So you're going to
I can't see the stream on Discord.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm going to switch.
Stress. Yeah, that's like a great example of like how these 8 hours change a lot. I now understand that 3 farms means expansion kinda. 2 farms means Mountain King fast and stuff like that.
Yes. This is newish for you?
Yeah, I'm getting that now. I'm understanding that now. Yeah.
Ready to work.
Okay, so Footman
I
Scouts.
still can see on Discord.
Can you see it?
Sorry. I still see the win conditions.
That's weird, because I clicked it and I pressed go live. I see it's not switching either, even though I definitely did do it. Okay, here we go.
There it is. Yeah, got it.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so you went for your expansion. You will take a lot of damage on your extra units because you commenced immediately without waiting for all your DPS to arrive at the same time. So your Water Elemental is dead as your first militia gets 1 hit. So this is what I would call sloppy creeping. And if we want it to be less sloppy, you would walk your Archmage here, summon Elemental, have your Footman here, bring your militia in, maybe even line them up a bit, or at least clump them up a bit, and then send in your Water Elemental, and like 1 second later send in everything else. And then, focus it fast. This is going to make you lose a lot of health from Footman Militia. My guess is here you have 2 deep red units.
Yeah.
They're so deep red, they're dead. Yeah. Okay, quick look at the Footman Scout.
Now you see amazing micro.
It's good that you
I
started
want
to
to
scout.
start building this habit of scouting.
Yeah, you just started building the habit of scouting, correct?
Yeah, and my brain is overwhelmed already.
Yeah, understandable.
Our forces are under attack.
But that's how you build the habit. And now I look for the wisp. Probably should take the right one there. I am, okay.
Yeah, this is nice.
But
You
in
looked at
this
it again?
scenario, I
Yeah.
know the warden's about to pop out. Should I not just run here? Because now I'm just stuck like an idiot.
Actually, his warden should already have been out because you didn't power build your altar, so it was late for no reason. But you saw it was building, so you knew that it's late and that it will come out soon. Yeah. Should you run? I think you can run past here over and over, but that would require constant attention, which you cannot have.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, now I'm just throwing away a footman.
yeah, that's fine. It's whatever. You know that he is warden. That's valuable.
Question, if his Tree of Life kills the footman, is that denied?
Yes,
Ah.
worth trying. Okay, so this is very, very common that this even happens to high-level players. While they're taking their expo, they're forgetting to make peasants. So usually, until you build the town hall, you have an option. Either you're going to keep building footmen, or you're going to keep building peasants. If you keep building peasants, your timing on it is pretty good. You'll have better lumber economy. If you keep building footmen, you've got better defense / counterattack. Okay. Interesting thing you can do. Since you have no units currently, if you do an auto attack on them and you pull them yay far, and you let them go back, and you re-engage them, the water elemental will not get purged. They will not cast any abilities.
Okay.
Have you ever done the rock golem pull, where you bring like?
I do that all the time, yeah. I love that one.
Yeah, you do that one on Tide Hunters, like the laboratory.
Yes, where you kill that priest, the guy, yeah.
Yeah, you kill the
I
priest
think I'm doing that well now, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard you do that. So you can do the same thing here. Just do an auto attack with Archmage, run here. You start running back already. You don't even have to wait here while they're here and thinking about going back. Once they're here, you just start going back. And once they arrive back here, you summon Ellie and there won't be any purging.
Okay. I feel like a lot of good players are using this kind of pulling a lot. This pulling stuff is really good.
Yes, there's more reasons than just disabling spells. It's also often so you don't get creepjacked in a chokehold. Because if I go in here and someone comes in, it's hard for me to get away. I have to like squeeze past them. Whereas if you pull this camp and you were farming it here, for instance, not this far because they'll run back home. But if you just pulled about this far, now suddenly you have more of a better escape route from a creepjack. You see the angle I'm drawing is like an open corner.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're here, it's like it's a V corner. It's like a really tight turn. It's hard to get out when they draw you in. So everything can be pulled. Like this camp, for instance. If I expect he's going to come in and creepjack me, I come in here and I just start farming it on location, I could get locked in. If I just pulled around the corner here and I'm fighting it from here, then if he comes in, he has to run through the creep camp in order to get to me, and that already makes it so much safer. That's why there's a lot of pulls.
Yep. Yeah, that's something I learned today, yeah. Oh yeah, my chat is telling me something. One thing we have to do later, I need your help with, is how do I make my mouse buttons do items? I struggle with that so hard. We can do that later. That will be very helpful.
Okay.
I'm too boomer for that.
Okay.
We can talk about that later.
I'm gonna ask a friend who did it that way, because I don't know how they did it.
Okay. But when you use an item, what's your what hotkey do you use?
You don't want to know. Numpad.
Okay. Numpad. I thought you have like, you know, when guitar players change their guitar and they use their foot. I thought you have that.
I should. No, I have it on. I have it on numpad. So it's really inconvenient.
Your left hand goes over to the numpad?
Yes.
Oh wow.
This is actually the reason I don't bench press too much, because if I bench press too much, there wouldn't be any space while pressing my pecs for my arm to go all the way to the other side of my body to go to the numpad.
Okay.
Ready for action.
Okay, so you lost your footman.
Yeah.
And currently you're not aware of what's happening. Funnily enough, he is completely not aware of what's happening either. Look at his vision.
Yep.
So maybe you know you haven't been scouted. Maybe you don't. You made Arcane Tower. Wait, you made Arcane Tower before Town Hall, is it? It's a great habit.
I'm just so afraid. Yeah, I saw that from Starbuck, just to make sure nothing happens.
Nice, good. Okay, so basically, After human chooses win condition of fast expand, the next step is not up to you. The first step is up to you. What win condition? You pick one of the, 6 win conditions. Creeping,
Ready to work.
fast tech, expand, all in. You pick something like that. But then after you pick one of them, the next step is not up to you. After you pick expand, because they need to deal with the money problem. You have more money, so they're going to try and deal with that. So either you're going to defend yourself, or you're going to counterattack to draw away attention from the expansion.
Do you have advice from me that if I do a fast expand build, how much should I have on lumber? A lot of fast expand builds, you are running out of lumber. You're like, oh, where's my lumber? Do you have like a rule of thumb? How many peasants
Yes.
should happen?
You want 11 to 14.
Okay.
11 would be an extremely trim fast tech follow-up with a minimum of towers and a really fast low lumber tech. Probably you may even do like double racks with rifles. You're gonna hit like an early tier 2 timing. You can't really go to tier 3. You can't build a lot of towers. You can't go like 3-4 production buildings at tier 2 either. Too much lumber. And if your peasants get harassed, you need to replace. So 11 is bare bones. 14 is excessive. Think,
Okay.
I want 2 arcane towers here for warden and a guard tower for the huntresses. I want 3 towers here, and I want a blacksmith and a 4 farm wall. And then once I get to tier 2, I'm gonna go straight tier 3 with triple workshop. That needs 14, so it's gonna be somewhere between 11 and 14.
That's very interesting. If I face Lakari, you're telling me kind of 2 arcane towers per base with one of these other towers.
Yes, and there are extra layers of defense against warden once wardens go to your base. The arcanes deal with warden, but there's something warden can deal with to shake off the effect of arcanes, which is AMS potion.
Which you didn't tell Lakari to do, hopefully.
He's already doing it.
Oh, shit.
So AMS potion, it gives him maybe 10 seconds, is it? I think 10 seconds of invincibility against magical and spell effects, which means he will only take the 8 to 10 piercing damage, but there will be no sap effect. No mana loss, no extra damage from it. So, this arms race is multi-layered. What do you do next if he has AMS potion? I can give you the answer, but I'm just checking if you have any questions.
No, I'm listening deeply.
Okay.
And I'm not scared of Lakari, okay? This kind of fan of knife stuff is harsh, man. It's hard.
You can put a priest with dispel in each base. AFK, not part of your army. And then once he blinks in, you react fast. You take your priest, you dispel the AMS potion.
Okay. Okay, that sounds higher level, yeah. I was thinking of maybe buying a Zeppelin, and every time he comes in, I just put them all in a little airship.
That's good too, but the combination of those two things, what you just said and I said, is the best. Because the priest is there for removing AMS, so you're punishing him and putting a clock on him, and you're saving your peasants. If you only do Zeppelin, you're saving them, but there's no clock on him. And if you only do the AMS removal, then you may still not be able to save your peasants despite burning him. So it's best to do both. Yeah. And then also in the aftermath, after you drop your 5 or 8 peasants, whatever, and the priest that was there, when you drop them all down to the ground again, eventually the priest will full life everyone again, so that there's no war of attrition against your peasants.
Huh. Okay, that's very interesting. Next question, I have just so many questions. I see a fan of Nimes warden like Lakari. I go Alchemist second, that's stuff I learned today. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
And if it's the single target damage warden, what would be a good second hero? Mountain King or?
You can do Mountain King. You can do Blood Mage to siphon her. You can do Paladin to heal. Or you could still do Alchemist because she can also still reskill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so those are the options. And I think you can play around, see which one you like. Or I can do some replay study and see which one people mostly do when it's Shadow Strike. But I see more fan than Shadow Strike against human.
Okay.
Usually...
Is Shadow Strike dispellable with a priest?
It is not. Shadow Strike is not dispellable. It's only disjoinable if you TP or invul before the primary impact.
Okay.
So you block it like a shield to an arrow. Oh, you can dodge it with Zeppelin if your Zeppelin is right next to your hero.
Okay, that sounds
That's not gonna,
that sounds hard.
Yeah.
It sounds hard.
if it's Shadow Strike, usually they have to spam Shadow Strike on your hero. So Paladin is an option, but also think of things like Heal Pot and Keeping Cloak. Keeping Cloak is great against Warden with Shadow Strike because they're not going to have dust. Okay. So in your situation, you're super solidly set up. Lovely wall here, arcane position decent. You are, I believe, 6 peasants away. This town hall, I think, is 1 slot too far away. And you have 1 peasant too few. So you're mining maybe with the power of 3.8 peasants instead of 5. Still a solid economic lead. Your blacksmith is coming along. You're making a shop. Nice wall. Need arcane in your main as well if you want to be safe and not need to like worry about it later. And then now we need to start thinking about what are we going to do. You have options against Warden or against Night Elf to go to siege engines, triple workshop siege engines, or a big old rifle push with some priest support. And that second one that I'm mentioning is by far the most common. Alchemist, rifles, priest, and then spellbreakers.
Yep.
Let's see what you're going to do.
When I watch pros, they do that tank stuff, and that seems so advanced. Like, I don't understand that. The tank just kills buildings, but it doesn't kill army, and...
Yeah, let's not do that then.
That seems hard, yeah, that seems hard.
Yeah, it has too many layers to learn in too short a time.
Job's done.
Okay, making rifles.
I want to talk to you about the deep meta of a lumber mill.
Okay.
Today, Xlord and Leon told me you don't need the lumber mill, Tommy. You don't need it. In an expansion, you do. But if you do single base tier 2, why don't you build that lumber mill? Don't do it. You're fine with lumber anyway.
Yep.
They're like, don't do the lumber mill. Save the resources.
Yeah, I agree.
So I like to always have these basic post-it notes in my brain. Lumber mill if you expand. That's like a nice post-it note.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. It's not that one base builds never have had a lumber mill. It's just that the 8 or 9 peasants that you make on one base are already sufficient. And if you accidentally lose 3 peasants, 1 to creeps, and then another to creep, and then he comes to kill one, and you have only 5 peasants left, definitely compensate by making a lumber mill, because you are halfway to tech to tier 2, and there's no other way to rebalance your lumber economy, understand?
A lumber mill is kind of like a little bit of a backup mechanic in a weird way.
Yes, on one base it's a backup
come back from lumber
for unexpected peasant loss. But if you have no unexpected peasant loss, the peasant number, the count already covers your needs. And in early game also the trees are quite close. Instead of lumber mill, try to click the closest trees. So if you need more lumber, click this peasant on this tree, click this peasant on this tree, click someone on this tree, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Double Sanctum. Positioning...
Yeah. We will see in a second why.
Positioning is risky.
It's just, it's such a big problem that you study with someone like you and you learn things, but then when you're in the game, as a new guy and as an old boomer, you just forget all that stuff so fast.
You're gonna forget?
And you look at it in a replay and you're like, what the fuck am I doing?
Okay. Well, I don't know if you're a note taker. I'm like a big note taker. I would take notes. I would say like Sanctum tucked away in my base. There's space here, there's space here.
100%, yeah. Hey, that's what I'm trying to do now. Using my head there a bit more.
Also, I think you got defense upgrade. It's not worth it for 3 footmen anymore, and it doesn't do anything against Huntress. Usually, once we start rifles, we forget about defense upgrade.
Job's done.
We talked about learning up matchups. If I know I'm facing Huntress spamming Night of Kari, what does that tell me? Mountain King rifle, or what would you do in that situation? You know you're facing Huntresses.
Huntresses are a big existential threat that is temporary. So we must deal with it in the most serious, most urgent way possible, which means non-stop rifle production, nothing about footmen. We're going to make sure that we control group all of our peasants in advance on a control group. I like putting them on 0, but I'm a freak. I'm psycho, so...
Yeah, zero's weird, yeah.
If you have any space for it, you can do anywhere you want. But I try to take as many peasants as I expect to soon be needing to bring them into militia, so that once this shit breaks out, I can just press the hotkey and then press call to arms and then shift attack here. You need non-stop rifle production. When I see Warden and Huntress, I think this guy needs to end the game early. Because Huntress, what do they lose to? Knights, Mortar, Rifle, Dragonhawk, Griffin. They lose to many things. What do they beat? Peasants, militia, footmen, and like that's about it. They even lose their guard towers. So I would want to have a guard tower. I would want to build my buildings in a safe position because this is easy clickbait for him. And you don't need double sanctum. You want one sanctum with priests coming out. And then double sanctum says, by the way, I will go breakers eventually. Because you're not going to go 11 sorceresses and 12 priests.
Yeah.
So one sanctum very quickly built is more valuable than 2 sanctums. And then you would probably want double barracks as well. Double barracks mass rifles.
Yeah, I often struggle that when I fast expand, I have all these resources that my brain isn't ready to use.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But goal setting helps a lot with that trust. So once you try to determine early what your win condition and theirs is. So usually the way it will go for human 80% of the time, your win condition is fast expand. Theirs is to kill it. So your second win condition is not die.
Yeah.
Because if you don't die, you win because you have the expansion.
Yeah.
And so how do we not die? Not by going to tier 3 and making griffins. It's super simple usually. That you just need lots of rifles. It's almost always the answer. Lots of rifles will deal with the not dying part.
The rifles seem like a unit, if you're not too good at the game, just do a lot of rifles.
Yes, I call them staple units. They are units that if you if you don't know how to counter, you make them and they're always good. Exactly. So you have cloak, you didn't need to run.
Yeah, this is just my brain doesn't think about that. Oh, I have a cloak. I need to learn that.
You won't think about it once you get attacked. The key about cloak and items like that is to do all the mental preparation now. Now, not now on the coaching, but before you click your first game of the day. You say to yourself, Cloak of Shadows. Grubby said it's a good item. If I get attacked, I need to use it. And you tell that to yourself 5 times a day when you're not playing the game. And then once you have the cloak...
Say it in the morning when you eat with the family.
Yeah, Cloak of Shadows. And she's like, what, honey? And he's like, oh, never mind. You're in front of the mirror brushing your teeth. You're like, Cloak of Shadows. So, and then...
I should wear a cloak, just to remind myself.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Do some method acting. Then when you are in a situation, in a game, where you're not actively fighting, constantly check if you're wearing your seatbelt. Okay, I have a cloak. I don't have a TP. Okay, what do I do if you focus my hero? Okay, I just die like a lich, right?
Yeah.
So instead, okay, if you focus my hero, I'm gonna cloak. Because now it's too late. Now it's panic, right? Our eyes are going red and...
I did my hotkeys yesterday, and there's a hotkey for cloak, apparently. Huh?
Yep, true.
D, yeah. Cool, just do that.
I need to change it too. Mine is on I, and it's a bit far away. Not as far as numpad, but somehow I find it hard to find the middle of my keyboard.
This guy goes for 0, but says I is too far away.
Yeah, I know, but it's weird. I, O, L, P, for me, are unclickable. Like, I just ham-fist it. I just smash it with my whole palm. Okay, do you know what happened here? Why this happened?
Yeah, the wrong flag thingy. Yeah.
Where was your flag,
Terrible.
you think?
Somewhere southwest.
Correct.
Probably on creep camp.
It was on your archmage.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it's first of all, don't build farms behind your altar after you've established the wall. That just makes it more difficult. Save this real estate for arcane sanctums. All farms can go in a neat little line around your town hall, or anyway, don't take up 4x4 spaces. Try to lodge them here against the lumber mill. This would be a good place to stack some farms. You can build them here if you like. You can build them in front with another base layout where you have a gap somewhere here. Just don't take up these really valuable 4x4 real estate places with farms.
Yeah.
But the problem with the rally point on the altar, it's very normal and meta to put it on your hero. And it's fine so long as your hero is anywhere here, right? But the moment the hero goes under this line, it will be interpreted as a southwest corner line.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise displacement, and he's stuck. And this can lose you games. So I know it seems pedantic. Always a couple of Andys that are like, oh, it's too much. This is important. So the way you fix it is you click here, and then you shift click on your altar.
Yeah.
Sorry, on your archmage.
Yeah.
It wouldn't happen.
I always feel very stupid when that happens. Feels very bad.
Well, maybe need to take a look at your control groups. Do you group your sanctums and stuff?
Yes, that was a big thing I worked on today. Control groups. I click on my barrack and then shift, double click the sanctums, shift 3. So I have If I press 3, I have my barracks, and if I tap, I'm into my sorcery stuff.
Fantastic. There's another way you can do it, where you just double-click the sanctums without pre-selecting racks. If you do Shift 3, it still works the exact same way you just described.
Oh, okay.
Shift 3 on the sanctums means permanently add to the group that the barracks is already a part of.
Hmm.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Kinda, yeah.
Okay, if it's kinda, can I explain it again?
Sure.
Okay.
It was a long day.
Control 3 on racks.
Yeah.
Does racks becomes the new group 3 by himself forever.
Yeah.
And so next time you press 3, it'll select the racks. And you said you will click racks, and then you hold shift and you double click the sanctums, and then you do shift 3.
Yeah.
And this does work, but there's also an easier way to do it. If you just select both sanctums and then press shift 3, it gets permanently added to the control group 3, which the barracks was already a part of.
Oh shit, that's deep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't need the simultaneous selection.
Okay, that's okay. I need to once again put that in my brain first.
Yeah.
But that sounds great, yeah.
You do
Sounds
follow
great.
it this time, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
So no, it's all good. And so let's say control group 1 is your Mountain King, Archmage, and all your rifles. And you hear, "What then, Waddy?" And a rifleman pops out.
Mhm.
You can just select it and then shift 1 by himself without pre-selecting your whole army, and he'll be added to group 1.
Okay, that's actually massive. Wow.
It's big.
That's actually massive.
Embarrassingly,
Wow.
during my whole pro career, I never knew about this. I only learned it after I switched to StarCraft in 2011. For 7 years, I never knew.
Wow.
But now I always use it because it's so good.
Yeah, that sounds really great.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many things there in a 20-year-old game you still can learn.
Yep. Oh, cool. Got a little manual of health.
Nah, who reads books nowadays, right?
That's actually depressingly true.
Yeah.
Alright, nice. Okay, now it's time to just pump. Don't think about 50 pop at all, just like you're doing. So, you're doing great. You are in the act of staying alive. You're solo creeping Mountain King.
Will you, in my situation, still below 50? Because you're like really good
No.
and you're...
No, it's too
okay.
greedy. I
Okay.
would like information about whether he's counter expanding.
Yeah.
Because you could make a misjudgment. But even if he counter expanded, it's much later than yours. So you want to slap your money on the table and shove it in his face before his expansion pays off too much. So yeah, just pump straight over 50. You're going to go for a basic army. And I love what you're doing here. Let's see, what items did you get? Okay, I think maybe either he has heal scroll or you didn't have enough money for heal scroll, so you got protection.
I just misclicked. I thought it's the heal scroll.
Okay, cool.
This is a habit I want to work on the next week. Just this understanding of items, buy invul potion, buy a health. It's really hard for me to think about items. This big layer of Warcraft 3. There's items.
Yep.
Take 'em.
I loved how much you loved like picking up that potion of invulnerability very consistently in the X-Lord coaching.
Yeah, that's such a big thing. Also, what I liked about with the coaching is you learn how a pro thinks, that wherever you are on the map, be useful in that area. Do that creep camp, get that item, do something there.
Yes. So for instance, your current vision is like this. Let's say you know you fucked up, you forgot to scout for expansion. And so now you have to live with that knowledge. And so maybe you're going to move your army to this base now, expecting there could be an expansion. But what you find instead is that all the creeps are still alive. Because you've already made the trip, you now must creep it to be efficient.
Yeah.
We never send our army somewhere to then not do something. So yeah, totally agree with what you're saying.
All about like efficiency.
Yeah.
In a way.
Okay, nice timing attack. Very nice macro. Units pumping along very well. You've got a lot of lumber, so I would bring probably 6 militia.
Ah, okay.
4, 5.
I need to have the
6.
bolts to bring militia more often.
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, 14. That is bloody perfect maximum peasant. 11 to 14, I said, remember?
Yeah.
And
okay,
do you see now
was
how
totally
true
lucky.
that is? Because you have 14 and you have too much lumber. Because no guard tower, no arcanes. But you can imagine if they were building towers, you lose lumber income, and you spend lumber on the towers. It's 80 lumber per tower, and also you lose the building time. So let's say 90 lumber per tower. So if you made 3 more towers, okay, now you would only have 800. Not nearly as egregious of an excess.
Yeah.
Now that you have 14 peasants, definitely bring 6 to 8. Call to arms militia. They'll fight here for 8 seconds. Then they revert back to peasant. You build arcane vault. Now you've got regeneration scroll, mana pot, heal pot, etc. Because you're coming here, it's very risky. He's warden 5. You have no TP. You have no heal pot. Invo only on the Mountain King. You have a large army, but you don't bring everything.
And these guys are,
Okay, that guy's still coming. Some of it is...
Wanderlust, you call it.
Yeah, Wanderlust. This guy right there. But it's risky. It's a little risky. So the best way to lose...
So if you look at this picture, it looks bad for me, you will say, right?
Your army quality is better. His hero quality is better because he's 5. 5 is better than 4-2, usually. You've had base for longer, so you probably have better upgrades. 1-1, he's 0-0, okay. Your army size is probably better. Yes, 15 more, but much of that is in peasants. So I would say that you are headed towards a victory. You have the game set up to be advantageous, but you're making a play that is potentially giving you the best chance of defeat.
Okay.
Which is going against fan level 3. Maybe he could have had mana pot. It's not like you knew that he's not tier 2, that he can't buy mana pots. If he does 3 fans of knife, it's lights out.
Yep.
Because you don't have heal scroll.
Which is a huge argument for an alchemist there, right?
Yeah, huge argument for an alchemist for one. But if you don't have an alchemist, you need, and this will feel excessive to a non-item buyer such as yourself until yesterday or until this morning, you need 1 healing scroll per fan. Need. That means you are not coming here unless you have 3 heal scrolls.
Okay. Okay.
Or 2.
Capiche.
But you can also have 1 heal scroll and a TP. That means that the first fan will be heal scrolled and the second fan will be TP'd. And then regen scroll. And then you go again.
Okay. See, think about items more. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Well, not just think about it. Make a prepped list before you ladder for the day that says you will be buying heal scrolls and info potions. See which items are good for you.
I want to ask you something. I always see people do Mountain King Stormbolt into the bash, but I always feel like in this situation, the clap is so juicy. We have the Brilliance aura. Why not do the clap there, right?
You get 2 claps.
I never understand why people do that bash.
Yeah, it's mana efficiency. So, Bolt Bash is about controlling hero. If you have Bolt Bash, you pretty much never bolt units in a big fight. It's all about controlling the hero and reducing the uptime of their DPS and reducing their ability to use items at the right time, etc. So claps is about units, but you would never use clap unless you absolutely have to until you're Mountain King 3. Because the mana cost for clap 1 and 2 is the same, but the effect is vastly different. So if you now go 0 mana, Brilliance notwithstanding, if you don't buy Clarity, it's going to take you another, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to get back to full. So any claps spent now will make you weaker over the next 3 minutes. And if you were to level up soon, you're going to level up with 80 mana in the bank. So now you don't have any high level claps. It's level 1 clap is quite garbage. That's why MK3 is such a concept.
Okay. Okay, man, that's deep.
Let's
can you fake spells in this game? Can I fake a Stormbolt on a Warden to trigger his blink?
Yes.
And then I press S and cancel it?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Ooh,
very fun. Okay.
He always was blinking away from my Stormbolts. I felt so stupid.
they try.
Like, damn.
Okay, let's take like 30 seconds where we take a short break from the call. I want to try something new where you talk to your chat, I talk to mine. In 30 seconds we go on just to give ourselves a breather.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, guys, how do you think it's going? I'm on deafen. It's going well, not bad. Super awful, great. He might be getting information overload. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. He seems to take it in. He seems locked in. Yeah. I don't think... I mean, look, I don't think my coaching yesterday was perfect, but I don't take any responsibility for what happened. I'm genuinely not insecure about that. And there's no issues between T90 and me whatsoever. But I still think it's nice, even though I don't take responsibility for it, it's still nice to try and do the best job that I can. And I recognize that people need breathers between info drops so that it will be easier to process again. But I saw Hearts of Iron 4, what Tommy plays. I watched like some of his videos, and there's a lot of information there on the screen. It's like very pretty spreadsheets. I'm not doing this because I think he's not taking it in. I'm giving us a break so that it will be easier to take other things in.
I just think it's sometimes maybe a bit weird for chat because nobody knows who I am.
Yo, I'm back.
What up?
What up?
What, what was this? You just... What happened?
I'm putting us on timeout. It's a new experiment where we can like kind of have a breather, like a mental breather, and then we can go into new concepts. Not because you're not handling it or because I'm losing my voice, but just trying out to see if that's useful. I think it is.
Okay. Timeouts are good.
Cool. So...
Is that my ex-girlfriend too?
So you've got Priest in your selection group. What happened here?
Yeah, terrible. I know. Yeah, terrible.
This is before the X-Lord coaching. I knew he already chewed you up a bit about that, so we don't have to go too deep into it. But they're not going to heal if you do this. Yep.
That's really I just feel like just play games, learn it, and like you said perfectly. Put these mental notes in. Don't just go into a game blindly and really think about this. Make these control groups.
Yep.
Yeah, just takes a while to make a habit like that.
Very nice target fire on the Huntresses. Also by the Priests.
Any DPS?
Okay, hold on. That is Clap level 1, even though you're Mountain King 3. Did you pick Bolt too?
I think this is a moment where my brain is a bit of a Dota brain. I was Bolt, Clap, and then Bolt again. I just feel like I just want to feel that. I just want to throw that Clap because it's like doing something. I use my mana in a way, but you just gave this great explanation why it's not so good. Yeah. But it's level 1, I think. Yeah.
Clap is worth leveling. I would normally on Mountain King 3, if you go for Bolt Clap, I would go for Clap upgrade because I believe the stun time for Stormbolt remains consistent. It's only the damage that goes up. So you're getting maximum stun time from Bolt even at level 1. Just more damage.
Okay.
Whereas Clap, the area gets bigger and it does more damage to everyone.
You said a beautiful thing a second ago. Should I put in my brain this Mountain King's job is to CC this warden?
If you bolt bash,
he just
yes.
bolts her the whole time.
If you bolt bash, yes.
Okay. Like, I look at this picture and I feel like I lost, but somehow I still win it.
He's tier 1, so his archers are short range. Archers are kind of garbage without support.
So interesting to me when I watch Warcraft 3 games or watch you and stuff, this tier stuff is so important. If someone is a tier ahead, it's such a massive thing.
Yeah, did you know there's XP advantage from being on a higher tier if you're solo hero?
Oh, I did not know that. Wow. Do you know how much?
Yes, 15%. If you're a tier 2 with solo hero, you get 15% bonus from everything. 69 instead of 60 for a rifle.
Oh, okay.
And then if you're tier 3, it's 30% extra.
So that's very good for Warden players.
Very good for Warden.
Nice. But if the second hero is out, that's all out of the window. That's like whatever.
Correct. In fact, it's not even when the second hero is out. It's once he starts being produced.
Oh. Dude, it must have taken you guys years to figure all that stuff out.
Yep, it did.
Damn.
I still learn
Is there stuff you still learn nowadays where after 20 years you just feel like, whoa, damn.
Yes. Wait, I think you're Bolt, Clap, Bash. 1-1-1.
I feel that, but if that's just me panicking. I'm just clicking random buttons. That's like not planned. That's just panic mode.
All good. I like a little bit of creativity. Do you put your priest on follow here as well on Mountain King?
I don't know. I have no idea. Okay,
nice pressure. Very good macro during all this. So most people, when they're fighting, they don't remax all the time. So this is going to be a super useful skill for you to continue having. Great upgrades as well on the rifles.
Yeah, that's, I think, the one thing I do well from StarCraft. Just press free and then press WW, because it's a priest and rifle.
Nice.
Pretty simple, kind of, yeah.
I put them both on R, so I do the same thing. R, 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 R.
R.
Yeah. So, biggest...
I buy the wrong scroll again.
So this is only against physical. His main source of damage is magic.
Because of the fan. Okay.
I come.
You need town portals and heal scrolls. Very important.
Okay. And now he has that shadow thing.
Yeah.
But his shadow thing doesn't do anything if there's no corpses, I understand.
Yes. Well, it has... It got nerfed recently. It used to do 50 damage. Now it only does like 30. And it summons these little shits that last 50 seconds and are invincible. And they have piercing, so they do bonus damage to priests.
Oh.
Usually, if they use it sloppily like this, just use everything and target fire it. It has 1200 health. It's quite a lot, but if they want to suicide the ulti, just take their offer on it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like if I'm a very negative guy. I always look at my games and feel negative. I feel like if that Night Elf was a bit better, I would have been crushed.
Yeah.
You just kind of gifted that to me in a way. Yeah.
That is indeed quite negative. I agree with you.
Yeah, I always feel very Cyril-esque. Always just everything I do is shit.
That's just something.
But it points
Cyril,
out the mistakes.
that's something Cyril says in interviews. That doesn't mean that that's actually. I mean, it might be. Okay, I'm gonna show
Like
you.
when you watch him play StarCraft, he just sits there and he's just like, man, I'm so terrible today, even though he's the best ever, right?
Yeah, he's a monster. I'm gonna show you a few build layouts. We're currently focusing on Night Elf. I'm gonna show you some things that you could see when you are playing your Footman Scout.
Okay. Do you know how many hours you got in this game? What do you think?
I think more than 50,000.
Wow, cool.
Don't know exactly how many, but it's quite a bit. Okay, let's see. This would be the standard look of a person that plays Night Elf when you Footman Scout. You'll see a Moonwell, a second one coming. You'll see the ancient. You see the altar producing a hero, and maybe you see the beginnings of an Ancient of Warcreep. So it would look something like this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see this and you count 2 Moonwells, then the first conclusion that you can draw is that this person is doing the Night Elf equivalent of a fast tech. And there are consequences for that.
I stand ready.
Okay.
A fast tech means a relatively fast second hero from the Tavern. Could be anything. Or they could even go for an altar hero. But at least you should store away the info that if you see 2 Moonwell equals fast tech.
Are we talking about the timing of the Footman arriving? That this is...
When the Footman arrives, it will look like this. Altar, building, Archer out, Moonwell finished, and 1 Moonwell building. You will see this when the Footman arrives, and the tree will still be working on wisps. This is what you see. Ignore this Moonwell for a bit. This is what you see when your Footman arrives. So then maybe you attack Wisp a bit, then maybe you walk away a bit so you don't die to a Warden. Then later when you come back, you can attack Wisp again. If you see this, right, building tier 2,
Tier 2, yeah.
and he has only 2 Moonwells, it means fast tech, which has as a consequence relatively fast second hero, and it also means not a lot of healing. That can be abused by you, whether you are fast expanding or whether you are playing one base, because it means they can't heal their wisps as much. Their hero, if it drops low from creeps, the first or second creep, is not going to have as much healing. And because he's fast teching, there has been less time in the game where he has been gathering lumber.
Okay.
Whereas if he's slow teching, there will be more time in the game that he has been gathering lumber. Additionally, a fast tech reaches tier 2 earlier in the game. That means that in order to have that make sense, he needs to spend resources on Ancient of Lore earlier in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like showing up at the airport 7 hours before your flight is pointless. And making a fast tech and then not making lores the moment that it finishes is also pointless.
Okay.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Also feels like if he has all these wood issues, the footman harass could really outbalance him.
Because
I feel like sometimes in my rating, if you do that early harassment, it off balances people.
Yes.
They very quickly.
So
go around,
a slow tech with triple Moonwell that has more wisps, and you can just draw the conclusion: 3 Moonwell slow and safe, 2 Moonwell fast and hungry for lumber.
Okay.
So if you see 2 Moonwell, you can say, okay, he's hungry for lumber. Any extra damage I do on lumber is going to provide significant delay to his lures. And if he's
basic random question: if I cancel one of these lures and he cancels, is that a loss of resources?
Yes, it's minus.
Or was it a full?
Okay, look at this. Okay, it doesn't say. What the fuck? I thought it says. Maybe that's StarCraft. Lol. Anyways,
I think it's StarCraft. Yeah.
Yeah. The lore costs 300, 155, 145. You get back 75% of each as a baseline cancel. So let's say it costs 300. He gets back 225 total.
So cancel is very big.
Cancel is big. He loses 75 of those resources. But there's an extra effect. If someone cancels a building after taking damage, and it's nearly done in terms of progress, it's all the way over here, but it's nearly dead in terms of health, they get back next to nothing, because the percentage of health damage taken is deducted from the total return cost. So the moment you start hitting lore, whatever else happens, you're already doing something great. Whether he forgets to cancel it, whether he cancels it late, whether he cancels it early, it's fantastic. All you need to decide, is this cancelable? And if it is so worth it, so long as you don't lose like 1 million footmen for it, of course.
Okay. When I watch these pro games, it's always about he needs to cancel this, he needs to cancel this.
Yeah.
That seems to be really important, yeah.
Yeah, and in StarCraft it's not like that. In StarCraft you
it's
can
very interesting.
Go ahead.
You know how in driver school they show you scenarios and you're supposed to look at who is allowed to drive first and stuff? You remember that from driver school?
Yeah.
What I would love, maybe this is a bit weird, but imagine you have like a video or something where you look at a base of an enemy the moment the footman arrives, and then it teaches you what that information should be in your head.
Yes, I wanted to do a video like that.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. That's
okay. Let's do that
to teach people what I'm looking at. Oh, okay, capiche.
That's amazing. I've been wanting to do that for a long time because people always wonder, what am I looking for when I'm scouting?
Yeah, that would be a great video I'm imagining right now. That would help me so much right now, yeah. And everyone else, I think, too.
Okay, let's do it. I'm going to share my Opera. Also, it looks like I have a tip how you can get your item hotkeys on phone. I'm just copy-pasting you the tip without sanitizing it, without knowing if it works. Hoping it does. Take a look at it later.
Maybe. Driver school video. Who drives first? The warden or the demon hunter?
So this is a pretty cool website. Or let's say YouTube channel, Warcraft 3 Art. They just observe replays without commentary. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, so this is not human.
Know, you probably know because you know a lot of things. Do you know what time a footman arrives normally? Do you know the time? Or a scout arrives, rather?
Yeah, should be about 1:45.
1:45. So that's like the crucial moment of... Aha.
I think the footman scout, if you use it, only sees very limited things. If it dies, it won't see much. Only the hero. But it can also stick around. Let's first see if this guy is even gonna footman scout. No, okay, this guy's not footman scouting. It's definitely not always footman scout, but it's also because these pros, the problem is these pros know each other a lot. They already know what the other guy's gonna do. It's probably better if we just look at some...
Maybe it sounds weird, but in my last replays, I always do footman scout. I don't know if that's usable.
No, that's great. That's great. We'll go fast through some replays without overanalyzing everything.
Sure.
That's really useful. You've been scouting. Is it okay to also look at the coaching ones, or how far back can we go? Yesterday or not?
Sure, yeah, you can look at the coaching ones. I think I scouted them.
Okay. What about yesterday?
You can look at them. I think so. I don't remember. I forget a lot of things nowadays.
Okay. I know the feeling.
It's hard getting older, man.
Okay, let's see. Date modified. Let's go with this one.
When I was younger, they always talked about that you can only be esports if you're young. Do you feel as someone that's really good? And I think you also play competitive now, even being Starbuck and stuff. How do you feel as a, no hate, but aged esportler? Do you feel, okay, I don't have the reactions, but I have the knowledge? Or how does that feel? Do you feel?
Technically, I'm not an esporter anymore. I'm a streamer now.
Yeah, but you're still amazing. You just beat Starbuck, right?
I'm still decent at Warcraft 3. And it's difficult to know if it's because you're slower or less interested to like pursue that lifestyle.
Yeah.
It was easier to learn things sometimes at that age, but like at the same time, I feel way more amazing now than I did when I was 17 or 18 because I have much less angst and insecurities and stress and bad thought patterns and.
You're not streaming it on Discord.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I was watching this interview with a cook, like a TV cook, and he said this beautiful thing where he said, since I make so much money from TV shows, I now cook so good because I don't cook for money and stress anymore.
Oh shit! Wow.
Like where you just, if you're free in your soul, you like perform better because that stress is gone a bit, maybe.
Interesting, because it's not necessarily like that for streamers, right? Because sometimes streamers trap themselves in a game that they think is like, this is the only game I can be successful in, and when I do something else, maybe people aren't gonna watch. So even though I fucking hate the game now, I'm not gonna play anything else. So like a League player or a Dota player that is miserable every day when they play the game, but they do it anyway because they don't dare or they don't think that they can make anything else work.
That's kind of sad in a way, right?
It is.
It's
sad, but it's also like you created that quote-unquote prison as well. Yeah. And you can make a change if you dare to try it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I also feel like it's just a money question. If you're young and you're like, oh man, I need to win these tournaments. I need to win tournament money, right? It's a big stress. But when you're like 30, 35 and you're a streamer that has 5k viewers, you feel like I can pay my bills and now I can enjoy this game. I'm not playing for survival here. I can actually just enjoy myself.
Yes.
And have fun.
Tommy, it's such a big difference. Like when I was 17 or 18, I try to make some money with prize money, and sometimes I win something. Like when I'm 17, 18, it started more after that when I quit school, so I have more time to practice. But the prize money is few and far between. Sometimes it was really small. So I try to like make a little bit of extra. I boosted someone's account once to get into the top ladder, I'm ashamed to say. I coached some people for like $20 an hour. And nowadays when people ask for coaching, I'll be like, I don't do coaching anymore because I've got like a YouTube and Twitch audience to serve as well, right? I can't really do one-on-one coaching anymore. And then plus I would probably have to charge them some outrageous fee if it had to work out. And then they're like, no, I don't mind paying an outrageous fee. And then I realize, even for that, I don't want to do it. Because...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Even though I enjoy it, like, it doesn't make sense. Plus, I don't even want to charge people that kind of sum. So I say, no, I coach you either for free or not at all. Because, like, well, I don't need to make money from the coaching anymore. If I'm going to coach them, it's going to be for content. So yeah, it's just... It's
and yeah, as unfortunate as it might sound to some viewers, that's the power of money, right? It makes you very free.
Yeah,
the freedom to do what you want in a way.
It's very privileged, and we have the community to thank for it, so it's super cool. So
yeah, give some subs, people. Come on, stop being cheap.
Okay, so
I do an A-click command, which is I guess wrong.
It's fine. At least you get alerted that there is combat.
So here we have a picture.
Yeah.
What does that tell me? What? Okay, what does that mean?
Do you want to try first, or shall I say what my elven eyes see first?
Okay, let me try for a second. I don't see a crypt lord, so I think this guy is not expanding right now. He's playing like a pretty normal game. To me, this will say, hey Tommy, do your standard Archmage level 3, Mountain level 3 caster rifle. That's what this tells me.
Okay, now let's try to rephrase it a little bit. I'm not saying you're right or wrong yet. Let's try to rephrase it a little bit with the win conditions in mind. I've pulled them up on my stream if you want to take a look.
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
So try to see what his conditions are for winning. Try to point at maybe one or two that you think, based on what you see, he is pursuing. And which one he definitely is not. And then, after we sanitize that answer, we'll go to your win conditions. So let's take it step by step.
Okay. Okay, I feel like I'm back in university, but I like it. It's not all in. It feels like, hey, I want to play standard Undead game. I don't think it's an expansion. If you want to expand as an Undead, I think the Crypto is better. That's what I see, at least. I feel number 2 is a big thing here.
Okay.
I think these Undead people love their Lich. They want to do a Lich King fast.
Okay.
So that is probably number 4. Your second hero, Lich, I guess.
Yep.
So I think he's a 2 and 4.
2 and 4. Yep. You don't think he's going to go for your peasants?
On my rating, I'm so not afraid of Undeads. They never come over. They let me do whatever I want, at least on my rating.
Okay, cool.
So,
base straight, little premature, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and not dying is most relevant for him if you're all-inning. And out-microing, also not really the case. So I give perfect marks for this. 2 and 4 is correct, I would say.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That's good marks.
Okay, so now you said something about Archmage and Mountain King, but you haven't framed it yet within the win conditions because we were not doing that exercise yet. So now that you know that he probably wants to get his Lich, maybe some key units, and he's fast stacking, where does that leave you? What do you think would be the theoretical counter, or at least an acceptable way for you to play the game? 1 base or 2 base, all in, fast tech, fast expo,
I will
XP.
think my paths could be 2-3 with a 4 combined.
Okay,
I
so
could now face him in a tier 2 versus tier 2. Combined with rank 4, I want the Mountain level 3, he wants Lich level 3. Or I could be like, which I often think about on lower ratings, this guy is not thinking about me. Let's make an expansion. I wanna let me share something real quick, which I think is so interesting in gaming.
Yep.
When I was younger, I also tried to make money with online poker. I wanted to always be rich. It never worked. And I was reading this poker book. And this high-level poker player said a beautiful concept I never forgot. He explained there's 3 levels of poker player. The first poker player looks only at his own cards. What do I have? What I do? Then if you want to advance, very important in Warcraft 3, you also not think what you have, but you also think what they have. And then the third level in poker, I don't know if it works in Warcraft, is what do they think you have and what could you fake? But maybe that's not very Warcrafty. And that's a concept I never forgot in all these years of... You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say here of this...
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Don't just think about yourself.
I've also studied poker. A little bit. I suck.
Then we became streamers.
I suck. I lost $200 and quit. But I also studied it. And I've also read books. Because, you know, they didn't write any manuals on Warcraft 3 mindset. So instead, I read books on golfing, pro baseball, pro basketball.
Oh, wow.
Well, not basketball, baseball, golfing, and tennis. Especially tennis and golfing psychology books were really, really helpful. And I read Sun Tzu's Art of War. But
I have it right here. It's right next to me.
There you fucking go.
Yeah, it's right here.
Except when you read it, I've never known if Sun Tzu's Art of War is useful if you are not already a warlord. The reason that I read it is to solidify concepts I already had and to give them more phrasing, and you know it works because you've already tried it. So, but it's still super useful.
I always like the old warfare based on deception, aka, for example, I keep the profile picture of a rifle to make these people think I go petty rifle.
and things like, you know, pretend you are weak when you are strong, pretend you're strong when you are weak. The smart general first wins the war, then goes to war. The dumb general goes to war, then tries to win the war. That kind of thing.
Yep. Can I ask another question? It's so interesting to talk to you. What big things do you remember from reading about golf and tennis that will now apply to your Warcraft 3 career? What is like a thing you learned from these books?
Yeah, so
what does golf teach you about Warcraft 3?
Tennis first. There was a sports psychology book author on tennis who said he was like coach for tennis players. He said there's 3 types of tennis players. Type A and type B. I don't remember which one is A or B. So if I flip my A's and B's, don't get mad. But it was type A and type B. for the purpose of, I'm just going to assume type A was what I'm about to say. Type A, hell of a service game. Really, really powerful. Wins a lot of their games with the execution, speed, and accuracy of their service.
Huh?
But not much going on in their nogging. Then you've got type B.
Okay.
Type B is not as proficient mechanically, but is a mental player. He's the one that's going to do like lob volley shots. He's going to play at the net. He's going to come forward and change up the pace and look at his opponent and read and counter and confuse and set the pace in weird ways and pull them out of their comfort zone. The mental player. And then you've got type C, which is both world champion material. So I read that, I thought, okay, I need to be C. I was stronger at B, at like reading my opponents, planning, preparing, making myself a weird version of a player that people cannot easily put into a box. I'm very good at preparation and preparing for people and then knowing their weaknesses, because people are laughably predictable, actually, like when you look at their playstyle. So I know what they're going to do before they know what they're going to do, because I saw what they've been doing over the last 2 years and then etc. But then mechanically sometimes maybe I was lagging behind a bit. So I knew I had to put in a lot of work to try and make my clicks fast and accurate enough, which many people were better at than me. They were faster, they were more precise. So to be C, I had to be A as well. That was a really
You're kind of saying you need to figure out if you're an A or B and then do the work to be the other thing too to reach C.
Yes, because one of them comes very naturally to you because that's who you are, your DNA. And the other one, that's the extra part you need to do to become world class. It's what most people don't want to do because they want to stick to their comfort.
Yeah, leave your comfort zone, people. That's the greatness. Okay, I like this deep stuff. This is cool. It's cool.
I love it too. I'm glad you like it too. So you're gonna go for kind of a fast tech. You have 8 peasants on wood. You've got some lagging production, but it's not a super big deal. What I usually like to do if I do triple farm one base is to make that 9th peasant. Gives you a little bit of a buffer for loss. It puts you at 27 under 30. You're gonna tech at 27 under 30, maybe 25 under 30, kind of depends on how efficient you were with production, but it's not a big deal. Either way, the concept is 3 farm tech with 9 on wood, which means you have an odd number. That's how you can recognize it, either 25, 27. And then you've got a really solid backing. Can be a little bit more liberal with peasants, pools into fights as well.
Okay. I have a little side question. So I have all these side questions because I have you once in my life, right?
No, we can do this again.
I was talking to Soul Ape Man, and he was saying, buddy, if you want a tier 2 rush, 2 farms, not 3. It's faster. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, he's right.
Okay.
Look, you don't have to do everything perfectly. You are allowed to make mistakes, and you're still great and wonderful, and you're still going to do other things well. So
my dad doesn't think like that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know many of them don't. It's sad, but we need to hear these words. You know, I went to a sports psychologist. Was this guy from Jamaica? He coached sports teams. He didn't know games much, but he wanted to break into the esports world. And because I was a popular StarCraft 2 player that was performing okay, but not as great yet, he thought that maybe I could be a way for him to break into the scene. This part never worked out, but we did have some sessions where I paid him money over the course of a few weeks to do some sessions with me. Sports psychology. First time I went to an actual sports psychologist. He ended up not being such a good influence because he kind of like, he did some like mind manip tricks with me as well. So much of it was not super positive. Not that like he made me perform like lewd acts on stream and then save them and then blackmailed me. Nothing like that. But just like he didn't want me to cancel the lessons and there was a bit too much pressure there. So I would say it was like not healthy. Okay. But the best thing that came out of it is he made me watch this video, a YouTube video, which, I mean, I could have just found by myself, but he happened to know it, right? So he made me watch this YouTube video, and in the video, there was just a sky with stars, and then there were like happy words flying towards you. And they said, and he did some hypnosis with me as well to make me more...
Bro, you were in a cult?
It sounds like it, right? But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a safe environment with a trusted person that does a little bit of hypnosis and then puts you in a meditative state. Breathing exercises, mental prep, and get into a calm meditative state. Again, he didn't make me perform any acts.
Okay.
Really.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? Sorry, let me
finish. Let me finish. Final
sorry,
part.
yeah, sorry.
Those words that flew towards me were things like, you deserve good things. And I just
Okay.
burst into tears. I was just crying. Because I had never heard
That
those
sounds
words.
like
I had never heard those words before. And it made me feel like it's okay if good things happen to me. Because I often felt guilty when it happened.
yeah, that sounds like there's some trauma there.
Oh, we all have trauma. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, it's nice to hear those words. You're like, oh, my dad doesn't think so. It's like, well, it's true, Tommy. It's true. You
But that's why
deserve
we have
it.
chats to tell us we're beautiful. Yeah. Which brings me to a follow-up question. I want to ask someone like you, as you are a big streamer, lots of things going on in your life. Do you do certain things in your life to keep the stress in check? You know, people always feel like streaming isn't a real job, but doing something like Grubby does, not a lot of people on Earth do, and it's very stressful. Do you do certain things to, is it in the garden, or is there something you do to balance this entire Twitch stuff?
I
Or
tried
maybe
to
even
do
the stress back in the day of being a pro player.
Yeah, I try to do checks if I'm still on the right path sometimes, but I tend to ignore it for a little bit too long. So I stream 7 days a week. I stream 7 days a week. I just took my first off day a few days ago, in the first time in half a year or a year or something. And it's crazy. Like, I do that to myself. No one's doing that to me, right? I'm enjoying it, and therefore I'm doing it. But because we have full freedom to make our own schedule, there's also the full freedom to take it too far and to let things go out of balance. Now, I kind of like imbalance for a while, but it's good to sometimes take a break, reset, and charge up. Because I like to think I can go every day without ever losing my cool. I have learned to pick up on certain metrics that my sanity is slipping. And I try to use those metrics and signals to give myself a break. And just taking a day off and not needing to turn on all that energy that you turn on when you stream. Because I know streaming is a joke job to many people, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, I watch streams too. And when I watch streams, I feel inspired, I feel amused, I feel entertained, and I feel comforted. And people get those feelings sometimes from our streams as well. Sometimes disgusted, maybe, sometimes. But the point is, you make people feel things. And how do you do that is by sharing a lot of the energy that you are sharing. Right? You're sharing positive energy, sometimes negative, sometimes it's something to laugh at, sometimes it's something to marvel at, but you come in, you give a lot of energy. And it is easy to forget that sometimes that can have a price, right? It may not be as big of a price as working for a terrible boss in a corporate environment who's toxic and makes you work with people that you hate and that backstab you, etc. But comparison does not make your feelings less valid and genuine. So sometimes you give so much of yourself and you're forgetting that you need some time to yourself to recharge.
So you feel like you're gonna
batteries.
take day off a bit more often now?
No, of course not. I'm gonna go hard. It's the time of our lives, man. But just saying, if I'm noticing I'm becoming more snappy with people, either my wife or people in chat, and I'm not the version of person that I want to be because I'm being unfair to people, I'm being bitchy or whatever. When I notice that, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I can see I'm not taking enough time to decompress, right? Because they didn't deserve me to bite their head off, but I did it because I don't have enough reserves to summon the patience. So that's just try to get to know your own metrics and take a break and give yourself a break because you deserve it too.
Yeah. Sorry for going off or skipped around, but it's nice to have this human talk about it.
I like it too, Tommy. Like it's we can talk about anything you want. Even if we don't learn Warcraft 3, it's all good. We can just yap and watch.
I think that's what I was about to say. Some people might think, what are they talking about? What is this fucking emotional talk? But this emotional stuff translates into good content or even good gameplay in Warcraft 3 in a way, right?
Yep, I think so. We're not gonna kiss, chat.
Not yet.
It's just guy talk.
Wait till he sees what I'm wearing.
I did hear that you like to wrestle naked men.
I love grappling. I love grappling people. If you ever want to learn jiu-jitsu, man, we can do that. We do. But we have to be on underpants.
Okay, I see.
Anyway.
I'll think about it. Thank you for the offer. That's really kind. I know where you live.
Go for ghouls. Ghouls.
Yeah, that's great.
Where?
You forced Nerubian. You forced him to stop farming. You're using temporary summoned units. You have better mana regen than him, and you're trading. This is all a great part of a Mountain King follow-up with rifles. You've also skipped Lumbermill and Arcane Vault, even though this was before your coaching. This was like,
true, yeah.
yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you resisted not building those, but here you naturally did it, maybe by accident, I don't know, or maybe on purpose. Okay.
So this is just, I'm starting to really reach this point of play your standard game now. Get the Mountain King, get the casters, standard game, out micro, you got the win, pretty much.
It's good.
Then I'd like to open another page in this book. We talked about in the beginning, I love expansions. But in this moment, my brain is, hey, I'm kind of bullying this guy in the space. I'm doing okay. I think I'm ahead in the graphs. Why make an expansion? We're doing good like this, you know? And that's why I never make an expansion.
Well, that's actually why to do it. The question for an expansion is, I would say one of the questions for an expansion, it's not the end-all be-all, but generally, can he stop this? If the answer is no, I would say the human answer is almost always yes.
Okay.
So what did you last see? You saw he was mana deprived. You know you killed some ghouls. You forced Nerup. You saw Acolyte pulls. And it was all while he was going from tier 1 to tier 2. Do you know when you see Necropolis, it means he's from tier 1 to tier 2? Like, you see the upgrade, you click it. What if it says Halls of the Dead? How do you know if is it going towards Halls of the Dead or is it going from Halls to Black Citadel?
Oh, I'm over asked. Isn't it just, this has to be a tier 2? You're asking me if I figure out if it's tier 2 or tier 3?
Yeah.
I will just, my brain will think it's 5 minutes in. It has to be tier 2.
Yeah,
right?
sure, it's true. But like sometimes...
But there's probably an animation, I guess.
It is animation. I don't know how to see the animation difference. So you just look at, the name is what it was. And then it's going +1 from that. That's it.
Okay.
Right? So
I also thought it's so interesting how someone like you and the other people I got coaching with, you guys look at mana bars. I never even look at the Death Knight's mana bar, but it's such an important thing for you guys, right?
That's
to
crazy.
Look at that mana bar.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You know, back in
All
my
these
day,
habits.
there were no mana bars. You had to click someone and look over here.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I resisted the change of adding mana bars because it simplifies the game. Those young whippersnappers can have it so easy these days.
You're a Warcraft 3 boomer now.
Yep. Okay, so I like you just pulling 5 militia. This is called a tier 2 expansion. Normally you do it with your Mountain King. Okay, I think this is maybe your biggest mistake of the game so far. I want to kind of describe what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Travel time, logistics, efficiency. We got to go back and kind of build it up. I'm going to talk about everything you did right and then show how it is in contrast to what you did not do right. Okay, Archmage comes out. You immediately got Militia. You immediately Elemental and you immediately Creep. This is great. Once the camp finishes, how many seconds do you waste? 0.
Too many. That's something I think about.
No,
I
zero.
waste 0. I want to counter you on this. I think I'm wasting a bit. When I watch Starbuck and Fortitude, they already start walking a bit earlier. So I'm actually wasting some seconds if you think on it on a high level. You know what I mean?
Yes, if you let the militia finish.
Yeah.
Kind of true. Kind of true. But I'm just going to say 0. Okay, where do you go next? That's a 0.5 second delay. No one gives a shit. You summon Elemental. Yeah. You summon it in the right place. Do you know what happens when you summon it here?
No.
It gets ensnared.
What the fuck? That little difference is an ensnare. What the hell?
Yes, because basically, when something enters their activity radius, they get aggroed. And when a unit appears in his activity radius, which is about this big, he will ensnare it. So right now, they are not aggroed. That means when the elemental opens the attack, it's stationary. And it's this footman most likely that's going to be ensnared. Because his radius of ensnare is about this big. So the elemental should be summoned outside of aggro, so outside of this box, and then open the attack. But if you summon it into it, he appears in the area and is the new arrival. And then he will be ensnared. So you're doing things right. He's actually going to ensnare nothing because they were already inside his activity radius. This footman is going to get ensnared the moment he passes this line.
So that guy shouldn't pass the line if I want to be really good.
Yeah, for example.
You even know the line in your head, huh? You know where the line is.
This is his radius, and apparently this is his acquisition radius. It's like 600 or 500 ensnare range, and then maybe he acquires it from 700. So he starts walking before he can throw the net. But it's not a big deal if he gets ensnared. I'm just explaining you the mechanic and how you did the right thing. So you finish level 2, and not only that, but you took a green camp that is neutral. It's on the middle line. Middle line is neutral. If there's one camp, a unique camp in the middle, it is contested. If there's two camps that are symmetrical on the middle line, they are like trade camps. If you both run a certain growth scaling, you will get this camp as he gets this camp. In a mirror matchup where you both have the same creeper out. Understand?
Yeah, that sounds very high level though.
Okay. Maybe too high level.
Yeah.
Let's skip that. But I like that
I just feel like
the
yeah.
more creeps you take on enemy side of the map as you do level 2 harass, the better.
Okay.
So you took your own camp, which is good because it's supported by militia. Then you took an easy that gives you level 2. Then you immediately go to his base. This is perfect level 2 harass behavior. It could not be better. This camp is too big. It overshoots. You get to 2.3. This was fast. This is the fastest level 2 you can get to his base while keeping a decent economy. So it's all very economical. Your logistics are fantastic. Then you start attacking. You know that this will pull the acolytes. I would immediately switch to acolytes. You did. Great stuff. But you don't let yourself get overcommitted. And you take another bait, which is the ghoul. Again, great. You switch to the low ghoul, which is fantastic. It dies. You don't let yourself get surrounded. Move back and regroup. Also good. Okay, this footman, you're trying to send it home, and you in fact do send it home. Again, which is great. He's gonna have to burn a coil on it. Everything you've done is really, really optimized so far. You're using your claws to get those damages on the ghouls. You're not wasting hits on the Death Knight. This is all great. Now, ideally, you've recognized how well things have gone, and even now, you militia pre-select 5 peasants, and as you go home and you start leaving, the militia will arrive at the expansion.
Oh, yeah.
You take that expo in sequence with your Archmage coming home. How is he going to break that? What does Undead want? They want to finish their graveyard. Then they're going to make a Lich. Then a Slaughterhouse. They're going to go tier 3. It will take a while. 1 statue, 2 statue. He has a bunch of ghouls. No Fiend, no Destroyer, no Orb of Corruption. You have an expansion with a tower. Mountain King comes out. You start power creeping it. Make some Rifle Priest. Momentary stop because you needed to spend money on expansion. But the moment it's done, it's all up and up from here. Just sort out your lumber economy, make 2 peasants here, 2 here, and bam, you're Mass Rifle Priest, now with the safety net of an expansion. Instead, what happens is the moment you leave, you are purposeless.
Oh.
You're thinking about your Mountain King, but the gap to Mountain King is 20-second tech, 1 minute production, that's 80 seconds. What are you going to do in these next 80 seconds? Even if you don't expand, I would still pull 5 militia to creep something big. Maybe this camp, or 6 militia even. Because this is on the way. But
So
now,
I always like to take these mental notes and the notice, hey, you have a lot of lumber, do something with militia. That's what I'm kind of learning here right now.
yes, because, okay, you need long rifle, it's 125, sanctum 150, and then Mountain King is 100. How much is that? 250, 380. So you've got only 50 bonus lumber, which is not a lot. But you're also not quite there yet. So it's not that you have like a lot of extra lumber, but you could do 1 more militia pool and then run a tight ship on lumber afterwards.
Okay.
But the main thing here is the logistics efficiency, because you don't have a plan right now. And you go all the way. So it takes about 30 seconds to walk across the map. You're leaving his base at 4:30. You get here at 5. You take the smallest, safest camp on the map, even though his Lich couldn't possibly be out and he has no mana. So you give him the entire map for no reason at all, when you could just be skirmishing with him until the end of time. And then you take the worst camp in the safest location. This camp is the consolation prize for a loser. You're not a loser, you're the big dick on the map, so you should never go here. And not only that, but you traveled nearly the maximum time to get here.
Okay, that's a big learning. That makes a shit ton of sense. Yeah, I understand that.
Nice. So he can now move.
I always like to. I like to think perfect. I will never be perfect. Would you even argue send 5 militia to that green camp and do it without a hero?
That feels like an unnecessary cost on your lumber. It's well, actually, you do have 195 lumber.
I was just seeing Starbuck do that today. He was going there with 5 militia while his hero wasn't there.
It is a common play, but it is not worth to do that to get from 2.2 to 2.5. That is part of a final top off of XP when you're at 2.7, 2.8 to get to 3. It's a great play. It is a bit high level because your results are going to vary. What's going to happen to you is you're going to send 5 militia. a little bit more body block than Starbuck would do. You will lose one of them to creeps because of Purge Focus Fire. Purge makes them Focus Fire the same unit. Then you're going to forget to turn them back to workers, and you'll have 4 AFK peasants here. You'll notice it, then you're going to be low on lumber.
Next question. Is there a hotkey for idle workers?
Yes, F8 or tilde, which is to the left of your number 1. You see the squiggly...
I tried to make it a hotkey, but the game was like, no, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, because it's
The
already
tilde.
hard-coded to be idle worker.
Ah, that's another massive learning.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a limitation of the Warcraft 3 engine. Sorry about that. I mean, I didn't make the game, but a little bit of an ambassador. But yeah, it's a limitation of the engine.
Ah, that's deep.
I use
Okay, the last 5 minutes make a lot of sense. I mean, everything makes a lot of sense, but that was great.
Nice.
It makes a lot of sense.
So I think this camp is too much for him. But if he takes it, it will be by your mercy.
Because I should look for him?
You should never have left him.
Ah, I should have never left him.
Yeah.
It's
Especially
like Brokeback Mountain now.
especially not for the furthest shittiest price, since you are better
Yeah,
than him
yeah.
right now.
I understand that.
He's probably gonna lose 3 ghouls or something. 1, almost 3. He failed, he got a level 4. Yeah. I've gotten really good at predicting how many units.
This makes sense
So
in
it's-
you know, I like to yap about stuff. I started jiu-jitsu. You know, Brazilian jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
You heard of that?
Yeah.
And I
brother
started a
does
year
it.
ago, and I have this friend, he's a black belt, and he says a beautiful thing that makes sense here, and I want your opinion on this. He says, when you're attacking, take space. When you're defending, create space.
Yeah.
And that's, I kind of
fantastic.
feel that right now a bit.
Fantastic. And so you're attacking, and you gave space. Sinful, right?
Yeah. Well, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Fantastic. Great quote. When you're defending what? Oh, he said when you're defending, create space. So
And when you're attacking, take it.
someone
Yeah.
is doing a choke on you, you have to create space to break the choke, or someone is like trying to contain you in your base. You create space by leaving your base, taking a zeppelin, go to their base, and threaten their acolytes. You know, these kind of plays create space.
Yeah, today is Warcraft 3 psychology stream, boys. I think in a weird way, I'm super into Jiu-Jitsu lately. I love it, and I always find nice parallels to Warcraft. In my first games, I lost a lot of games because I would win like this. I was doing well, and I would stay in their base the whole time, and slowly he will chip away my power.
Right.
And now I learned, get him out of this base and do slow choking. Slowly choke him, right? Get creeps or do something, but don't stay in that base like an idiot the whole time.
Yes. Yes. How do you choke him? Is by creeping all the camps around him so that he needs to travel unreasonably far.
And that's the choking is by staying close to his creep camps and not
Yes.
going as far away as I did.
Yes. Imagine a medieval siege, and they're in their castle, and they've pulled
Yeah.
back all the farmers away from the fields, and they're in the castle waiting on their 3 months ration, and then you're gonna make sure that you take all the food from around their castle, and you don't let them get any food, and you just starve them out. That's kind of what you're doing with all these creeps. If you took this camp, and then you took this camp when you're strong, and then this one, and then this one, in order for him to get anything, he would need to go to the really far ones, which means
that's
his
big, yeah.
reinforcements are further. You get opportunities to pick off reinforcements. You can pull militia because it's now on your half of the map.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I'm gonna try that a lot tomorrow
nice.
to have more chokeholds.
Archmage 3 does not steal XP from Mountain King 1.
Actually, the Augment should run away right now.
Yeah. Do you know how far?
Can you show with your mouse what the XP range of a Mountain King is? Ah, okay, interesting. Okay.
This is Mortar Team attack range. And this is the XP range.
Okay, so like 33% of my screen outside, in a way.
Yeah, it depends
Okay.
on zoom level. What's your zoom level?
I have no idea.
Okay.
No clue.
I'm like 22, 23. I think I'm 23. Let's say two Archmage auto attack range. So Mountain King is here. Archmage can just about hit Mountain King from here and then double that.
Okay, okay.
The
Or maybe
numbers-
just run away far away to have no problem.
Yeah, just run far away. Exactly. Also, did you know that higher level heroes get less XP from creeps?
Yeah, I watched I watched you a lot and you talked about that, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so now I'm letting this guy. I'm letting him do so much. I shouldn't have let that happen.
Yeah, you see how he's the loser, right? So he's taking
Yep.
loser camp. This is kind of understandable and correct. He's not.
I did that before too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You took loser camp when you were the winner.
Loser camp.
And
Sounds like when your mom sends you to camp on summer vacation.
oh my god, is that what she was doing? We got sent once.
No, my mom never cared.
Oh.
No,
okay.
no. I go East German ghetto, man. We had no camps.
Okay. I mean, not recently.
Do you feel like this game, in your perspective, would you feel like this is over already, or do you still think there's a way the human can fuck this up?
I don't think so. I don't think it's over because you are a human against undead, and their base is really fucked up to fight into. If they can coil Nova things from afar and kill it, they can trickle you down like you just described. This is where the expansion comes into play. So you're at 50 population now. I gave you one window where you could expand earlier when you were running home with the AM2. I would say this is the optimum second window. Why? Because you're at 50 pop. You have a natural pit stop.
I don't pay taxes, and I have the resources for... I'm ready to... wait, what?
Yes, you don't
I now
pay
have everything
taxes.
ready for that one base tier 2 play. Everything is in place in a way.
Exactly. I'll list what's all in place. 1, you're at the maximum army before paying taxes. 2, you have lumber surplus, allowing you to pull peasants away without creating any future lumber issues. So you can pull 5 and make the expansion. And 3, you're playing on his side of the map, therefore you've created space. That means that he cannot deal with it early.
Okay. I see the skeleton of what makes a good player. It's all these information coming together, all that stuff coming together.
This will need effort.
Yep. What is your type of... So I now see what I have to kind of do and learn. And when you started when you were younger, did you have a certain approach of... Okay, I need to create these habits. And how did you do it? Did you just like Harry, just play? Or did you like study a lot? Or what do you think is a good advice of creating these habits more and more every day and not stagnate?
My system was, if I lose one game, I never want to lose to that again. So I will look at 10 replays how someone else beats that same thing if I can't figure it out by myself.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So kind of like a loser replay study.
Yeah, except I didn't have... Like, I was not a very confident child. I didn't have a lot of self-esteem. So when I watched my losses, I got a highlight reel of failures. And those failures, just by seeing them, feel more alive. And that hurt my confidence even more. So I learned a system where I self-manage through a little bit of a less usual, maybe controversial, only watching my own victories. The result is that I was always watching my victories, which actually led to a kind of confidence. It's not that I really thought that I have 100% win rate, but the replays I was seeing, I had 100% win rate. So that gave me a kind of confidence, and there was still enough to learn from the victories, where I could clean up mistakes. And so instead of saying, this is all wrong, and this is how I lost, I was always saying, this is how I could win even harder. And this is how I could have lost, but I won, because I guess I'm just that awesome. And by watching replays in this way, I had a positive feedback system that I didn't super consciously think about, but I knew it hurt too much to watch the replays that I lost sometimes. I did watch some of them. Sometimes I needed the information. But overall, I leaned towards watching victories because it fed my confidence. And then I tried to just make sure that there's no more mistakes.
It makes a lot of sense. Like, embrace your failure to grow, yeah. I have, like I said, I have this thing. I start my stream and I win 5 games in a row. And then I'm like, this is enough for today, guys. Because I feel so good about it. But, and again, like, as David Goggins said, we have to face failure to grow.
I had a lot of ladder anxiety. We should practice
I have that right now.
surrounds, by the way. It should be fun. You're trying, I think? Are you trying to surround?
I'm starting now. I made a move command hotkey, and I need to move command spam on him.
Yeah, at least 3 times. You try
At
to
least
get...
3... Oh,
Yeah,
why?
The first time you move, your units will go 300 range. The second time you do move left click, you go to 150. And the third time you go to melee.
Oh, that's very important information.
Yes.
At least 3 times.
Yeah, at least 3 times. And and basically many times. If you do it once, all your units will stop and stare respectfully. But you don't want to stare respectfully. You want to grab them by the balls. So you got to do kind of a loose formation surround. For instance, this priest is in the best formation for you to surround. If this was his enemy unit, you would take all your units and then you would start move spamming. And what would happen is that you would have a surround like this and nothing here. So then you would have to take this priest and move it to the right, to the left. I will show you.
I'm gonna show you. I have a follow-up question to someone like you that knows stuff. When I was a kid playing Warcraft 3, we had a lot of custom maps that trained you. Maybe even for a community that could be a good thing. Is there like custom maps out there where you just practice that stuff the whole time?
Yes, there is. Maybe for fun. I don't know if you want to try it, but we could try it together, or you could try it alone off stream with less stress. But I can send you that
I'm
map.
just gonna be terrible right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
Job's done.
Sometimes I even feel when you watch the high-level players, you guys even pull off surrounds with 4 units, which seems quite insane.
It's not actually that hard. You can do it too.
Oh, okay.
So basically, you have to surround north, east, southwest in this engine.
Yeah.
So I will move 1 unit to the left, 1 to the bottom, 1 to the right, and then 1 to the top. This part is the hardest because you can misclick. You see? Because of the 3D.
Yeah.
So one way to fix it is to move your camera like this. But that's a bit unnatural. So the usual way that people do it is you move past further and then press stop.
Okay.
Once they're all in position,
Yeah.
you take them all, and then you press the hold position. So that's a surround.
What if you don't press hold position?
If you don't press hold position, they will assume normal aggro mechanics, which means sometimes they will be shooting this unit over here, and then they will follow it.
Okay.
And if you
I'm learning a lot here. Okay.
Yeah, and if I do the following, right, you're trying to do move command. So I sometimes see you play over the last few days, and you do like this, and you don't really get the surround because these stop at 300 range. These were within the 200 range, so they go to the 150. So now if I do another move, the closest ones go to melee, and the outside ones progress to the second stage, which is 150. And now if I do move, I'll have 4 units really near, but they're still not in a surround. They need manual adjustment, like this, and then like this. Bam, it's done.
Okay.
So I did... So sometimes the units line up in the right way to do a surround, like this. But now it's not a surround, I think.
What is it now?
Yeah. So once you see it's not a surround, you finish it up, and then you press hold immediately afterwards. And now it's a surround again.
Okay.
But the problem is, if you stay on move command on a unit after surrounding them, is they won't be attacking. So the hold position doesn't just lock in the surround. You know those casino machines where you pull the one-armed pirate? Where, like the fruit machine, and then you pick like, okay, I'm gonna keep this
one. Every night.
You do it every night? Oh, condolences. So the hold position is like, hold this because it's good. So I'm gonna surround this brute. Okay. I'll just do it in a manual way, so it's not too fancy. I'm gonna surround.
I think I was watching your video last night in bed. You were playing Blade Master, and you pull a level 7 Super Ogre, and then encircle him, surround him. Sorry, and that's like really good because then he bugs out, and you just kill him easily.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna make a short about that soon. I hope it's gonna do well. But look, if you're moved on someone, they don't attack because they're following the brute. So anytime you do any kind of move commands on someone, you must follow up either with a right click, which would attack, or a stop or a hold, because stop and hold erase the move command, and then they revert to being allowed to attack. So when I show you the surround, part of the reason that we press hold is to wipe the move command, which has no aggro.
Oh, okay. I need to teach myself teach the brain, press that H, press that H.
Yes, if that's your hotkey for it. Okay, but yeah, I'll send you a map. I'll make a note now that I'm gonna send you micro map for surrounds, if that's something you want to try. It's much more time
Sure,
efficient
yeah.
than trying it in a full game.
That sounds great, because I always think of what do I need to learn right now to get 50 more rating, and if it feels like if you know how to surround, man, you're gonna crush people. I mean, if we saw Starbuck versus Happy today, just surround. The whole time.
And you don't even need to do it all the time or focus on it. Oftentimes it's better just to auto attack someone and Stormbolt, because the surround chance is low enough that it may not be worth it. So you just want to max damage. But at least if you Stormbolt surround someone if you Stormbolt someone that's very near yourself, and you've got units all around him, except on the east, most players in this tournament won't do anything. They'll just watch for 5 seconds, even though Bolt is 5 seconds, and then they let the hero walk away. And if you're the one that takes a unit and just closes the east exit, and now it's a surround because you understand northeast, southwest, then that's going to give you an edge, and it's worth it.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Gabish.
It's late for you. Do you want to end on that, and then maybe a future sesh after you've had a chance to practice with some win cons?
Sure, yeah, I'm an old man. This is the time I'm mostly in bed. Yeah, sure, why not? And I can watch you in bed play. What are you gonna do tonight? What are you doing?
I think I feel like doing some games as well, but oh wait, actually, no, I'm gonna make my acquaintance with Turin as well. So I think there's Turin coaching, and then I'm probably gonna do like an hour or 2 or 3 of playing by myself as well. And because I coached you, and then maybe later him, I'm gonna play probably human or undead.
I'd love to watch some human, yeah.
Yeah, I will play human if Turin is not available right now.
Nice. Okay, man. First of all, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate that. That's not something normal, and it was nice to go with you into the deeper levels of the psychology. That was nice. I like that.
It's super fun talking to you, and talk to you again soon. And it's been fun
Thank you so much,
fun watching you play, Tommy.
Thank you. All the best, people.
All right, peace out. Thank you. Bye-bye. Reveal so chat stop guessing. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, wait, what are you guys guessing?
Yo!
Grubby, why do you eat individually bagged strawberries?
Why not? They're freeze-dried. It's not Pokemon. Aww. Okay, guys. First, let's read the... let's do a little bit more stretching. And let's read the... By the way... the camp comment was a little... But to be fair, he plays Hearts of Iron 4. And they also have... they also have a German... Germany faction with Hitler and stuff. So... I mean, shit. You were all thinking it. I had to say it. I turned on one TommyKay video, and he said people that play Hitler and Germany are douchebags. So, fair enough. Fair enough. We were just discussing patch notes with Turin. Oh, okay. What patch notes? For which game? Turin Warcraft 3, Turin YouTube. Let me check out Turin's stream, see if he's waiting for me or anything like that. Is he live? Well, you were discussing patch notes with Turin where? Grubby, I thought you were talking about gulags, since Tommy mentioned Easter. I don't know. I don't really know what gulags are. Your Discord? Wait, my Discord? He's in my Discord? Yo, Tommy, thanks for the raid, man. Super fun talking to you. Super fun talking to you. Great questions, and happy to chat anytime. Thank you for your time. Welcome, guys. I'm about to announce who is going to be replaced in the event. No, not who is going to be replaced. I think most of you know that by now. No? Probably. It's T90! What? What? Who is the weakest link? No. First, let's take a look at the statement. Let's read it together. So, I guess I could just show our DMs because he showed them too. Make it bigger. And then I'll talk about who is going to be replacing him. So I got this message from him this afternoon, from T90. Hey, so I slept on it. Emotions have cooled off a bit. I'm definitely feeling like the right call is to step away from the event. Now, if you guys don't know context, T90 initially declined the invitation to the event, but then his editor, who he has been working with for 10 years on YouTube, said that it would be a really, really cool event to be a part of. And he was hoping T90 would take the invite. So he thought about it, he respected his editor a lot, and he decided to join because he thought it could be a really cool opportunity. But he underestimated a little bit the commitment that would be required. Can someone help me change my title to what I'm doing now, which is soon Turin coaching, announcing new participant, and then also playing some games by myself. This is a tough pill for me to swallow because another part of me says if I agree to play I should follow through, but I think following through in the right way is important to give your community and Warcraft 3 what they desire out of this. I really want to be fair to you and your community, so I'll take you up on your offer of bowing out early. I do want to clarify a few important things to you and your community if you wish to share them though. Yes, my editor did encourage me to play in this, and I may not have changed my no to a yes without his influence. But by no means was I forced to do this or do this just because he wanted. He pointed out a lot of the fun aspects that this brings beyond just Warcraft 3 the game itself, and I really did want to try out something new on stream, interact with you and other awesome streamers, and interact in front of other RTS viewers and gamers. I knew Warcraft 3 would be different, but I figured everyone else is also learning at a similar rate, and I saw the challenge inherent in that. What I didn't realize is how little time I would have to prepare compared to others. He means he's like partially busy with AoE 2, among other things. And like he started a little later because he was busy, this kind of thing. And just how different Warcraft 3 is than other RTS games I've seen. And this is partially true because Warcraft 3 is like heavy on battle, lower on macro and economy. In a way. There is the upkeep economy, but it's not the same as AoE 4. To be fair, when I went to AoE 2 and AoE 4, what I liked most about it is the heavy emphasis on multiple resource management and optimization. It's really fun, and Warcraft 3 doesn't have it. So I can see how that feels like less than. And he hasn't had a chance to organically discover how Warcraft 3 is more than in other ways. Due to a busy schedule, my first real time on the game was the 4-on-4, and I was under immediate pressure in front of thousands to get good as quickly as possible. It is true that this would be stressful for him and is unideal, but also I didn't force him not to prepare for it, right? Like he could have tried to find time to prepare for to at least set up his hotkeys and stuff and to understand like an opening build order. But if he's too busy, it is what it is. That's life, right? Like, and he still came to the 4-on-4, but it's not like our fault as the tournament organizer, right? He forced himself into that. So I'm not blaming him. He's not blaming, but he's just saying how he feels, which by the way is super valid. I was under immediate pressure. This is true, right? So what this did though is force me to break every rule I've ever given anyone when they start AoE 2. Find a love and appreciation for the game, civs, units on your own first, build from there. I was deep in builds and meta before I could even differentiate between certain units, sending peasants onto the front line like a dumbass thinking they were footmen, and the list goes on. You were explaining game theory to me, which I did love, but some of it didn't stick with me or I couldn't fully process it, because I was still fighting with other core basics. So instead of playing something I enjoyed and naturally learning over time, I instead tried to min-max on getting good. Small note about this, I switched to StarCraft 2 because Warcraft 3 was dying. There were no more tournaments. And I feel a semblance of what he's feeling here, that even though it is a self-imposed choice, I could have just gone and get a job in the real world, right? No one forced me. I wanted to do it. Even though it was self-imposed, that doesn't mean it's not valid when you feel what you feel, which is I didn't fully give myself a chance to organically discover a love of ST2 as well. I needed to get good early because I had sponsors and fans that relied on me. And I switched from being Warcraft 3 World Champ going into a game where I'm unproven. And that's scary and that's risky, right? So that's not the natural way of starting to learn a game usually. All I'm saying is, I get it. I understand how he's feeling. Adapt when you skip... Oh, and then when you skip enjoyment and self-discovery, and you are in fact not good, it's killer. I get it. He's top 100 in AoE 2, and he's not here. And when I first started streaming games that I was not very good at, it was very difficult to find my identity as a streamer. Because I had gotten used to helping people learn the games that I play. I play Heroes of the Storm. I was not pro, but I was pretty good. And I could make guides for people, and I was in the top 50 of the ladder. So I was good enough to teach people, and I also felt like I had a little bit of knowledge where I don't rely on backseating, and in fact, I'm good enough to know that most of the backseating was wrong. But in fact, HOTS didn't have that much backseating. So when I started playing a new game where I am not that, but I'm actually noob, something like Elden Ring, it's tough because suddenly the comfortable position that you've taken where your streaming style is to, you know, beat your opponents, be pretty competitive, teach people, it's not there. So what do you go to next? And if you haven't developed that skill, damn, there's so much drama around a minuscule event. No, it's not drama. There's no drama at all. A lot of people worry when there's a lot of words that therefore it's drama, but that is actually your own trauma because there is no fight here. You have a trauma about words because they've been thematically bad for you. Someone used words to swamp out your opinion, and that's the trigger that you're feeling. It's word trauma. A lot of people feel uncomfortable with lots of words. There's nothing wrong here. Okay, so it wasn't fun, and I felt kind of trapped instead of having a yearning to learn or adapt, which is key. I think this is super interesting because he's actually articulating himself very well. A final thing, when we were on call for training, I was very much aware that we were also putting on a show for fans. I was lost on how to entertain because I was in over my head. Until I fucked up, you called it content, and I leaned into my helpless feelings because I thought, well, helplessness is all I've got. Maybe being the Dumbo Clown is the best way I can provide content. Looking back, if I was a Warcraft 3 fan, I would have hated that behavior. Yeah, because fans will feel like he's not taking the game seriously. No, I get it. Actually, T90 is a nice enough person, entertainer, that everyone would be okay with him just not being good and learning the game very slowly. He has a lot of support for that. So this is more like his own discomfort with not being in a authority/knowledge position. We would have all been fine with it. People were not maliciously clowning on him. And I don't think he thinks that either, that people were doing that. It's just he didn't know how to act. He's not saying he didn't get support from you guys, by the way. He just didn't know how to be a streamer in this new position because he has been in AoE 2 for 15 years. And so again, I think he's articulating himself well. Nobody cares, Lamau. God, give me the patience. Okay, he's giving it to me. Great. Going on. And if I was a coach, like in your case, it probably got very frustrating. And Grubby, your tone was so full of ease and understanding that I wasn't even picking up on the fact that you were starting to lose patience with me and were getting frustrated. I only found out by watching your VOD later. Well, I didn't notice it either, because I guess I just kept it at bay. I was being as positive and informative as possible for him, while trying to fan a flame in vain. Fan a flame of love for the game. But it was in vain because he wasn't ready. And then at some point, I was like, just do it because I said so. Because he was sputtering so much. He was struggling. He was struggling every single step of the way. Just do it. And yeah, okay. So yes, I'm deeply sorry to you and the fans out there. I've seen a lot of people say I'm probably just an AoE 2 guy through and through, and maybe that's true. But I think I didn't really put myself in a position to enjoy the game from the jump, and the pressure made it worse. I get it. I'm really disappointed in myself because I should have been better. I think it's okay. He tried. I don't think he needs to be disappointed in him. At least I'm not disappointed in him. Like, it can happen, man. Like, he's been very transparent about all of it, which I really admire. He's not played any tricks. He did his best, just couldn't enjoy it this time around. Wasn't ready, tried it, and that's all fine. No drama. He doesn't need to apologize. But it's still very respectful of him to do it. But possibly it would be even more disrespectful to keep pushing forward if I'm not enjoying myself and someone else could be filling my spot. It's been so sick to see what the Warcraft 3 community is like right now, and I hope it continues. I'm really sorry to you and the community, and I appreciate your offer of resigning his position and understanding. I hope the rest of the event slays. Again, not needed, but super nice of him to say so. It's your show, dude. It's your show. You can say however it wants. Right, and so then I just responded, and you can read that on my Discord. But I'm not gonna get too deep into that. So T90 is out, which means I needed to find a replacement. Who is filling T90's hole? You're all wondering. I don't have like a trailer or something, but I can turn on some music. Hold up. This person has experience in Age of Empires 4, StarCraft 2. He was Masters in StarCraft 2. He was high rank in 2v2, 3v3, 4v4 in AoE 4. He has experience in a MOBA game. Not bad in a MOBA game at all. Dota 2. Our new participant, forced to be human to replace T90's spot, is Sing Sing. Sing Sing is a Dutch Dota and variety streamer. And we're very happy to have him. Super sick. He's gonna start practice tomorrow. Let's go. Welcome, Sing Sing. Experience in MOBA Ruffle, understatement of the year. I wanted to keep it exciting. He's gonna play as human, yes. I don't know who that is, but let's go! Guys, is there any clip that summarizes who Sing Sing is to those that don't know him? The interview. What's the interview? What is the interview? Is this safe for work? No, it's not. Okay, is it safe for my stream? Is there anything about Master Bears in the interview? Is there any Master Bear rush? Alright, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
I'm standing here with Esports, 1437 and Sing Sing. And hi. So, how are you spending your time in Seattle so far if you're not gaming?
Masturbating.
Sorry?
Okay then. Welcome, Sing Sing. That's great. Well, that was a long time ago, guys. That was 13 years ago. Was that real? Yeah, it was real. Understandable. Have a nice day. That summarizes him? I think so. Yo, let's go play some games, and I'll let Turin know that I'll be available later for some coaching as well. Yo, Turin, let me play some games first, and we do some coaching later. We need to play games because TommyKay wants to watch. TommyKay wants to watch me, but not making master bears. He's got his grappling for that. One must fall, yes, Jaren. Okay, I think I need to do a restart here. Did no one change my title? Or is my title not updating on my own screen? Yep. Mods didn't help. Sad. Okay. I understand. Have to do it myself. I tried to change your title, but it didn't work. Because you're not a mod. Okay, how do we say thank you and see you next T90? Welcome Sing Sing replacement into Tourney. Turin coaching later. Wait, it's Turing without the G. Like the city. What's this?
One of the contestants is the fucking Viper. What the fuck? Do you know who the Viper is?
No, I only know Dota Viper.
This motherfucker is like the miracle of Age of Empires.
Wait, but it's Warcraft though, it's not Age of Empires.
That's true. That's why I have a chance of fucking his ass.
Wait, how many people are participating?
What?
8 total.
Wait. I mean, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. It said 1 minute ago. Oh my god, it's very recent. Alright, here we go. Tommy might still be watching. An hour or two? Yep, either of those work. 1 or 2. Yo, do you have a build or... Wait, wait, hold on. Oh my god! What? Yo, I like that. I like that a lot. Hi, Chai. Thank you. Jumping on the table. Yeah. Thank you very much, Hi Chai. I appreciate that. That's huge. Thank you for the 100 gifted. Yo, we're in a game against Kevin. WC Dry. Here we go. For Tommy. Yes, for Tommy! Death! Here we go. For TommyKay life. Wait, is the Viper here? Did you see Sing Sing's clip?
Yo!
Love the W3 tournament sucks less than 3.
Yo, thank you, Ivel. We're coaching Viper tomorrow. At first, I didn't think he was gonna need much help. But then I saw Orc. But now?
Yo!
I think he deserves it. Yo, Sandakar, thank you, man. Orc coaching. Yeah, finally Orc coaching. Like I said, massive gay energy in this event now. I like it. Okay, wind conditions, wind conditions. He is Night Elf. I'm gonna Footman Scout just like...
Single-handedly reviving Dupsy 3 feels strong.
No, it's you guys. It's you guys. Couldn't have done it without you. I'm gonna Footman Scout just like TommyKay. And I'm gonna discuss what I see when I scout and what I don't see. I could also choose not to scout and then instead go for a very fast expansion. That would also be interesting. What is wisdom? I don't know. Let's go for a scout and a third farm. Third farm is the charm, as they say. 22 population, third farm, no tower. Gonna go for the spot. Control 1 on 5 peasants that become militia. This is control 2. Archmage almost done. Call to arms. Shift 1. Shift 1. Everyone in the group. Summon elemental. Rally ranks on Archmage. Summon elemental, then go in. We're looking. Tavern hero. Tavern hero. Beastmaster, okay. That's a pretty good strategy. Gonna go for another farm. I'm gonna go for an expansion. Do one more small camp. He has a lot of archers, so he has a chance to break towers that other heroes might not be able to. He's still tier 1. Prepare militia for the expansion. Send them now. Now this scout footman is no longer in a group, because we need our groups at home. So I have to keep looking. Don't want to travel far. He teched. That means he's not expanding. Don't want to get hit by archers. Let's get defense upgrade. Arcane tower. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. We're gonna go get dust and make an arcane. If this is a kill, it's a level up. Nice.
What is it?
Well,
What do you need?
We're gonna get dust and boots. We're not rushing the expansion.
get on with it.
Auto repair. Here's the boots. Need a little bit more gold for dust. Pretend I'm not chasing. Actually chasing. Sun Tzu's art of Grubby.
Yes, me
Okay.
lord. That's it.
He didn't come in from the side. We see it with the water elegiggle.
On my way. Right. Orders. Aye, my lord. What is it? Say the word. Aye, my lord.
Self-kill.
Research. Yes, my liege.
We have defense upgrade now. We can shove it hard in his face.
What? What is it? All right.
We wait for resources.
Know thyself, know thy enemy.
And you need not fear the outcome of 1,000 battles.
All word.
Well,
To battle.
what? Wait.
Yes,
What
lord.
is it now?
Off I go then.
Say the word.
Get on.
Say the word.
Forces are under attack.
What is it?
You need.
It's over. We won.
Yes, my
Just kidding.
orders.
To arms.
Say the word.
Well?
Orders.
You require my
Yes, my liege.
what?
Our forces are under
You
attack.
need.
It's a high-level bear.
Orders.
Get on.
Say the word.
Well,
On my way. Of course. Ready for action. What do you need?
what is it now? Get on.
Yes, me lord. Our
Yes, my
forces
liege.
are under
Aye.
attack.
For glory!
Glory, Frostaris.
What do you need?
Job's done.
Right. Attack!
Get on with it.
I can hardly wait.
You require my
Need a shop.
Our forces are under
Let
attack.
me at 'em.
Oh, he's going for all in. This is 100% all in.
All gold is required.
He's not getting
Say
anything.
the word. Of course. On my way.
what?
Yes, Yes, my liege.
Well?
Right.
You
Ready
require
to
my
Forces are under attack. Yes, my liege. Ready for action.
What is it? All right. Get on.
We have to kill his gold mine then.
What do you need?
You require my
It's gonna be hard.
What is it? Work.
Prepare for the follow-up step 2, which is back to 1 base.
Under siege.
What is it? Get on. What is it?
Ready for action. What do you need?
Well? All work. Get on. Yes, my lord. All right.
All go. Yes, my liege.
Well?
Yo! Orders.
What is it?
Say the word.
Good back.
Say
Job's
the word.
done.
Our town is
What
under
is
siege.
it? Right there.
Yes, my liege.
Job's done.
Ready for action.
What?
What do you need?
Job's done. Yes, job's done. All work.
All go. Forces are under attack.
All work.
Our town is under siege.
What is it? Yes, my lord.
Ready for action. Yes, my liege. On my way. Say the word. Attack! What do you need? Of course.
Get on. Ready to work.
We have a shop.
All work. All back
Say
then
the
done.
word. Aye, my lord.
You require my
Yes, my liege. Orders. Let me out. What do you need?
What is it now?
Our forces are under attack.
Job's done.
Upgrade gold is required. All gold
Yes,
is
well.
required. All gold ready for action. Yes, my liege.
You require my
What do you need? Aye, my lord. Orders. Upgrade complete.
well? What? What? Right here. You require my
Say forces are under attack. Of course. Say the word. Let me out. On my way.
Perfect. What is it?
This is not a full wall off, is it? Oh, it is.
Whatever.
I can hardly
Ready to work.
You need. Yes, ready for action. Orders. Aye, my
What
lord.
is it? All right. Yes, my lord.
Our forces are under attack.
What is it now? Fine.
Say the word.
You require my
You need.
Sorry, conversation is out the window.
Get on.
Our town is under siege.
What?
Ready for action.
work.
Yes, my liege.
Well? Imperi Prostaris
Yes,
Seda.
my liege. Attack!
My assistance? Yes, my lord. What is it now?
Upgrade complete.
What? Well?
Say the word.
For glory!
Our forces are under attack.
Right there. Off I go then. What is it now? What orders? Yes, my lord. Everyone else available. What is it?
Ready for action.
Good back.
Our forces are under attack. On my way. Yes, my liege. What do you need?
What is it now?
I can hardly
All work.
You need.
Yes, my lord. Perfect. Whatever. Perfect.
Our forces are under attack. Ready for action. Right.
Well, what is it now? You require my
Say the word.
All work. Get on. What? Right
Our
there.
forces are under attack. My liege.
Get on with it.
I can hardly wait.
What?
Ready
Yes,
for
my
action.
lord. What is it
now?
Job done.
Orders.
You require
You need. Say the word. Of course. Grubby! On my way.
Perfect. What?
Our forces are under attack. Yes, my liege.
Ready to work. Well? Yes, my lord. You require my assistance?
Say the word.
Well? What? Get on. What is it?
You need. Orders. Yes, my liege.
You require my assistance?
Say the word. Aye, my lord.
What is it? Well? Get on.
Orders. Right. Of course.
You require
You
my
need.
assistance?
Aye, my
Shit.
lord.
Perfect.
Our forces are under
What is it
attack.
now?
Say the word. On my way.
Get on. Yes, my lord. More work. Yes, my lord. Well?
What do you
You
need?
require my assistance? Job's done. Get on.
The hell? Looks like he has so many buildings.
You require my assistance? Ready to
I
work.
can hardly wait.
Job's done.
Well, what is it now? Well, whatever. Get on. Perfect.
Job's done. What is it? What all right?
Get on. Well,
Yes, my lord. What is it? More work.
what is it now? What do you need?
More work. What? Yes, my
Well,
lord.
you require my assistance.
What is it? Righto. Off I go
What is
then.
it now?
Yes, my
What
lord.
is it now?
Job's
Get
done.
I'm taking the loser camp.
Yes, my lord. Well, you have a target? What? You require my assistance?
All right.
What is it now? What does you require my assistance?
Wait till you see me in that.
Well,
Wait till you see me in that.
you require my assistance? What is it now?
Give me some.
Get on with it. Well,
Job's done. Yes, my lord. Job's done.
attack. You require
Job's
my
done.
assistance?
More work.
Fine. What is it now? Get on. What is it now? I'm your shooter. Well,
Aye. Go on, then.
get on.
I hope I can still get heal scroll invul. I do a little bit of pit stop. Hello.
I'm your shooter. Well,
Wait till you see me in that.
what is it?
A little bit of pit stop at this supply, but I'm gonna go straight over.
Aye.
I need it to be strong so I can do something on the map.
What ails? Wait till you see me in that. Research complete.
Get on. What? You have a target? You need. Aye.
Aye.
Well,
Oh, that was really bad.
Favorite streamer by far.
Oh shit.
Will you ever play WoW or Dota again?
Yes. I'm just gonna go over, who cares?
you have a target? Get on.
Coming through. Brilliant.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, cool.
On it off.
Wait till you see me in that.
Aye. You have a target?
Give me some. Put him away. I'm coming through. Brilliant.
You need.
Brilliant.
Nice formations.
Our hero has
As
fallen.
you say the word. Right. What is it? Well, aye.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, saved it with micro.
Well, what the morning?
What?
Perfect.
Oh, cool.
Get on.
Is someone injured?
Well,
I'm just gonna rebuy Mountain King in the middle.
My aid requires this land. What ails?
what is it now?
Yes, my friend. More work? Is my aid
Get on.
required? What ails?
Require my
What is
I don't have enough peasants to do anything fancy.
What is it
Yes,
now?
my friend. I can hardly is someone
What do you
injured?
need?
All gold is required. All gold is required. All right, wait till you see me in that.
Nice items on Mountain King.
What do you need?
See if this camp is still up. Probably not.
Is someone injured?
I know he has expansion, but I want to get Mountain King 3 first.
Is someone
So I'm gonna go to his laboratory. Hopefully it's still up, otherwise waste of time. Then I have to take the red spot to justify the time spent here. Okay.
What is it now?
wait till you see me in that. I am your servant.
I'm your shooter.
Yes, my lord. Wait till you see me in that.
That's a garbage item.
You have a target? What do you need? What in the line? You have a target? Take this all.
Is someone injured? Wait till you see me in that.
What is it? You need. Right.
GG! GG. Nice. Okay, let's take a look if he had expansion. Grubby, not on Orc, looks wrong every time. Love you. I know how you feel like. The identity is so... It's so entangled. New PTR update? Holy shit. Okay, cool. link it to me, and I'm just gonna look at this replay fast, and then we'll see.
Our warriors have engaged.
Just do that, bro. Just do that. Easy. Just do it, TommyKay.
Our sacred grove.
Did you see Lakari is talking about continuing War 3 after tournament last night? Holy. Then I want to play 2.
Keep playing this game after tournament? Oh, 100%. I love this game. I'm not gonna stop, bro.
That's awesome. But sometimes streamers say that when they feel that way at the moment, but they can change their mind later. Just keep in mind.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Just keep it in mind. It's not always follow up, and that doesn't mean that they didn't mean it when they said it.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
He played for 18 hours yesterday. Okay, I just wanted to see how long his expansion was up. Guys, when someone says that they have an addictive personality, does it mean that they get addicted to things? Or does it mean that people get addicted to their personality? Because I always feel like the linguistics of that phrase sounds like you should become addicted to that person. I know people use it as the first. I just wonder if it's secretly wrong. Okay, you guys are saying it's only the actual one that people use. Okay. Well, maybe I'm right.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
You are certainly addicted to Lucari's stream. Yep. I watched it on the projector last night. We have a projector that shines on the ceiling of our bed. So we both fell asleep to it. It's just he's always streaming, and he happens to always stream when I stop stream, so I watch. I would be watching any of them. It happens to be so romantic.
The great outdoors.
Sleeping with Lucari is crazy. It's not like you guys never slept with me. TommyKay just said he slept with me. You know how it is, these streamer clicks. He's so loud. Literally what I thought first time I saw Lucari. But that's before I knew his sensitive side. He's sensitive, genuine, authentic, intelligent, kind, grinding, passionate side. Okay, so he didn't actually have an expansion. That's the timing of his expansion. The timing is he doesn't have one. GG. When's your coaching sesh with Sing Sing? He only just entered the tourney. I have never, and I will not in the future either. Okay, I respect that, AJG. Everyone has a different behavior. Let's see, Turin. Let's aim for an hour. Okay, that means in 45 minutes from now, Turin coaching. Let's play more. Oh, no, wait. You guys said PTR. Let's do PTR. Someone have the link? What happened to Creel Office? He's one of those we lost. The lost boys. He went to get a life. So what is this? There was no better streamer to replace? Maybe. I'm sure you can find better than Sing Sing. Some suggestions? We can make a tier list. No, Sing is goated? Okay. I just believe whatever's the last thing I read. Sing Sing is content? Yeah, I think so too. He's fucking amazing? Yeah, I think so too. But I mean, someone disappointedly said, you couldn't find any better? Like, that's a little rude, bro. Okay, is there a new PTR patch or not? Can someone link it to me? Or do you think it's entitled that I wait for a link? Like, should I go find it by myself?
Yo!
You got baited? Okay, let's just keep playing then. Got one guide. Yeah, that's from 4 days ago. Nice. Guy just woke up from under a rock. The update is there, but they haven't updated the PTR list on BNet yet. Ah, there we go. Yo, thanks for the sub, Sova, Mup89, Cipher, Sandikar, Evil. Thank you guys. Maddie Inc., Hahanze, Betterino, Fortune Shines, Flux, Bastia, Double Decker, and Hassasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasasas Oh my god, it's Knopf. Okay. Okay, with my human. Should be good, should be good. Let's take a look. Human against orc.
What is it? Forward. Righto.
Oh no. Oh yes.
What? Yes, my lord.
No pala rifle. Promise.
Ready to work. Forward.
Luma, I heard Starbuck 4-0 focus with it. My first thought, why Tyler vacation?
Ready
Wanted to
work.
get
What? All right.
opinions.
Yes, my lord. Forward. What? Yes, my lord. What is it?
They plan to release 2.02 on April 15th.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Then.
I think Blizzard has a bit of a brain for content. Really? How do you know? Neo looking at the patch notes right now. So there are patch notes.
What? Off I go then. What is it? Job done. Job's done.
The update is now updated. That's interesting. Okay, we'll take a look after this game. I have to focus, guys. If this was a serious esports event only, I think that would be very disruptive, potentially. But because this is also partially a content tournament,
Yes, my lord. Yes,
I think it's actually kind of hype if they're playing on the new patch. We get to see them use the new changes, whatever they're gonna be.
all gold is required.
But it has a big impact on coaching if it's true.
Yes, my lord.
What do you need? Aye, my lord. Say the word.
What? All right.
Oh, I forgot Arcane Tower.
All right. Ready to work. Yes, my lord. All work.
Orders.
I can hardly wait.
What is it?
Well, yes, my lord. Hot tag!
What? Off I go then.
Our forces are under attack. What? The battle.
So I'm not scouting, because I feel like I kind of know how Knopf is gonna play.
Ready for action. Well? What is it now?
Ready to work. What is it?
We'll do some militia creeping
What is it now? Well?
Yes,
on this camp.
are under attack. Go then. What?
You require my...
Blade Master.
Ready for action.
All work. I guess I can.
What do you need? Well? You require my...
What? That's it. Yes, my lord. Right. No one else available.
He finished the Trapper.
All work.
Well? Say the word. Of course. Get on. Orders. On my way. What is it? What do you need?
I can hardly wait.
What is it?
You require my...
I lost one peasant to creeps.
Perfect. Orders. To arms! Right.
Upgrade complete.
Well? Say the word. Get on. Yes, my liege. What do you need? You require my assistance? What is it? What? Well? Ready for action. Whatever. Get on. Fine. Yes, my
Did I really not tech? Oh my god.
Right. You require my assistance? What is it now?
I can hardly wait.
Say the word. Let me out. Say the word. Get on. Yes, my liege. Well? What do you need? On my way. Now? Perfect. Orders. You require my assistance? Yes, ready for action. Well? Orders. Aye, my lord. What do you need? Attack! Say the word. Get on with it.
Yes, my lord.
Forces are under attack. Say the word. Right. You require my assistance? Yes, my liege. What do you need? Well? Orders. What is it now? Yes, my liege. You require my assistance? Say the word. Of course. Get on with it. Get on with it. What do you need? What do you need? Our forces are under attack. Yes, my liege. Aye, my lord. On my way. Right. On my way. Aye, my lord. Orders? Of course.
What is it now?
Say the word. Of course. Yes, my liege. Say the word.
Job's done.
What do you need?
Well?
Orders? Aye, my lord. Yes, my liege. Right. On my way. Right. Say the word. What do you need?
What is it? Get on. Well? What is it?
Orders? Yes, my liege.
You require my assistance. Can I help you?
Say the word.
Get on.
What do you need?
Well?
Say the word.
You require my
What do you need? Orders?
more work.
Ready for action.
Yes,
Yes,
my
my
lord.
liege.
Get on. More work. Yes, my lord. Job's yes, done. My lord. Well? What is it? Perfect. What is it? You require my assistance. What? Yes, my lord. What is job done? What? If you want.
Say
If
the
you
word.
want.
Aye, my lord.
Kaputte.
Yes, my liege. What do you need? On my way.
Well?
I can hardly wait.
Locked and loaded.
Get on.
Aye, sir.
What is it? More work. What is it? What?
You have a target?
Well? Perfect. What? Fine. Perfect. You require all right.
I have so many footmen.
Off I go then. More work. Get on. You require my assistance? What? What is it?
Yes, my liege.
What is it? Get on. Yes, my lord. All go. Well? Well?
Not sure what I'm doing. I mean, I kind of know what I'm doing.
What is it? Righto. Get on. Well?
Say the word.
Why Orc not skirmishing? Orc wants level 5 Shadow.
More work. What?
Level
Yes, my
3.
lord. Get on. Fine. What is it now?
Aye.
All right,
Get
you
on.
want
some? Wait till you see me in action.
Well? You require my Sit back. Job done.
Say the word.
What is it? What is it? Right. What is it?
Aye.
Get on.
Give me something to do.
He was here.
Yes, my liege. You need
What? What?
Yes, my liege.
Get on.
What ails you?
You require my assistance?
Give me something to do.
What is it?
Is
now?
my aid
Let's get
Job
info
done.
potion.
Is someone
What is it?
injured?
Yes, my lord.
Wait till you
Get on.
see me in action. Out of my way. I want
You
to
require my
forces are under attack. What's this? Aye. Wait till you see me in action. What's this?
What is it?
Aye. Wait till you see me in action. I'm coming through. You have a target?
What is it?
Not enough.
Perfect.
Not enough, man.
Perfect.
Yes, my friend. I am your servant. Feel my wrath. By the power of the light. Burn. What do you need?
Well? For glory! Get on.
What do you need? Wait till you see me in action.
Require my What is it? Get on. What is it now?
Aye. Brilliant.
Well? What do you require? What?
Right away.
You require my
Is someone injured?
Get on.
Not enough.
Well?
Wait till you see me in action.
You require my
Lock and loaded. Aye. Out of my way. Moving. I'm coming through. Death comes for you. Brilliant.
Get on with it.
He had like 4 Wand of Mana still? What is this?
Oh, well?
Give me something to do.
What is it?
Aye. Brilliant.
Get on with
Wait till you see
it.
me in
You
action.
require my
For Cosmogon!
What is it now? Fine.
Locked and loaded.
Get
What
on.
do you need?
Well? You require
Yes,
my
my
assistance?
What
More work. What is it
I'm
now?
your shooter.
I have 1 peasant on lumber.
Require my
Is someone injured? Be gone, spawn of
Get
darkness. Aye.
Well, yes, my lord.
Wait till you see me a match. Turn him away. I'm coming through. Turn him away. Give me some. Wait till you see me a match. Aye, Aye. Aye.
What?
Brilliant.
Yes, my lord.
Give me some. Aye.
What do you need? Hey, Daddy, you have a target? Well,
I'm your son. Give me some. Wait till you see me a match.
whoa, on back out then. Yes, my lord. On back out then. Well,
Wait till you see me a match. Give me some. What's that?
aye, sir.
Good luck.
I'll take care of it.
Wait till you see me a match. I'm coming through. Give me some.
What is it? Well, lock and loading.
Aye. I'll run him through. Wait till you see me a match.
You require my...
Give me some. Turn him away. I'm coming through. Brilliant.
What? Well,
I can hardly wait.
Wait till you see me a match.
get on.
Our hero is home.
I'm your shooter.
Our forces are under attack.
Lock and loading. What do you need? Well,
What ails you?
oh, word.
Good peasants.
Right, what is it now?
Is my aid required?
You require my
Yes, my
assistance?
friend.
What is it now?
Is someone
Get
eager?
on.
As you wish.
I'm your shooter. You require
Yes,
my
my
assistance? What? Ah, what do you need? For glory!
By the power of the light.
Burn! Good.
You have a target? Aye, sir. I've got the beast in my sights.
What do you need?
Time to go.
Kick down, Sparky. This better.
Our forces are under attack.
Do
Glory,
you require
Prostaris, Sedar.
If you insist.
You require my assistance?
Yo!
New PTR update online less than 3.
Yep.
Get on.
Help me.
What is it
Help
now?
you.
Get on.
Do you
You
require
require my
aid?
assistance?
Thank you.
Kick down, Sparky.
Well,
Help me.
you have a target? Well, what is it now? You require my assistance? Get on.
Will it be hot?
He used it.
Do you
Locked
require
and
aid?
loaded. You require
All right, who wants some?
Is someone
What is it
Kick down, Sparky.
Perfect. What?
This better.
Perfect. Well, what? Get on. What is
Will it be hot?
Get on. You require my
Aye.
locked and loaded.
GG. Nice. Nice game. Well played, Knopf. Knopf tried to do a Blade Master opening, which is very unusual, actually, against human. But I think he told me that he has a Blade Master opening that he likes against Pala Rifle. So I think he kind of tried to prepare for that. Really cool fight. Won by the Peasants round? Yeah, we won another game we shouldn't have because of a Peasants round. Oh yeah, I'll turn it on, the gifting channel. Yeah, he was hoping I was playing Pala Rifle. That's why he was like, it's okay, you can build Pala Rifle. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll go without it. Yo guys, another PTR patch update in the last 1.5 or 2 weeks or so. This is the third, marks the third one, and I've already been spoiled a little bit on it. Well, actually, it's right there. This is going to go live on April 15th, and it has a lot of interesting... It has a lot of interesting meaning, a lot of interesting consequences, because my Warcraft Streamer Invitational is happening on April 18th and 19th. This is happening 3 days before it. Now, if we were 100% in esports, bread and butter, we rely on our income for this tournament, we are pro gamers trying to scrounge by tourneys, I would say, wow, that's a little capricious to get a patch to go live. And they do say it's a plan, so I guess we could object. to it, maybe. Because they've been really reasonable, Blizzard, recently. They're looking a lot at community feedback and so on, and I really think they're steering the ship in a very good direction. But anyways, this is 3 days before, and it could be problematic for an esports event. However, we are also a content esports tournament. It's a bit hybridic, kind of like OnlyFans WoW. I personally like this. I think it's super pog, super exciting to have the tournament happen 3 days after the new patch. Because all those cool changes that we saw in the recent patches, some of them are going to make it in, some of them won't. We're going to see it on a big stage. It spices things up. Now, for these new players, the streamers, the game is new regardless. So for them, it's a little cruel. But I don't mind being a little cruel for them. First of all, they may not even notice the changes. Secondly, we will. There will be a lot to talk about. So I think it's exciting. And insofar as it comes to coaching the 8 respective players, this will have a bearing on it. If this goes through, we will have to prepare them and say, hey, this Pala rifle thing you're doing right now, probably not going to be that good 3 days before the tournament. And look at Dota 2, by the way. Very popular esports scene. Very beloved developers. They drop their patches whenever. Sometimes mid-final, sometimes a day before the tournament. I'm not saying it's perfect great, but for viewers, it's super exciting. There's many perspectives. The former pro gamer in me from 20 years ago says, how can you do this? But the event organizer here says, yeah, boy. Okay, with that in mind, let's go to the next step. There's also been a small update to the tournament lineup. If you want to read more about it, you can check my Discord announcement. T90 recused from the event. He was replaced by Sing Sing. Basically, time constraints with AoE 2 events, lack of time to prepare, and not liking the game as much initially because of the pressure and because it's kind of new to him. And we 100% don't mind. We forgive him for it, and I'm super grateful that he supported the event with invite accepted. I wish him all the best, and there's no hard feelings. And anyone that makes drama out of it, I will ban you everywhere that I'm a mod. Okay, so a lot of love to T90. He gave up his spot early on to someone else, and I think Sing Sing is very happy to be in the event. He just got announced. It says anonymous. Oh, it was anonymous, not anymore. He's going to replace, and he's going to play human and replace T90. Okay, back to the patch notes. Our biggest thanks to everyone who participated in the PTR and provided feedback. For any tournaments currently underway, it will be up to you to decide which version you will continue your tournament on. Right. Because I'm guessing they will update the previous patch to the PTR. Right? They could just flip which one is live. And then you could keep practicing. Cool. Items, slow. Orb version. Ayo! Ayo! Item slow orb version. Ayo. Changed to be based off of Shadow Strike. Aish. Instead of slow. Aslow. This is beyond my pay grade. I don't know what this means. Let's just move on. Vampiric Potion, no longer in the drop pool. Okay, I think that's probably safest. Same with Rune of Lesser Healing. Oh, perfect. Sentry Ward Vision. It was 1600 for item and Witch Doctor. It was dropped to 1000. 1000 was laughably small. And thought maybe it should be a little bigger, like 11 or 12. It's 12. I think that's great. I think that's great. Reverted Siphon mana range. So instead of from 800, 600 to go to 700 and 500, 500 being start range for Siphon and 7 being break range, they're going to keep it there for now. Maybe because they're worried about doing overly many nerfs to one strategy. And maybe they're going to address it differently. Let's see. Orb of Slow proc chance reduced from 30-15% to 25-10. 25 on unit, 10 on hero. It's no longer dispellable or stealable, the slow debuff. So before, I guess it was just applying a version of Sorceress slow. And now it's going to be like a actual hero-based effect, which makes sense. It now stacks with Sorceress slow. Oh, shit. What? That means 55 plus 25, 70%. And I guess, oh, it stacks because it's a different source. It really was Sork Slow. By the way, in case you're wondering, is there any precedent for this? Yes, there is. Not Obama. It is Frost Arrow from Naga also already slows with things like Dryad Poison. So there's already stacking slow in this game, unlike in HOTS. Okay. Holy Light cooldown increased from 5 to 5.5. I see. Holy Light cooldown increased. So the sweet spot between 5 and 6 is it? I think it can help. I think it can help. I feel like 6 was maybe fine as well. But this will still help. A 10% CD increase gives you a bigger window to kill Rifle or Blood Mage. Very often it was exactly that much time that made the difference between kill or not. Note the HUD does not support decimal cooldowns. Will display the cooldown as 6. Okay, I don't agree with it anymore. I think this is creative. It's a creative solution, but more creative would be to update the HUD that it could show it. That feels off. When it says the HUD, does it mean the cooldown timer that goes on the ability? Or does it mean them saying the cooldown is 6 seconds? Or do they even say it? Oh, it's just the number timer? Okay. Well, that's okay because it will start at 6 and then start like in the middle, I guess, of 6. As if it's half a second down. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Wait, this is the chance to proc. Don't get it twisted. Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait. Oh, okay. Thanks for correcting. Yeah, I made no sense when I said this. When I tried to add duration, proc chance to slow amount. That made no sense. Thank you, King Durastrix. My editor will cut it so that I sound intelligible and not confusing. Right? So, how does 55% stack with 55% slow? Does it mean that your total movement speed will be like 21%? I guess 21. Flamestrike mana cost reduced from 135 to 125. Okay. Wait, where are the banish changes? But I thought those banish changes were pretty good. Is this it? Full changes at the bottom? Oh, okay. All right. So it's all updates. Those are unchanged still in... Okay, we'll go to the full changes soon. We'll just look at the updates now. So the banish is still 420 cooldown. Okay. Flamestrike mana cost reduced from 135 to 125. I think that makes sense. Defense deflection chance reduced. Okay. I saw a Reddit post that said, by the way, don't take this for gospel. I saw a Reddit post that said that 3 Asian pro gamers felt that defend on the net could be buffed. Like it could be in a buffed state if released, as previous PTR note said, which is cheaper, faster, but weaker. Some people felt it's a buff because of the timing advantage. Might be true. Might be true. This makes it weaker. That would support their position. But I don't have enough opinion on it yet because I haven't tried it. Orb of Lightning damage against... And by the way, I think I'm going to do show matches with Knopf tomorrow night where we try PTR. I will try all 4 races and he will play Orc. We're going to do some show matches because it's good for me to try the PTR and kind of show some of the changes and learn them. Because it's 10 days till the patch, so if something is wildly out of whack, I hope to offer feedback on it, and hopefully Blizzard gets to see it. Orb of Lightning damage against summoned units increased from 150 to 200. Okay. I need to see it with all the other changes in the list below. I'm just going to keep going through it. Wind Riders are slower by 10. This is with them being 3 pop, I believe. Or 3 pop XP worth, not 3 pop. I feel like Wyverns are already pretty slow. Sentry Ward Vision also 1200 for Witch Doctor, okay? Next, Night Elf. No more 80 lumber for Hunter's Hole. No more reduction for Nature's Blessing. No more Moonstone becomes 35 or 45 or anything. It stays at 30. No more Mountain Giant is 6 pop. It remains at 7. However, upgrade Moonglaive cost increased from 100, 150 to 125, 175, plus 50 total. Moonglaive research time goes from 35 to 60, but they're keeping the heavy armor component. They really want us to try that out. And in order to make them feel or seem less oppressive in mobility and catch and creepjack and murder in offense, they make them slower so that they become slightly less of that and slightly more of a regular tank when they get it. And Chimera from 250 to 270 instead of from 250 to 290. So before they listed 270 to 290, but the real speed was 250, so it would have constituted a plus 40. But they meant for it to be plus 20 move speed. I think that's okay. Undead, reverted ritual dagger, charges and cost. Cripple mana cost reduced from 100 to 90. Is it only 90? That's so cheap. It used to be 175. It's only 90? Did you know that you can get negative auto attack damage if you get Howl of Terror on you and Cripple? You actually start hurting yourself. Please use Necros already. Yeah, they feel really good. Melon incoming. I should try this. They're begging people to use it. This is crazy, okay? Frostworm, air attack now has an area of effect. Oh my god, it never did? I didn't even know. Did you guys know? I thought Frostworms just have an area attack. I didn't know it only applied to ground. You didn't know that? No, I didn't know that. I'm not some Frostworm master. I knew it since the beginning. Prove it. Yes, I was mad about it like 15 years ago. How are you doing now, Ivil? You could have been VIP, Excalibur, instead of mod. This splash damage will only affect enemy air units. Yeah, of course, of course. And wait, does it slow all the enemy air as well? It's damage now. It means it also slows all the air. That makes them significantly better against enemy air. We might get some worm rash soon. I feel a worm rash breaking out. Frostworm ground attack splash damage will no longer affect air units. Right, you have to at least pick. Frostworm ground and oh my, this one is huge. I will say their range is utter garbage at 300. It looks like Dante's is back on the menu, boys. Dante's meta. Yo, wait, let me send this to him. 1 sec. Okay, disease clouds spawned on Abomination Death no longer have collision. Wait, what? There's no way you couldn't walk over Abomination disease clouds. There's no way. It always had collision? Until now? I mean, I need to test this. I'm sorry, but there's no way that's true, right? Surely. It was small? Am I learning things from Blizzard about Blizzard's game? You never noticed walking around them? No, but I did that because I don't want to get sick. Of course. So, if a lot of abominations die in a small area...
My life for Nazul.
Then it becomes impassable terrain.
I wish only to serve. Maybe to summon upon blights. Where shall I look? Not say summon like that. Maybe summon. Summon is complete. Summon is summon.
That's crazy. What the fuck? Oh, dude, what is this? What? Oh my god! That's terrible! Coded as a unit, by the way. I didn't know! Should I even be coaching anyone? I don't believe this was always there. Yeah, it probably is a recent change. It's probably a recent change.
Research complete.
I think so. Well, thank God they're finally changing this. This was really ruining my game experience. No, but for real, great change. Good stuff. Yeah, it must be true for meat wagons as well. It's great. No, I think this is great, guys. This is fantastic. Okay, all changes. Okay, what is the grand sum total of the changes? So the sentry wards are going to be 50 health, 1200 vision and magic immune. Healing wards have 2 charges as an item. The radius has been shrunk by 10%. Healing wards are magic immune, still have 5 health. And stasis wards are going to have... These are items, of course, okay. Ring of Protection 4 is gone. Now it's 3. It's cheaper. Backpack shop requirement is removed for all races. Orb of Dorkiness now summons level 2 dorks. Ancient Django of Endurance and Doomhorn are better than before.
Disease Cloud. Didn't get it.
Yeah, Disease Cloud is coded as a unit that has collision. So you cannot walk to the center of the fart cloud. But they're gonna remove that so that you can walk through fart as much as you like. Orb of Fire is replaced with Orb of Slow, 5 damage, 325 gold. Orb of Slow has a chance to proc on units and heroes. And it also applies attack speed and movement speed slow. And it stacks with slow. And it's undispellable. Okay, Flame Strike now costs 10 mana less at any level. Oh! Wait. Oh! Only this is removed. So the range doesn't go down from 600 to 500. The range remains at 600, but it breaks at 700 instead of 800. Ah. Okay, that's good. That's a good middle way. I think that helps a lot. It felt freakishly far away that you actually had to walk. That seems fair. I like that they're not destroying Pala Rifle or Blood Mage. And they're even giving something fun back in return. But dealing with it in really small steps. I like it. It might still be strong, by the way, the build. With 5.5 second cooldown Holy Light and Siphon break range minus 100. But they addressed 3 things in small ways. Banish, Siphon and Holy Light. I think it's good. Very small ways. Good. Good change. Militia armor and then the defense changes. Slow a little shorter, invest further, heal further. This is a big buff. Nerf. Okay. I don't think this dumpster's human. They get some cool fun toys. It deals with a problematic strat. While making sorceresses a little bit more fun and heal and priests be better and less snipeable. Might promote one base play for human against undead. With Archmage, Mountain King, Rifle Priest. I don't know. Not if the undead fast expanded, I guess. Or maybe. Maybe it will. Well, it depends. We'll see. Human still strong? Yeah, I think human is still strong. Nor should they be made weak, by the way. We don't want one race to be made weak to be punished for some form of perceived or real hegemony during some period of time. Don't want to dumpster things. Baby steps. While having some creative things as well. Can humans still deal with Farseer harass? Barely changes, right? Orb doesn't play into it. This doesn't play into it. 1 armor less on Militia. Defend doesn't really come into play for Farseer harass. Defend is an aggressive option, not defensive. It's a way to push headhunters into the base and to also attack burrows. Nothing changes for Farseer harass, pretty much. Orb of Lightning will do 50 more damage, aka 33%. Mirror Image cooldown from 3 to 5. Great Hole build time, minus 5 seconds. Wind Rider gives 25 less XP, 60 instead of 85. Venom Spears does 75 damage over time instead of 100. Wind Riders are slower by about, what is that, 4%, 10? 3-4% slower. The magic immunes that we talked about for all this stuff. Stasis are now 25 health with magic immune, but smaller and less long stun. And Torrents have resistant skin, but get more expensive. Why did they nerf Wind Rider? Wind Rider Venom Spear is strongest against Undead, so this is a change to address to help Undead take less poison damage from Wind Rider Tier 3. Wind Rider Tier 2 currently don't have much play in any matchup, Human, Elf, or Orc. And in those moments, Wind Riders are seen as flying XP tomes, and that's what this is supposed to address, to allow some Wyvern play. But if Wyverns are going to be like really dominant because of it, which I really doubt, because losing Wyverns, even though they give less XP, is still game losing. So, arguably, I would say, okay, real talk. If I'm making Wyverns against human, I'm either winning the game without losing any, or if I lose any, I lose the game. That's pretty much how Wyverns work right now. And it's partially because they are a gargantuan expensive unit that is really fragile and relies on momentum. So you must get 2 new ones every time and then overwhelm someone and take out their anti-air before it can take out you. And if that works, you cheese win. And if it doesn't, there's no future. There's never been a future. So they don't get as many levels from you, which makes maybe 1 or 2 Wyvern feel like more of an okay investment. But I don't think there's going to be Wyvern builds against human or elf because of this. Because losing them is still bad. And now they're slower, which means they're easier to be caught by Rifle, Elegiggle, Mounted King, Archmage, Stormbolt, Dryad Archer, Hippo, etc. So I think Wyverns overall are getting nerfed, even though this is a buff to Wyvern mass. Ironically, this will help Orc most against Undead, because it's the only matchup where we're making them, whereas this is against this is helping Undead against Orc, and this is helping everyone against Orc Wyvern. So I think Wind Riders are going to be garbage still, despite this. This Torrents are going to be really good, but very expensive, but really good. We're getting closer to Mountain Giant cost now than to... No, that's not true, is it? Almost closer to Mountain Giant than to Knight. But resistant skin without upgrade is huge. Torrent could be really good. Orb of Venom damage per tick reduced. Good change. Orb of Venom is broken. Keeper of the Grove strength, they kept it. It's fine. Treant's attack cooldown reduced. Treant's attack faster. Personally, as a Keeper enjoyer, I don't think this is needed. I think Keeper is quite good already. Keeper is strong and weak, not because of these things in my opinion, but it's strong and weak depending on whether enemies will get Dispel early enough. That's what it comes down to in my opinion. Wisp lumber gather, they're gonna stick to this. So wisps will gather 15% more lumber the entire game, which is gonna give you like 100 or 150 bonus lumber during your tech to tier 2. It's big. This is gonna buff elf a lot. For me, it was hardest to get my elf to 2200 MMR from the 4 races. My main is Orc. Human and Undead, it was really easy. For elf, I struggled. I had to study. For the human Undead, I just did it. But I did get it to 2200 now. Does that mean elf is weaker? It's really hard to say. Everyone has their own aptitude. And mine might be more in the orcs and less in the elves. Or more in the human or less in the elves. So I don't know. Upgrade. Moonglaves now changes Hunter's armor type to heavy. This is a very exciting change. This is going to be very fun to try to use. Heavy armor Huntresses could dumpster piercing ranged. Could be very map control heavy. Luckily, Ultravision is no longer tier 1, because if this was true, you first dominate with Ultravision in tier 1 and then tier 2 heavy. Exciting. Look, this might be broken. It might be really broken. My prediction is that it is. Blizzard's prediction seems to be that it isn't. We'll see. We'll see. I don't mind who's right. I think this is exciting. Chimera movement speed increased by 20. Vorpal Blade upgrade. You know what? This is decent, but I think glaive throwers need one more thing. I think they need to come out maybe 5 seconds faster. They're really slow to produce. Undead. Wand of Negation charges is 4. It's single target. Single target dispel. So, who is this going to help them with most? This doesn't kill a wolf level 1, but it gets it really close. It does less than half damage to a water elemental, but it can be passed back and forth, and it's on a 5-second cooldown. This is pretty good on water elemental, and treant, and entangle, and so on, but it's a tier 2 item, right? I don't know. I've never used this item, pretty much. How much does it cost? I think it's 150 for 4 charges that does 4 dispel single target. This is fantastic on Hex. Getting 4 instead of 2. Am I wrong to think that this helps more against Hex than anything else? I think Wand of Negation new effect is on 0-second cooldown. Really? It's 150 gold. Entangle, yes. If they go for it. But I think because of this they don't. But Orc often does go Hex. Regardless. Because they have to. And it comes out at tier 2. Which makes it more in line with... Ritual Dagger healing more. Frost Nova range reduced. Good. This one... just better? I feel like it was really good already. Carrion Swarm damage more is fine. Dreadlord is a tough hero to make. Because there's so many good choices. Unnecessary, but fine. Burrow faster research time. Okay, cool. That makes Fiends a lot better. 15 seconds faster on Burrow is huge. You could save some units with this. Garg slower. I'm not 100% sure on the theory behind this. I think it's to help Night Elf against Undead. Mostly. It will help Undead against Orc as well. I think that's fine. Honestly, my belief... I think at low to medium level, Undead is the weakest. Then Elf, Orc, even. Then Human. I think, roughly. Undead's hard to play. I'm not sure sometimes which one's better at low to mid level. Elf or Orc. Like Orcs look really like bozos on low mid level. But then Elves, so many things can go wrong with their economy and Ancient of War creeping that they're also mistake prone at low to mid level. Yep. Sounds good, Spell Eater. Almost done. Cripple mana cost, anti-magic shield for Banshees, no longer collision. Yeah, we've seen this. Rain of Fire, range increase, drain life, can now give life to a friendly. I don't think this is going to be meta breaking, but it's quite fun. And then creep changes. Cool. Interesting. April 15th. I think it's exciting. I wonder what the contestants think about it. What do the players of the Grubby Invitational think about it? I wonder. The Warcraft Streamer Invitational. I think it's cool. Yo! Throw them into the fire. Throw them into the arena with new changes. Are they even aware? I think they're going to be aware. Do you know if all these changes will go live as they are? No, it's just new changes in the build. They didn't say it's... Look, they said it's a work in progress and subject to change. So it's not guaranteed. They want you guys to test. I know most of you are not going to do it. But I'm going to try and make a big step in it by showing some changes tomorrow together with Knopf. We're going to do some PTR matches tomorrow. Okay, cool. I will take a 1-minute leg stretcher and then I'm going to coach Churin. This patch will screw up contestants' prep. Most of what they will learn is fully transferable to the new patch. These are like little minutiae. Nobody practiced with Orb of Fire yet, so it's fine. Damn, now my builds aren't viable anymore. Aw, the Viper. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I'll try to help you with it tomorrow. Why is Grubby taking his headphones with him? No, I wasn't. I sat down in my singlet today, then I wore my headset, then I wore my shirt. Because I was a little late. Wait, am I wearing them the wrong way? Wait, why does it feel weird? Oh wait, my head is weird. Okay, I guess it always feels that way. Any chance for a replay review? No, I must dedicate my efforts towards the participants of the tournament.
Yo!
I'm a custom game Mandy in this recently released game, but I greatly appreciate all the ladder games and tournaments. Thanks for the great content. Grub.
Yeah, nice, man. Thank you, Hugo, for this. Hugo, for this. My pleasure. Thank you. Lakari is studying Ampi's Panda. Oh, sick. Grubby, what do you do for a living? I'm a hand model. There's a lot of call around these parts for hand models. Recently, I had a bit of a career switch because my hands aren't getting any younger. But as it turns out, there's still a lot of call for it, even with dirt under the nails from gardening. Because they need that too for these kind of, you know, advertisements that I work on. But I moonlight with some streaming. It's a young man's industry normally, but my hands, I've kept them in good shape. Lots of moisturizer.
Yo!
Been watching for years. Thanks for all the awesome games and long time War 3 play.
Hey, thanks, Eroth. My pleasure. Okay, Turin time.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Turin, long time no here. What's up, man?
Yeah, it's been a couple days, man. Life's good. How's everything going for you?
It's great. I think back fondly of our Dune Spice Horse time. Is that where we got to know each other in Dune Spice Horse?
Well, we played at Direct Strike. We did some Direct Strike action as well.
Oh, yeah.
That was my first time on War 3 Champions, and then we did some Dune as well. And I think we may have encountered each other in Age of Empires at some point. We were like playing around the same time. You were training with Viper.
Oh, was it 2v2 or 1-on-1?
It might have been some like 2v2 or team game or something. I don't know, but yeah, I'm kind of old. I had a lot of concussions in high school, so my memory's not the best to be.
Wait, were you like a varsity football type of dude?
I played football for 8 years. I did track and field, a couple other sports as well. Yeah, a little bit, but yeah, it's not worth it, man. You know,
Cool.
Just like seriously, all the concussions, like it catches up with you.
Yeah, so
But,
it's
yeah.
true. It's true what I saw in the Not Another Teen movie, where every time they got a concussion,
dude,
there was
I
like a
love that
time limit. It's so good, right?
I love that movie, dude. Oh, it's so good. Are you a fan of those like early 2000s like comedies like Beer Fest and Not Another Teen Movie and all that kind of stuff?
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
It's so good, dude. Yeah, we're around the same age, right?
I'm
Yeah, I think
38
I'm
here.
36.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, 36. Yeah, so we're in the ballpark. We could have been in high school.
Yeah.
I think who's the oldest player competing in the event?
I don't. It might be Tasteless. I didn't check because I didn't want to, age shame anybody. But it might be him. I think he's probably about my generation.
Now, this is something I've noticed in professional StarCraft, right? So like highest level StarCraft, I find that like the players get put out to pasture to retirement home a little bit earlier than they do in Warcraft. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, it's kind of true. In StarCraft, you have a choice. Do you want to go over 300 APM and have a 5-year career, or stay under and stay longer? So for those that seek to embrace greatness, well, they burn young and they burn briefly.
Yes. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You would say like Warcraft isn't as like APM intensive, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it definitely went up. Like when I started competing, my APM was like 150 and I was slow with that.
Okay.
Like 140, 150. As time went on, during my 7 years of competing in Warcraft, it went from 150 to 285. So there was definitely growth as you see that other people are faster. Some people are 300-400, but it was never necessary for me to make that many clicks because not all of it is effective.
Understood. Yeah, so just like more focused on optimal APMs and all that goodness.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool, man. So
Yeah.
I need some pointers with Undead. I played a lot of Warcraft 3 as a teenager from like, when Reign of Chaos and Warcraft 3 came out and Frozen Throne, a lot of 2v2s. So I have like experience of like ancient forbidden meta from like the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I've been running into some tricky matchups. So I have a document here, whatever you think's best. If you want to jump into, if you have like a plan or a structure, how you'd like to do some coaching, that'd be great. But I also put together like a document with all the matchups on it and some questions I had. So whatever's best for you, whatever you think would be the most efficient.
It will be great if you take points on this and lead me where you want me to go. And we can always delve into other tangents.
Okay, sounds good, boss. So let me switch the perspective here.
Yep. Shall
also,
I watch your Discord stream that you can stream to the channel? Then it's
I can do that, or I can just put it on my main stream if you want to do that. Whatever's best for you.
Yep. I'm on your main stream. There will just be like a 3-4 second delay, which could be a little faster through Discord.
Sounds good. All right, let me just lower the game volume here. It's like blasting in my ears, so just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Does Warcraft 3 Champions have audio? Like audio features, like in the menu there? It does, right?
What do you mean by audio features?
So like the menu music is like blaring in my headphones right now.
So how it works, the first time you boot W3 Champions, it launches a hidden Warcraft 3 that's open on the background invisibly. That's the one that plays music. After you get out of a game and you go back to Dub Champs, there's no more music then. I don't know why on the second time there isn't, but yeah, it's the first boot.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I think we're all set. I did not know about the hidden client. Okay, that explains a lot. I've been like struggling to try to get this to show. All right, so let me go ahead and go into Discord, or let me put it on the main stream and see. A little delay shouldn't be too big of a problem.
Okay.
It's just a Word document, so.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. So let me know when you got that up, boss, and we'll start taking a look. Okay, so my initial build order for Undead, and I figure this is kind of ubiquitous with most matchups, is I've been going Crypt, Altar, Ziggurat, and then I push 5 Acolytes after that, and then Shop. Is that more or less like an accurate build order for Undead, or should I be going Altar, Ziggurat into Crypt? What are your thoughts on that?
Yep, this is generally, you're going to be using this pretty much every game. Before we go on, some people that are chat hopping from your stream believe that you might have the wrong microphone source in Discord, that you actually usually sound cleaner than the kind of echoey mic that we're hearing.
Yeah, that's what it might be coming from my my webcam. Let me fix this real quick, boss.
All good.
Pretty terrible technology. Okay, let's see here.
But yes, the build order
Voice.
looks clean. You make the 5th acolyte in order.
Oh yeah, it's totally using my bad mic. Oh god, I'm such an idiot.
Okay, that's a
I
lot
was
better.
wondering. I was on your stream the other day, and I heard my voice. I was like, "Oh God, what is that?"
Yeah.
Right. Input. Okay.
This is great.
How does it sound now? Is it better?
Yeah, it sounds much better. You sound human now.
Oh my God, yeah, dude. It's like I have like a potato webcam mic from like 2012. That is what I'm using for the stream. So yeah, that's okay. I think we're good now, right? Thank you guys for the save. Okay. So back to business, Grubby.
Yep.
We have the initial build order.
Yeah.
Is that more or less accurate? What do you have to say about Undead starting build orders? You know, any feedback here is great.
Sure. There is a build where you go Crypt Graveyard as an opener. Oh, I hear myself a bit now.
Okay, let me put the I was just plugging the headphones on here. I'm probably of all the people in your event the worst with technology. So yeah, bear with me. Okay, I think we're good now. You shouldn't hear yourself anymore.
Yeah.
But the meta build order first, before we get into the craziness.
Yeah.
I usually see the Crypt Altar Ziggurat push to 5 and then shop. Is that more or less accurate?
Yes, this is meta, and all other builds are old meta that almost no one is doing anymore. So I could regale you with stories of metas past, but perhaps not super necessary unless you want to throw out something quirky later.
Okay. So this, I think for the sake of just like efficiency and focusing and trying to trying to climb with something strong, I'll probably just stick with this. So yeah, I remember back when I was playing when I was like 14, I used to do this build order where I would get like an early graveyard, so Ziggurat, Altar, Graveyard, then Crypt, and just start instantly into Fiends.
Yep.
But yeah, obviously that's probably pretty terrible. But
that was the build, Instant Fiends. I lost to it in 2003 from a guy called Ducky, Singaporean player, and I had to ask a Korean undead for help how to beat Mass Fiends early. So it was definitely the shit recently, but 22 years later, it has fallen into obsolescence, sadly.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, so we'll stick with this build order. I've started doing this the past couple games I played today and last night at like 4 a.m. I got a couple matches in. I've been using this build order. It seems pretty good.
Yep.
So now I wanted to get into matchup specific stuff. We have human first. So here's my more or less the game plan I'm going to be executing. And let me know if it's just stupid or if the army comps need some changing. But basically, if I see a read on Pally Rifle, so I scout, I see Pally Rifle coming, I go Crypt Lord, fast expand with heavy entrenchment. Just like turn that expansion into like a Helm's Deep, right? So I get towers, I get a Nubian, a Spirit Tower. And then I basically just kind of defensively creep and sustain my expansion into tier 3, into Mass Frenzy Ghouls statue with a Crypt Lord, Death Knight, and Lich using Orb of Corruption.
Who are you going to put the Orb
I find
on?
that the Orb on the Lich for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the Claws of Attack, the gloves, all those kind of items on the Lich. The idea being with this is that I found when I was going Death Knight with Lich, which is the old school kind of classic, right? Like the Pally Rifle just mitigates that burst damage so effectively against good players. I was struggling to kill anything. Whereas with the Mass Frenzy Ghouls and like the Impales, I find that I can split the DPS a bunch like across their whole army, and they can't mitigate it as much with Holy Light. Is this the right direction, or is this just kind of like insanity and just terrible? And is there something else I should be doing?
Yep, I think you're on the right path. I would do the exact same thing against Pally Rifle. Fast expand. Like even before Pally Rifle became popular recently, like a year ago or so, some people were doing it, like the quirky off-meta guys. Now everyone's doing it. The answer has always been fast expo. And the races that struggle with this build is the ones that can't fast expo. It's not a guaranteed win, not by any means. Pally Rifle players still have options, but I do believe it's correct. And upgrades on ghouls can be nice as well, like attack and armor upgrades.
Understood. And so in this situation, I have my Crypt Lord, I have my Death Knight, I have my Lich, right? We're in a late game fight. I have Frenzy Ghouls. I have a lot of them. What other support units do I mix in? Or am I just going straight Unga Bunga and just like mass ghouls, right? I want to mix in maybe a couple statues for sustain, and do I want Destro there too? Like what else do I use to supplement that? Or is it just Unga Bunga mass ghouls?
Yeah, so you could get destroyers which can remove Banish, but in a way Banish is something that you can use against them because nuke them. Okay. You can also add 1 or 2 abominations. A-bomb with Disease Cloud is not a unit that needs to be massed. You don't need to go mass A-bombs. But if you have 1 or 2 and you disease everyone, it's really good for the follow-up fights because of that 180 damage over 90 seconds. 180 damage over 90 seconds.
Copy that. Okay, so that's good. That was actually a question I had for you. Is like, do I want to mix an A-bomb? So okay. So the tech is ghouls,
and
destroyers, and A-bomb, 1 or 2?
I think you want the destroyer tech ready. How about you phrase it, make destroyers available, but only morph if necessary. Let's say if he turns on a Book of the Dead, Scroll of Protection, Scroll of the Beast. Scroll of the Beast is worst case scenario. You could lose a fight that you would normally maybe win. So that's where maybe a destroyer could come in.
Okay, so have it on standby in the back pocket in case they have, maybe they're going to check into some weird inner fire or something like that. So maybe having it in the back pocket there. Yep. Okay. So that makes sense to me for Pally Rifle. I've had mixed success on ladder. I played some people around 1350 who I was able to, contend with. And then I also got smashed by some higher level guys. So probably just needs repetitions. The hardest part is, I feel, defending the first initial push coming at the expansion. But
the 7, 8, 9 minute timing or so with Blood Mage.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's really tough. But I find if I'm really like egregious with the tower spam, like I have like 3 of them, I can usually hold it. But yeah, it's still dodgy. So the next one is if standard Archmage, right? So not everybody is doing Pally Rifle. I do still run into a fair amount of Archmages. This feels a lot easier to me than Pally Rifle. Still not easy. Human feels very strong in general. Am I crazy in thinking that Human is very, very powerful right now, or is that just tinfoil hat?
I think Human is maybe a little bit more powerful than the other races, but the percentage isn't that big. It is very hard to manage because matchmaking has a self-auto-correcting mechanic where those that play a stronger race will go up in MMR, and therefore their win rate will also equalize to 50%. So it's really hard to know who's the imposter at your MMR and who's not.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's good to know about War 3 champs. And speaking of, man, War 3 champions. So I was just a BattleNet gremlin. Like I would just jump on and play some BattleNet games, but when you first get into Warcraft 3 champions, dude, and they're having you go fisticuffs with like 1500s, the initial placement games, they start you there. Man, that is savage, dude. That is really savage. But it does get you to your elo quick,
It does, yeah. Like a little bit bad experience on the first games, but then doesn't take too long to get to where you belong. And are you noticing the style is different?
Yeah. War 3 Champions is way sweatier, dude. Just pools of sweat. In BattleNet, you get like a lot of random stuff. And like one game, you'll play a guy with like 8,000 games played. And the next game, it's like a brand new player. It's inconsistent, which is probably the worst part about practicing on BattleNet, which is why I'm happily over on Champs now. Yeah. Sweatier and better matchmaking for sure. It's very sweaty though. Like you're seeing BattleNet, like people weren't really body blocking much. There wasn't a lot of the really sweaty stuff. But Champs, you get there for sure.
Hey, Turin, did you make a document like this when you beat me in Dune Spice Wars?
No. You see, the thing is that, like, I had just been playing a lot of Dune Spice Wars. Like, I had already played in tournaments and different things like that. So it was just, it was just an experience difference. That's all it was. But yeah, no, I haven't made a document like this since college, but, we're taking this seriously. So
you put icons too. Does that make the
professors
put
little
happy?
Icons. It's fun, Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
So we have the Crypt Lord fast expand against Archmage. I just love that build. I feel like for like a crusty person with hand problems like myself, just getting a macro advantage like really helps me carry a lot of games.
What are the hand problems again?
Oh, dude, I've had surgery on both hands and both elbows with nerve issues.
Oh my god!
And
from sports,
I have
an
autoimmune. So I have an autoimmune disease which basically attacks my wrist tendons. So my like flexor tendons right under my thumb is just like excruciating pain every day, basically. So I have to like take these like autoimmune suppressants to keep it in check. So I can only play like 10 games a day. That's the problem. Maybe like 15.
Okay, I need to keep that in mind for the tournament as well. I was gonna have you play 30 games in a row, but I'll
30 in a row.
Strike that.
Just make me play Pally Rifle 30 times, just suffering. Oh god, dude, no, please.
Changing the tournament system.
Yeah, but I could easily do like 2 or 3 best of 5s in a day. That's not a problem in Warcraft. I think that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, so against Archmage, Cryptlord Fast Expand, defensive play with creeping into standard Fiend Statue Destro, with Cryptlord Death Knight Lich, Orb on Lich. Now, does that sound like the right direction in terms of composition, or should I still be doing like Mass Ghoul Unga Bunga?
Mass Ghoul can be a little risky if they get their Mountain King out with Thunderclap.
Yeah, that's my concern. Yeah.
Archmage Human is... Okay, if you go for Death Knight Lich, it's very different. You basically play around creeps, you empty the map. There's a lot of micro, both playing triple hero. But if you're going Cryptlord Fast Expansion, much of the game comes down about whether they're taking a fast expansion as well, and then the switcheroo as you try to harass and slow down each other. That's where most of the skill expression and destiny will be decided. If he doesn't play a fast expansion, but he is Archmage, and you have one, then you can expect an early attack that makes A-bombs most likely to be irrelevant. And destroyers. It's all going to be decided at tier 2. He will come in with Archmage 3, Mountain King 1, or Archmage 3, Mountain King 3. He's going to attack. You're going to have 12 slow ghouls and 3 fiends and a statue. DK level 1 and Cryptlord level 3. He's going to summon elementals. They're going to hurt your ghouls. And then he will have a Contain Nature expansion. And then you are going to have 3 towers, 2 spirits and 1 Nerubian. And then maybe he'll build a workshop on location and try to siege you down. That's probably where it's going to be decided. You will need to use flank to come in from multiple sides and have good mana on Cryptlord to do impales and kind of just try to force a retreat. So we're more likely going to be making basic units like ghouls, fiends, and statues than be able to rely on destroyers and A-bombs. It's still good to have it as a late game transition if game goes long. But if he doesn't have a base, and I think you should write, if standard AM doesn't cover it, we've got 3 situations actually. AM 1 base, AM 2 base.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm just going to reset this real quick here. So let me just type this. Okay, so we have AM 1 base. Okay, so for AM 1 base, I'll Cryptlord Fast Expand. Do I want to tower the expansion? Like just Nerubian, or do I want to get like a Spirit Tower too? How deep are we going in that?
The Nerubian is important as quickly as possible. The Spirit Tower should probably not be made at tier 1 because you don't have a graveyard yet.
Okay.
And we want to get, I guess what we're going for as fast as possible is statues because they allow us to sustain, and a Death Knight so that we can save our Cryptlord. And I also think that Fiends with Burrow can be very useful because people may not bring
I love
dust.
Burrow, yeah.
Oh, did you see that we're playing on the new patch most likely?
Yeah, so I saw there's like some dragon changes to the Frostworm, which looks pretty fun.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's a lot, and I mean, man, I think towards the end of this session we could also talk about the patch notes implications and what that could potentially do. So it comes out like 3 days before the event, is it?
Yes. That means if it comes out at this time on the 15th, then you'll have 16, 17. You have 2 full days to prepare for it.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, the changes to the Undead. I saw the Frostworm, and then the staff or the Wand of Negation is now a single target burst.
Yeah.
Against summoned units, I believe. So maybe that's going to be kind of useful against human as well, against like I don't know, water elemental or something. I don't know, but
I think so.
Yeah.
And against Hex and Entangle.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. That's quite good. Okay, so Archmage 1 base, Cryptlord Fast Expand, Nerubian Tower, T2 Spirit Tower, Fiend Statues T2 with Death Knight support, Burrow for Fiends.
And I think we should also write that you should consider double crypt 1 slaughter tier 2.
Oh, okay, interesting. And that's with the expansion you can sustain that, right? So
yes,
double crypts at slaughter. Okay, yeah, I like that. And then you're just pumping like a lot of fiends, right? Just like a legion of them, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And upgrades.
Okay, perfect. And upgrades too.
Double crypt 1 slaughter, to be clear, because this wording makes it not seem 100%.
Yeah,
true.
it's very 1 slaughter. There we go. Cool. So that's if it goes late though. If it goes late, what does my late game army comp look like against human in general? Like if I'm late game, tier 3 versus tier 3, you know, I find that, you know, with lower level players, myself included, it's much like, you know, professional fighting. If you're watching MMA or boxing, you know, watching lower level variants of that, they don't end the fights as efficiently sometimes because they don't have the skills necessary to just KO people. So a lot of the matches I feel might go late. What do I want to be fielding as Undead against human late game?
Banshees. So it's going to be...
Oh, you want me to put it in caps? That sounds very emphatic when you said it.
I meant for it to be.
Banshees. Okay. Yeah.
We will have to see whether you can control it well, because there are other possibilities.
Yeah, that's true.
But basically, fiends with upgrades, both attack and armor, can be nice. He might have an army like rifles, knights, griffins, tanks. Those are usually most common. Maybe with casters or not. And Banshees can possess knights. They provide AMS, which blocks against Stormbolt, Clap, Blizzard, Holy Light, and Griffin damage.
Okay, so we have Banshees with AMS in possession, upgraded fiends. I assume maybe like 2 support statues.
Yep, 2 or 3 as the armies get bigger. You can have 3 in an 80 pop army.
Okay, sounds good. And do we want to have Destros? Probably, right? To like kill the water elementals and okay, Destros. Do we want A-bombs? We feeling the big chunky boys?
It's always nice to have 1 or 2 A-bombs, but one needs to be careful not to see them as a real unit that can be spammed.
Okay.
That does work infrequently to go mass A-bomb. It's sometimes correct. Mass A-bomb, let's say you're DK Lich and 3rd Hero Crypt Lord, or vice versa. You're on one base, and you go double slaughter and A-bombs because you see his tier 2 mass rifles. That can work.
Okay.
The A-bombs are just very tanky, and you just keep spamming Impale Nova with mana pots, and the A-bombs stay alive.
Yeah, would you say that your initial statement about Abominations being kind of a tertiary 1 or 2 piece applies to most matchups? Because I often get power fantasies about just building like 10 of them and just kind of going at just A-moving. But no, just 1 or 2 usually, right?
Yeah, I think that power fantasy should be tried maybe once, like one in 50 games. Maybe you go for multiple A-bombs. And most people think it's going to be nice, but just their raw stats usually don't justify it. Ranged units pretty good in this game.
Got it. Understood. So it's like I kind of feel as if do you play Magic? Magic cards like Magic the Gathering?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
so you know
anymore,
like win more cards, right?
You
used to. So there's like big, clunky, expensive cards that like seem good on paper, but they're just kind of like, they're only good when you're already winning. It's like a win more card, right? So the A-bomb is more of like a support piece rather than, you know, a centerpiece, I guess. Yeah, kind of a win more thing.
Yeah, I think he's neither win more nor comeback nor anything like that. He's just a support piece that helps over the course of a game. He's kind of like a statue, A-bomb with Disease Cloud.
Got it. Okay, that's some excellent wisdom there, brother. So yeah, I guess so. That's against Archmage 1 base. What variants or changes do we need to make against 2 base human? Perhaps some mid game aggression. Like, what are some of the avenues we need to go there?
If it's 2 base, we're going to be focusing on maximizing peasant kills, minimizing acolyte losses, canceling his expo, and not having ours cancelled. And we are looking not so much at army comp because we don't have many options. It's just ghouls. You don't need fiends for this. So,
oh, really?
I mean, not initially. The game will be decided with ghouls and footmen.
Am I going to expand too? If I'm going Cryptlord, like I can Cryptlord fast expand regardless, right? And then pressure them with like ghouls and beetles and summons. Okay, that's because the game I just played just before we started chatting was this exact situation. It was an Archmage, and I did a kind of an all-in and was able to punish his expo, and it worked quite well. So Cryptlord fast expand into ghoul, beetle / skelly pressure. Focus peasant kills, and then mitigate. We're mitigating the ACO losses. And then, assuming it does go to late game, you know, we just kind of execute the same late game build that we do for the Archmage 1 base, correct?
Exactly.
Copy that. Okay. So just more aggressive, like, you know,
Yeah,
get that Crypt Lord. The Crypt Lord's so good at bullying early expansions. I feel he's pretty nice if you can catch him before those towers come up, right?
Yes, exactly. But there are ways that both the human and the undead can prepare for such pressure and defend better against it. So Butzel speed for Archmage and Crypt Lord can be very impactful. Another thing is like your standard order of when do you build your ziggurat, how fast do you build Nerubian, or do you go straight gold mine then get ziggurat? These decisions will need to be practiced and investigated. And the same for him. He can go straight town hall, and then you come in and he leaves his town hall and you show up and there's a town hall with 5 peasants building and you just kill all the peasants and it's GG. Or he can be smart about it and start power building an arcane, wait next to it a bit, or keep tabs of where you are, intercept you on the way. You try to impale around AM, he blocks and doesn't allow it. Now suddenly you're out of juice and he starts killing ghouls one by one. You show up at his expansion, but it's not there. There's only an arcane, and then he starts making it. Now you didn't do any eco damage. He gathers his forces, gets AM3, summons 2 water elementals at your expo, and it can start happening that you run out of juice. And he starts, even though you won the race first, he's going to win in the long run. So there's a lot of layers of attack and defense from both players.
Yeah, it seems a very scout-centric and very, very, very scrappy. It's a fun matchup. I actually I enjoy the human undead matchup a lot when it's not Pally Rifle.
Yeah,
Pally Rifle feels like you're just fighting for your life.
I always like it, even if it's Pally Rifle, because I like any game that I get to expand. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that's my favorite part about the matchup in general is that you get to expand, and that's kind of in every RTS game I play. You know, Age of Empires, StarCraft. I'm always just like an old crusty expanding, macro kind of player.
Yeah, nice.
So additional questions about the human. Is there any cheeses or all-ins I can consider? Now, with this being said, like I'm talking like dirty tavern heroes, like bringing the sacrificial skull with like the tower rush. Like, is there any weird that's actually functional though? Not like meme level, like functional cheeses or all-ins against human?
Well, there is this Pit Lord build that's pretty good.
Oh, dude! Did you see my next comment? It literally is saying, "Please say Pit Lord."
Oh, how serendipitous!
Yeah, all right. DK, so we'll just okay. Let's do that. That's what we got.
DK first with Fiend opening, and then Pit Lord second with a slaughterhouse and a Temple of the Damned. You get 1 or 2 statues, 2 usually, and then you get 2 necromancers, and you cast Unholy Frenzy on Pit Lord, and you power creep the Pit Lord. And then there's Frenzy, and you put all the damage items on him, and he becomes a monster. And then you can also add eventually Meat Wagon and actually summon skeletons and not just only do Frenzy.
Oh, dude. Now you're speaking my language, dude. I love the Pit Lord. He's like my favorite character. Oh, man. That probably requires a bit of finesse to pull off, right?
It does.
Like, that's not... Yeah.
That would
I've seen you do that.
It would be like a little bit of a new base layout. A new build order if you do it with the Fiends. You can also open it with ghouls, I guess. And then you'll be Death Knight ghouls on one base, which means you will need to try and do eco damage if they go for an expansion so that they don't just pull ahead with the expo. Because you're scaling on tier 2.4, let's say. You get to tier 2, you get your Pit Lord. You need to do a little bit of this and that, and then you're ready to fight. So that's why I call it 2.4. You don't come into Power Spike at tier 3. But with the Fiends, basically the idea is Fiends can siege towers and whatnot, whereas the Pit Lord with Cleave can kill all the footies that might have defense upgrade that is hard to deal with Fiends.
Okay. Oh, dude, I love it. I'm gonna practice this one a little bit. This seems super fun. You don't want to be super predictable, right? Like I feel like obviously all the other competitors are gonna get great coaching as well, and they're going to know the fast expand is coming like every game. So I feel like maybe in a best of 5, throwing just a wild build like this out. Can you go Pit Lord first, by the way? Is that something you could just do in Death Knight second? It's not as good though.
You can. It has a complicated build order that will require practice where you use backpack, bring a rod, and then you go Pit Lord first. There is no framework for how it works because I only know one guy that does it and he's in bronze. So if you want it, I'll train you in it. It's going to be fun.
Oh god, dude. Wait, you're saying he's in Bronze League on War 3 Champions?
Yes.
And does he just crush people? He's the true Lord of the Pits, man.
Well, he wins
he's the Lord of the Bronze Pits.
He wins 50% of the time.
That's great. That's really good. Does he just do this in every matchup?
Yep. Yeah, I casted him a couple of
Dude.
times, and every time it was it was him doing that build where it's like, wait, what is this build? He's going Pit Lord first? Okay.
I had okay, you're gonna have to introduce me to this guy firstly, or maybe give me his name. I'll reach out and get the forbidden arts from him.
Okay.
With that tech, and maybe we'll train in the shadows. Yeah, I actually have been using Pit Lord. I used it against Orc. You know, I've had a couple weird games with that. There's some really funny ones I could refer you to if you want to see as well. Okay, so with Human, I think you covered it quite well. Oops, I feel okay in that matchup. The Human matchup, I would say I have a decent time with.
Sounds good.
The ones I really struggle with are Orc, but we'll get to that a little bit later, I guess.
Good, my specialty.
You got Night Elf. Yeah. I need some help, dude. I've been just getting crushed by Orc. It's been tough. Yeah, but anyways, Night Elf.
Okay.
So my general thought process against Night Elf, and again, correct anything that's just awful here, is they're going to go. I feel like every Night Elf and their dog and their hamster just goes bears. So bears and dryads, right? Bears, and then the dryads to kind of deal with your destroyers and whatnot. Death Knight, not Death Knight, Demon Hunter or Warden.
Okay.
So what I do is I just go fast tech tier 3. Get a Death Knight, a Lich, and a Dark Ranger. I get statues and destroyers, and I just try and kite them and snipe the bears. So basically, I'm maneuvering, I'm pulling back, Coil Nova Bear, snipe one, retreat before they can really saturate their engagement, and just rinse and repeat, and just kind of farming the bears. It's a really stressful way to play. Like, I feel like I'm always on the back foot. I'm always the one running, but I don't know if that's the optimal way to play. So what's your 2 cents about that composition? Do I want to be mixing in A-bombs and ghouls, or is this kind of kiting style the most efficient way to deal with it?
Once you add abominations, you're giving an attack target, whereas normally you're trying to not give an attack target with the kiting.
Okay.
So
yes,
it's a luxury that you're trying to create to have some buffer in a build that generally shouldn't want to have the buffer because you're trying to utilize mobility. Now, what you're doing is very skillful requirement. It's very difficult. And you're always on the knife's edge. I think the Abomination doesn't make it a lot better. But occasionally it can be nice to add one in the late. So you're doing this Fiend Statue Destroyer thing. Let's say the Night Elf gets an expansion. And now you're on one base. And you can't see a way to kill it. And most of the creeps on the map are going away. Nor can you see a way to expand. What will usually happen is that you look at your gold mine. If there's 2,000-3,000 left, you just go AFK in your base with 50 population. And you prepare a second slaughterhouse. You get Disease Cloud, 1 armor upgrade for melee. And then you just wait until you have 2k plus resources. And you go straight from 50 to 80 or 85 once. Mass A-bombs and meat wagons. With whatever Fiend's Destro statue you still have. You take one fight. You're 85.
Okay.
They might be 100. That's usually your best. Yeah, if low on gold,
that seems right. Dude, you're like prophetic, because that's been like the experience I've had in like half my games is just like I'm just running around. They have an expansion with like 50 bears. I'm just like dying somewhere. Yeah, that's great advice though. So basically, you're just kind of farming it all in now. Okay. So obviously, if the trading doesn't go well, they establish an expansion. You're just kind of doing an 85 pop all in. Now, with the buffs coming into the dragon, do I want to mix in some forbidden frostworms with their range buff? Maybe.
Yep.
Considering they could just chunk the bears down. What do you think about that?
Frostworm is most usual when you're playing mass gargoyles.
Yeah. Does that work against Night Elf? Is mass gargoyle a thing?
It has been able to work somewhat if you're quite skillful at it, but it is an acquired art that will be difficult to do for the first time if you haven't got experience with it.
So we probably shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
You said if you're skillful, and that was the.
I mean, if you're skillful,
the determining factor there.
If you're skillful with it, right?
Okay.
And also the new patch changes have the worm getting better, but the gargoyles get slower. which makes them a little worse. And Night Elf's lumber gathering rate is going up by 15%, which means that they are less susceptible to what gargoyles normally do. The gargoyle day job is to harass wisps, so that's not going to be as good
nice.
as usual. You can consider practicing it, but I think it might be wasted time because it's very difficult to perform. Then again, maybe the tournament participants aren't going to be that good against it either. So
Exactly.
It's up to you.
That's the thing, right? They're gonna know the standard meta, but I might try like a couple games. I'm just gonna, if I do go Mass Garg, is it just standard Death Knight Lich, Dark Ranger, Garg with like, mixing in some destroyers and dragons later? Is that kind of the idea?
Usually 2 heroes at first, DK Lich, and then you see what they do. And if they counter with Mass Hippos and your Mass Gargs, then you add a Dreadlord third with Vamp and Sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Gargs versus Hippos benefits from Vamp.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Okay, that's a really cool tech, actually. I like the Dreadlord a lot. He's super fun. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. So we have our standard line versus Undead, which I think is good. And then we have a weird variant we could whip out if we're desperate, which I think is cool too.
Yeah, and you would go 3/3 upgrades, stay on 50 the entire game, and then save up for the final squeeze out of a single mine to go 90 pop gargoyles with 2 frostworms. You have 2 frostworms, maybe a destroyer or not, maybe no destroyer, 2 frostworms, and then a million gargs. That's for.
And what's your target priority in those fights? Like if you have mass air like that, am I targeting the bears, the dryads? What's my target priority with that build?
I would put worms in the same group as DK Lich.
Okay.
Even though I feel like it's kind of taboo to put air with grounds, but it is what it is. You're gonna have a lot of groups. So worms in group 1 with DK Lich. You're gonna use that to focus Demon Hunter and or bears. First bears, then demon.
I usually I use 4 groups usually. So I use one. I just use 1 through 4. So I usually have my main army with my main hero in 1. I have my Lich in 2. My Death Knight in 2, Lich in 3, and then 4 is used for whatever utility units I have. So if we have destroyers, necromancers, whatever, that's kind of what I'm running right now.
Okay. Impressive. Yeah. I only use 3.
Yeah, it's what I'm doing isn't optimal though. I just kind of lump together. It's kind of like that same point you made earlier about efficient APM. It's I just lump everything into control groups, and it's just you'll see what I move around. It's pretty janky, but
okay, let's see.
All right,
and then the Gargs.
I like that though.
The Gargs would be focusing dryads. So you shift click a bunch of dryads.
They're unarmored, right?
Yeah, exactly. With one group of Gargs, you go on one set of dryads, like these 3, and then the other group of Gargs goes on those dryads from the other side.
Okay, I like that. I dig it. That's good stuff. Okay, sweet man. I'm excited to try that. I like weird, unorthodox builds like that. That's very fun.
It will help a lot if you watch. Yeah, my pleasure, man. Turin. It will help a little bit if you watch some historical VODs where people do Garg spam. There are, I guess, if you search maybe on YouTube, Mass Gargs against Night Elf, maybe you'll find some. It helps a lot just to visualize it.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of tape and prep. I've looked through some of your older streams, and I've been looking. You know what? I feel like watching Happy. He's the go-to Undead guy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the way he plays, it just works because his micro is so insane, and that's very hard to adapt for a lower level player. So when you try and emulate him, a lot of his defenses are because of how good his surrounds are. Whereas a normal potato like myself can't pull that off as well,
Yeah, Happy's not for copying. You need to look at some
that's what I'm
bozo that is also covering for his own inefficiencies and inadequacies like me.
I try and copy him and it just doesn't work. I saw him streaming the other night and he was doing Dark Ranger fast expand with Sea Witch, and I was like, oh, that looks sweet, this cool sniping build. And I just I literally lost 7 games in a row. It's all right, well, I guess that just doesn't work.
And also you lack the context that the only reason he's doing that is because he's preparing for a tournament, not because he thinks it's actually good. And that tournament has wonky rules that force tavern heroes.
Oh, okay.
Context matters.
Dude, I was wondering what was going on with that, man. I was God, why can't I make this work?
You got trolled, man.
Okay. Oh, dude, I would literally. This was like maybe the day you announced or told me about this event. I got on Battle.net. I was like, all right, what's Happy doing? Let's go copy it. And it was,
Okay.
got crushed to like 8 games in a row. I'm like, all right,
Sick.
well, figure it out. Okay, so more nitty gritty.
Yeah.
Wardens are one of the most annoying units in the game for me.
Yeah.
Like the warden getting into like when you're teching up and a warden just rolls in with like level 3 like blink fan of knives, dude, it feels so bad. How do you stop that? Because good warden players, like with the anti-magic potion and like, do I just need to camp a zeppelin back there to like pick up the workers when the warden's rolling up? Like, how do I deal with this effectively?
Let's write down 10 ways to counter warden. 10 steps.
Okay, hold on, let me get this. 10 steps. 10 steps to counter warden by Grubby. Okay, this is your we're gonna get this going here.
Nice. The YouTube script is writing itself. Thank you, Turin.
Yeah, man, let's go. Yeah, I know. We got the good stuff here. So let's feast, man. What do you got for us?
Okay, step 1 is you need to know that it's warden. So you do an acolyte or a skeleton scout, and you identify that it's warden.
Okay. So no, it's warden, acolyte, scout, golden. I'm ready.
Okay. Step 2 is that you want to slow down her creeping to prevent, kind of like the going back in time to stop, the Terminator going back in time to stop certain this and that. So we need to go stop her growth to healthy lumber economy, tier 3 bears, and we need to make sure they don't get an expansion. Maybe we kill her archers, and we need to not lose too many units. That means we bring Sacrificial Dagger to deny XP, or we last hit, or we save it with coil, or we send it home and we don't lose it. So deny XP as much as you can. Prevent her creeping and don't feed units to her.
Got it. Okay. So in doing this, though, it's going to be ghouls and Death Knight, right? Like just rolling up with... So would you say creep to level 2, just like kind of get your initial camp, and at level 2 get that unholy aura and just go, balls deep over there?
Yes,
just kind of beeline it for their base kind of thing?
Yes, I think so. And try to kill as many wisps as possible.
Okay, so dive the base. It's going to force the warden out of the momentum. Because, yeah, dude, if you let that warden feast and just solo creep, oh, man, when they roll up like level 4, level 5, it's just, I feel like I've already lost. I'm just like,
yeah,
they're just allowing you. Yeah, it's rough. Okay, what's we need 10 steps for this. All right, what's step 3? What do we got? What's next?
The next step will be Warden 3 will come to your base and will try to kill Acolytes. You must have a Nerubian tower. Now, I've been seeing you have built up solid habits of having a ziggurat in front of your necropolis and then have Nerubian, which feels like a nice satellite to start dissuading people from going into your base. But Warden could go around it. The Nerubian is usually more useful at your own gold mine.
Yes. Okay.
So Nerub Tower at the gold mine.
You got it, boss.
Then the next step is going to be your base layout, which means you must create 1 gap openings for acolytes to escape through. And better yet, if they can completely hide inside of it. So there are ways where you can build buildings where an acolyte is unattackable by the warden entirely.
Okay, we'll have to practice. You'll have to show me that, because I've never. I mean, I juggle my acolytes on the mine. You run in circles and then jump back to like teleport to the other side and run away. But yeah, this is more advanced for sure. Okay.
And then if it's fan, you want to split them in 5 directions so that they don't all get fanned. But that's an unsustainable situation to keep because you wouldn't be mining.
Yeah.
So you do need to be there yourself, ideally as well. This is where step 5 comes in. Death Knight to have Staff of Teleport so that you can come home and heal.
Okay.
It means you can summon 2 skeletons, kind of hit her. You have a coil to save a choice one. If you split them up, they all have Unholy Aura, so they're faster, they regen better. That's all kinds of benefits. You can even use Ritual Dagger to deny one if death becomes unavoidable.
Got it. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a great tech. What do we got for 6?
Okay, 6 is there are techs you can do where you build a second necropolis instead of a ziggurat. The cost is very comparable. A ziggurat is 150/50, which is 200 total.
Okay.
Gold is, of course, generally the more expensive resource. Necropolis is 225, which is only 25 more than the 200 that the zig is, even though it's 100% in gold. So Not saying that Necropolis is cheaper. It is a bit more expensive, especially in the resource that matters. But the total resource difference is only 12%. Not that bad. Both of them give 10 food. Necropolis takes twice as long, but it has 3 times as much health, and it spreads more blight. So it's pretty cool to have that kind of block for your base. It also helps in base trades. And most importantly, it can upgrade things like backpack. Can be nice. It can make acolytes while you're teching. So those situations where he pulls the rug from under you and you're losing acolytes while teching, you've got a second Necropolis. So if you're against a warden player, why would you not make Necro one of your supply buildings?
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. There was some wizards in my stream the other night telling me the same thing, but nice to hear it reinforced here. Okay, second Necropolis. What's next on the codex of defeating the warden? Step 7 here.
Yep, that one is yours, a Zeppelin.
Oh yeah, dude. It's my favorite. Zeppelin. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Just pick up the acolytes when she rolls, hide.
Exactly.
Come back, deal with her, drop them off.
Yep.
Cool.
What
do we got for 8?
Number 8 is you can put a statue next to them on heal mode. It heals up to 6, so that helps a lot for fan spam, especially level 2 or 1 fan spam.
I like that. That's cool. Statue heal mode, near Echo. Okay, number 9. What do we got there?
Okay, 9. You can go into Banshee tech. AMS helps against both Fan and Shadow Strike. It lasts for maybe 45 seconds or a minute. So if you feel her coming soon, you can get Banshees. And
Got it.
kind of just prepare now and then AMS on some of the acolytes, so it becomes a bit less debilitating. The best part about it, there's nothing wrong with having Banshees because they also serve a great function in the fights. There's still going to be Fan, there's still going to be Shadow Strike, maybe Fire Breath. You can still possess bears, so it is a very natural step towards, but they have a double purpose to sometimes protect acolytes as well. And Curse helps for the auto attack finish offs that she does after Fan 3.
Outstanding, man. That's solid tech there. Man, there's so many options, like a smorgasbord of ways to try and counter her. What do we got for the dirty final step here? Is this the truly powerful one?
Well, I kind of bluffed on the number. I figured I'll be able to get to 10. And luckily...
Okay, 9's good, though.
Luckily, I am. I was just hoping I could keep flowing. But this is not like a set 10 that I had written down earlier today. I just felt we can do this. And Turin, I'm glad to say we can do this. The 10th one is Sacrificial Pit. You put it next to your gold mine.
Oh, I love that.
Every low acolyte, whether he's Shadow Struck, whether he's Orb of Venomed, whether he's about to die, you put him in the pit. He becomes a shade. Best part is you can get him out of it again. He's invulnerable while he's inside. So you do need to wait long enough.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Get your acolyte back.
Because you can cancel it and he pops out of the pit. Now, does he come back at full health or is he injured still?
He comes back how he was. That means if you have 7 seconds of Shadow Strike on you and you go in, but you pop him out after 5, he can still get he could still get damage from the final tick of Shadow Strike.
Got it. Okay, so he goes and takes a bath and still comes back as he was. Understood.
Exactly. Yeah, so you can cycle them in and out, the acolytes that are getting attacked. Kind of akin to how Night Elves do with the gold mine wisps.
Got it. Yeah, this is more or less, the warden has been something I've been struggling with against pretty solid players. Like I played a couple 1400 players who really super punishing with warden, and like Demon Hunter, I feel like I understand how to play against it. A lot of mana potions, keep your distance, burst, that kind of thing. But yeah, Warden's been tricky. Now, a couple other questions I have about the matchup here. The formatting on this is awful. Fast expanding in this matchup. I like to do it sometimes. Again, it's just kind of my comfort zone. What is your opinion about fast expanding? And what hero do you fast expand with if it is viable in this matchup?
It is possible. It gets done even at high level. Also at low level, like me. And it is not...
Bro, you're not low level. Come on.
I mean, I'm low as an Undead.
Come on, get that out of here. What's your elo with Undead? You're probably over 2,000, right?
2211.
If you're low level, what are we?
Unmentionable.
Say it, Grubby. Say it. Say we're potatoes. Yeah, dude. All right. Yeah. So, fast expand. What hero do we use? It's viable. How do we go about this?
Yeah, so Cryptlord Fast Expand not so good anymore because of Wisp Detonates. But
yeah, that's what I feel.
I personally have a naughty delight of Dreadlord Expand.
Oh yes, that's my favorite. I'm putting this in caps.
I'm not sure.
With Carrion Swarm or Sleep?
Both. No Vamp.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So
So
sleep-
Dreadlord fast expand.
Sleep is the cheese that lets me surround a level 1 or 2 hero and send them back to the world tree.
Yes.
Right? They TP or they die, or both on the second go. Carrion Swarm is the one that I might need to deal with the Mass Wisp, Huntress, Archer, and Glaive Thrower all in. That's coming if I successfully pull off an expansion.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're, let's say though you're not great at surrounds. I mean, this is something I am going to practice, and I do pull them off from time to time.
Okay.
But is it okay to go Carrion Vamp, like, and just kind of sink my mana into the Carrion and just kind of like have the Vamp Aura for the ghouls and stuff, or is it really I should just focus on sleep and practicing that?
I watched one of your replays, and you had Carrion Vamp, and that felt so Reign of Chaos.
Yeah, I played a lot of Reign of Chaos when I was like 12 years old or whatever. So, but that was an experimental game for the record. Like I normally, that was just trying out. That's not my normal build versus Night Elves. I was just messing around, trying something. I wanted to get the Infernal out.
And you did.
But yeah, so the Vamp thing is, I should just go with sleep and quit messing around, right?
If you're going Carrion Sleep, you might as well just go Death Knight. And this is actually the final and real answer. If you fast expand against Night Elf, it's going to be with DK first.
Okay. Damn it, dude. Crushing the dreams here. I'm so excited to use Dreadlord.
Sorry. They call it Hope Torture. There used to be this account in Warcraft 3. Korean dude called himself Hope Torture. He explained in an interview, give someone hope, then crush it.
That's what you just did, dude. Crushing the dreams.
Sorry, man.
It's
my dream too. Dreadlord Expo. Hasn't worked in a while.
The Dreadlord. I love the Dreadlord. His voice, the voice lines are so good. And when you get, the Infernal is one of the most fun abilities in the game. When you get to drop that just huge beast from the skies, oh, it's so fun, dude.
It might be the best. Might be the best ult.
Yeah, I love the Pit Lord ult though. Doom is sweet. It just insta kills a unit. Not insta kill, but it kills it, and then you get the stomp, the cripple, the rain of fire, the chaos damage.
Did you know I went for Pit Lord once in the tournament?
And how'd that go? What's the story here?
It was a misclick. So I was playing against my Korean rival in the grand finals of BlizzCon 2005. $10,000 first place prize. We're meeting in the grand finals, and everyone is watching, like a full stage, like a full auditorium, all watching Warcraft 3. You had a commentator that's mimicking the null sounds. Like Bunny, she later started working for the esports team for Blizzard. Early days esports, super sick. We have this match. The rules are, we both make Farseer and Firelord. They're two rush heroes, and you're constantly skill checking each other for momentum and skill and so on. Then, that's a hotkey. Oh, I accidentally clicked I and got the Pit Lord. And it was like a gasp arose from the audience. And
I love it. Oh.
And then he picked reflexively the Alchemist. So we had like one of the craziest games ever where we both got level 6. We're casting Earthquake, Transmute, and Doomguard. It's the only time I ever got to play Pit Lord in a tourney because of a mistake. And I changed my hotkey after that.
Did you win the game?
Yeah,
what's the outcome, dude? You can't hold that from us.
I did win. We both had no gold. We had the final fight, and I got like a cripple stomps around from the Doomguard.
Hell yeah, dude! That's living right there. The Pit Lord is so fun.
So cool.
I had a question for you about Pit Lord.
Yeah.
While we're on the subject of your glorious Pit Lord victory, do you like Rain of Fire cleave or Howl cleave? Because I tend to go for the Howl and the cleave myself, but I feel like when you go for the Rain of Fire cleave, like you want him to be auto attacking to get the cleave damage, right? But then when you're casting Rain of Fire, it's kind of like counterintuitive. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree that it's counterintuitive when you do it that way, because the auto attacks and the channel of the rain don't work. So usually Howl Cleave or Howl Fire without Cleave. Either way, you want Howl to be one, because first of all, it's very strong, and secondly, it's the only one that doesn't require sustained time to get its value.
Yeah. Okay.
I could see you going Fire and Cleave under the condition that you're playing DK Pit Lord, the meme build I gave you before, and you're using the Frenzy thing. You could maybe do Rain of Fire as like an opener upon fresh boot from the tavern to do harass on their tower at their expansion, and then you transition to barely using it anymore.
I like that. Yeah, that I'm gonna practice that build. There will come a time.
Okay, cool.
So we already talked about the variant builds with the Pit Lord. You literally like read my mind. We have the Death Knight Fast Expand as an option, which is probably what I'll practice a bit. Now, cheeses are all ins against Night Elf. Is there anything that is actually competitive and efficient, or is it just too risky? And I feel like the undead cheeses are reliant on like beetles and summons, and they just have wisps, so it just doesn't go well. But you know, I'm open to anything you got.
DK, ghouls, standard opening. You buy from the shop, rot, dagger, and 2 skulls and dust. So that's a lot.
Okay, that's a fat inventory.
Yeah, you buy everything. You sell your town portal, and then upon buying all that, you also sell your Tomb of Relics. And you sell your altar.
Oh my god. Okay, and then you're just ghoul all in, or what?
2 skulls, 1 dust.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
Let me see.
That's wild. And then you just go to their base and just go for it?
Yeah, you bring an acolyte and then a second, but the first acolyte has to go early and stay near and don't die. And then you bring a second acolyte as a backup. You bring initially 4 ghouls, which will be enough, and then you keep sending new ghouls in. You could make a second crypt, but I think all your money might go to Ziggurat production. So you skull in his base, try to kill his archer, which means he will be down to a level 1.7 hero, whether it's demon or warden. 2 moonwells, no archer, maybe making an archer, maybe making a 3rd moonwell or not. You come in with DK 4 ghouls, and you just start making ziggurats. If he ignores the ziggurat, it comes up, becomes an Nerubian. If he doesn't ignore it, then you get free hits on him with your DK ghouls and skeletons.
How effective is this? Is this actually something that works at high levels, or is it just like meme?
I will need to test this a bit myself as well, but there are replays out there. It will take me some effort to try and find. You can try to search as well. It does happen. This build happens at high, mid, and low level. It's a bit of a specialist build, but because it's a short game length, practicing it can be pretty effective. But there will need to be some build order practice, because I'm telling you this now, but I'm 80% sure that these are the correct formula. It might not be. Maybe there's a second crypt. Maybe you need to first take 2 creep camps and then go. So take it with a grain of salt and keep it as experimental until proven. I know that it does work, but I don't have the details right. Apparently, there's a player called Labyrinth, who's the 2nd best undead in the world now, that does this kind of cheese. If you go to warcraft3.info.
Okay. Watch Labyrinth on Warcraft 3 info. Okay, so I'll look him up.
And then you can search. You can actually sort by matchup, and you can search by game length and by first hero, etc. So you look for Undead versus Night Elf. And that's about it. And then you just start looking at game length. If it's short, could be the Tower Rush.
And it works. Does this cheese, just out of curiosity, and we won't spend too much time on this topic, does it work in other matchups too? Like, No. Okay, so it's a Night Elf thing. Got it.
Yeah,
but I know the Crypt Lord Rush used to work against Orc, like to get their burrows and stuff, right? But
that can still
this
work.
Is specifically for Night Elf.
Some variant of that can still work against Orc, but this rush only works against Night Elf specifically. There is a cheese against Orc, which is with Lich first, but it's with Fiends, not Ghouls.
Oh.
It's very good.
Holy shit, okay. Yeah, well, we're going to get into that right now as we make our way over to Orc. So you can see my notes here. Yep. Yeah, so like I've just been getting punched in, like just getting wrecked by Orc a bit. So what I do, and you're obviously the Lord of the Orcs, so you can give me direction, I think, very efficiently here. I go Death Knight, Fast Tier 3, Death Knight Lich, Dark Ranger, classic stuff, you know, just with fiends and statues and all that goodness, and just kind of, you know, go that route. Although I feel like when I go with like a kiting centric build, like Death Knight, Lich, Coil Nova, you know, Dark Ranger, like their utility between War Stomps, Hex, Raider Nets, like my kiting, they just pick stuff off as they're chasing me, and I'm not able to match that damage. So maybe I just need to get better at this. How like what do you think when you're playing Orc? Like what punishes you when you're playing against Undead?
Well, let me first answer. If you do this DK Lich DR thing, you will always require superior skill than the Orc if you want to make this build work.
Yeah, it feels hard. I feel like I'm fighting an uphill battle, and I have beaten players, but I feel like I had to massively outplay them, whereas they just kind of move forward and you know, snare me, and you know, like it's stressful. So what?
Yeah, they have more easy DPS, that's coming your way without effort. And they don't need to move back as much as you do. So yes, 100%. The micro requirements on you will be tighter. The timing requirements, the decision-making requirements, all of it will be tighter on you. So if you want to be the skillful hero, keep doing this.
No. Let's get the. I'm too old for that. I'm too old. How do we just unga bunga back at them? You know.
Okay. I have more than 10 skillless builds for Undead against Orcs. So we can go
more
with
than
any,
10. All right, let's get cooking. Give me like the top 3. You know, that would be the most efficient.
Oh, you just deleted everything. Okay, I see. Skill is off the table.
Yeah. Well, I had the Crypt Lord level 2 rush, and I had the Mass Garg Destroyer. Like, I've been watching again, Happy, and what I've been getting wrecked by a little bit as well is these freaking Windrider builds, like Blade Master Windrider with the freaking bats. So then I try and go Gargs, and they just got bats all up in my face.
Rude.
You know, it's rough. Yeah, it's rough. I'm not sure. And Happy just goes like Garg Destroyer, and then he like a bat comes and he splits them instantly in like 5 directions, and like like I can't do that.
When you watch Happy play Warcraft 3, it feels like he's using that function from Age of Empires where you have like one button that auto splits your armor.
Yeah. Oh man, it's trying to copy him was my biggest mistake, I think, when I first started training.
Yep.
It's hard. But anyways, we'll keep the skill build in. So I'll keep that at the top.
Okay, sure.
We'll take out the Dong comment because it was just meant to make you laugh.
No, it did. Okay. It did. I had a mental nose blow from it.
That's good. A little chortle over there.
Yep.
All right. So what are like the easier ways to play this matchup?
Yeah, we can go. Okay. So number 2, there is Crypt Lord fast expansion.
Yeah. Oh, really? Against Orc? I always felt like it was a little taboo to fast expand against Orc.
Yeah, it works, but it comes down to really leveraging numbers. So non-stop ghoul production while you're expanding, and then if they do Farseer Headhunters, you got to spread your melee on many different headhunters, and it will overwhelm them. And if it's a Blade Master, you must have Dust with you and perform surrounds despite knowing he has Windwalk, because it's all about how many Windwalks are you forcing. So he will go for your Goldmine Cancel or Acolyte, and then you just start hitting him, surround him, make sure that Windwalk is the only way out. You'll dust him instantly to get bonus hits, and it's a war of attrition on his mana and health pool.
Understood. Okay, so yeah, you just gotta get that dust, gotta get the surrounds, or at least threaten the surrounds to force him to run. Yeah, I like that. The fast expand is such a comfort zone for me, and Crypt Lord as well. So I think this is the direction.
Yeah, this will be your main standard. But there's a bunch of cheese that can happen as well. There's so many. I know how to hurt Orcs so many times because I love them so much. I know how to hurt them.
Yeah, they're your people, huh? Yeah.
So
here,
keep hurting.
Crypt Lord fast expand, mass ghouls early. What does the army comp look like later? That's actually one of my questions below, but we'll just include it here. So let me just do this.
So it depends kind of on the timing we're trying to hit, which could be a little bit contingent upon what they chose to go for. So I can't 100% promise a premeditated build that disregards what they're going for. But as usual, we will go for lots of fiends and statues. And I think it's nice to add banshees as well, because Curse is usually fantastic on Orc.
Yeah. Okay, so fiend, statues, banshees. Crypt Lord also, what I really like about him is he gives you that like frontline presence, that you often lack with Undead when you're kiting.
Yes.
And he's just such a raid boss with Impale, and then you just coil him and have like invuln pots, and he's like such an anchor.
Yep. I love Crypt Lord too.
Oh,
by the way, the build you have up there, the standard, I would go so far as to say that Dark Ranger is out of most people's skill range. So even if you play standard, just replace the DR by a CL.
Okay, sounds good. Just Impale, just like Unga Bunga.
Yeah, or Pit Lord. Both are valid. Both CL and Pit Lord have great tanking capabilities and damage mitigation. If the enemy is stunned via Impale, they deal less damage. And your second skill is Carapace, which also less damage. Pit Lord, same. Howl of Terror reduces their damage, which gives you more space and time to micro.
Nice.
And also, since we are building that out a bit anyway, Fiend, Statue, Banshee. Also, with one.
And if we're in the Crypt Lord fast expand, what's the hero comp? So we go Crypt Lord, DK, Lich.
Yes.
With orb, right? Yeah,
Yes.
obviously.
Yes.
It's like every matchup.
And 2 crypt.
2 crypt, yeah. Because I always I don't know if this is right, but in every single matchup when I fast expand, I go double crypt pretty quick.
I think it's right.
To spend that money. Cool, man. I love it. This is just a treasure trove of knowledge. Okay, was there another?
Are pretty good against orc,
Oh yeah,
but it depends on the situation.
Okay.
It's an option, but it kind of depends. Like if they go Taurens, they have like Tauren, Raider, a few Headhunters, and 2 Wyverns. It's pretty nice to go for the Forbidden Frostworm.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, against Tauren, and it's also the slow's nice utility against Blade and other things, and especially for like Coil Nova synergy, just getting that extra burst from the worm feels nice.
Exactly.
So yeah, additional questions. So yeah, how do I deal with Orc Mass? Oh wait, did you have more like another build, or should I just kind of stick to this?
There are more
Crypt
builds,
Lord?
so you might want to have a cheese build available in case all else is failing. Sometimes you'll be forced off of an expansion when you're doing Crypt Lord, and you'll just go to tier 2. In that situation, I like to do ninja creeping in unexpected places to kind of just get together a Crypt Lord 3, and then get Beetles 2 and just do a move into their base once you're level 3, or once you feel like you're near enough and it's unexpected enough, and you just quietly go in. You don't say knock knock, you don't attack anything, and you wait until you do a loose surround on burrow. You just try to kill 1 or 2 burrows and then play out the game normally as if you're playing number 1, happen to be with CL first.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense, and that it's the same in Age of Empires, right? When you're attacking somebody's like gold expansion, or you don't attack the villagers right away. You get the surround and then attack, so it doesn't notify them.
APM is a resource.
Awesome.
Attention is a resource.
I like that. Yes, it is absolutely. I love that cheese build though. That's that'll probably catch people off guard too. They're probably used to playing standard, but just rolling up with Papa Roach in their base and going for the bro seems pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so mass orc air. Like, how do I deal with these mass wyvern? Bat builds with like Blade, who has Orb of Lightning, and like Hex. I feel like it's been pretty tough for me. Is it just I need to macro efficiently, Garg, split against the bats, Nova the bats as they're coming in? What's your 2 cents on this one?
Yeah, so part of it is first we need to know whether you're on number 1 or 2, because it's vastly different.
Understood. Okay, so let's say for number 2, because that's probably what I'm most comfortable with, I think. So we'll kind of lean that direction.
Okay, you need minimum 1 Spirit Tower at maximum adjacency to your haunted gold mine, just for laming from the back.
Yes.
So if there are no raiders and there's no frontal threat, try to see if you can fit 1 ziggurat in the back behind both gold mines, 1 spirit. Yeah. Okay, so that's one of it. Then Fiends with Web and Burrow can be helpful. Wand of Negation to remove Hex, as it's usually Blade, Hex, Focus, Fiend.
Fiend with Burrow, Wand for Hex. Okay. And then Garg City. Do we do Gargs, or is it just Fiends for our anti-air?
Personally, I like staying on tier 2 and just launching a large Fiend offensive. Like the moment I get web upgrade from tier 2 and I get my Lich, I just get like heal pot, mana pot. I have web, burrow, maybe 60 population. 60 population, ghoul fiend with web, wand of negation. He's gonna have 6 wyverns. I don't know how much he slowed you down. It depends a lot on how the minutiae of the game have gone. But you go to his base. If he has an expansion, you make sure that he doesn't have one. If he wants the base straight, you make your towers target down wyverns. And if he fights you, you have heal pot, mana pot, invul, wand of negation, bunch of fiends, bunch of ghouls, and you just try to kill as many wyverns as possible. Even if you trade somewhat unevenly, wyvern resets numbers is massively useful to prevent critical numbers with lightning orb and triple hero and venom and 10 towers. You want an early fight. And that's always true against wyvern if possible. An early web fight can be game winning.
Burst early. I like it. Perfect. So I will give that a try. I like that kind of 60 pop tier 2 like press. Usually I wait too long and let them get critical numbers. I think that's been
yeah. And
I think that's been one of my biggest issues. Yeah.
See if you can use beetles to check for expos constantly. You will never get more than 1 minute warning to stop an orc expo. The watchtower takes a minute, so if you temporarily for 5 minutes forget to check, chances are next time there's going to be 5 towers with spikes at their expand, and it can be really annoying.
And you can burrow beetles at the expansions. Like if you get burrow tier 2, you just kind of sit them there, right?
Yep.
Just like park them.
Yep, exactly.
Seems nice. Cool, man. So I will practice the Crypt Lord fast expand business and the orc matchup and try and get comfortable. And you know, if I find people are adapting, I'll have I like the transition between the Crypt Lord fast expand and if they successfully counter it, just ninja creep Beetlejuice, get them to level 3, and then just go in on the burrows. I like that counter, like that. There's a chain of if it both works and fails. So that's very nice. I'm glad you included that cheese build there.
Yeah, cool. And I'll let me know how it goes so we can like have a look at it and stuff where it goes wrong, because you now have a lot of plans, which is sick.
Yeah, and last we have the Undead Mirror, which I feel like I was like I wasn't prioritizing the mirror as much because I kind of like was suspecting you would have us in groups with like one of each race, but yeah, for
I can't
the
say anything
Undead
about
Mirror,
that.
yeah, that's what I suspect. I was actually hanging out with Tasteless on his stream last night. We were scheming some Undead stuff.
Cool.
So yeah, Crypt Lord fast expand for me, just creep and money roll my opponent. So Crypt Lord, Death Knight Lich. Let's get a big army, roll them down. The other build I have is Lich first, which if I know they're just fast expand enjoyers and I scout the Crypt Lord, I like to get like Lich first with a couple of ghouls and go up there and just like really disrupt their expansion, because Nova seems pretty devastating early on.
Can I ask something about that?
Yes, of course.
If they're one base, how do you plan to use your Lich?
I mean, at that point, I'm just creeping mainly. Yeah, I don't know what the appropriate play is, but I find I've had success with Lich first in that matchup, like Lich, Death Knight. But yeah, or should I be going to their base in one base and trying to pick off their ghouls who are on lumber and things like that? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the last one. Or ghouls or acolytes. It's very common for Liches at level 1.5, 1.8, 2.1 to either go with their TP or without TP, or with boots or with staff or both. Any variation of it, and to try and find angles where they can do what they know hurts against them, which is losing acolytes mid-tech or starting to kill ghouls and level up that way.
Okay. I like that. I think that's cool. Yeah, a little one-base Lich harass.
It gets dirty. If both are doing it, it gets real downright dirty, but I like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, rolling up with your Lich and a staff and, popping a ghoul or acolytes, creating some skeletons, you could definitely do a lot of especially if they're out creeping, right? If they're like fast expanding or something, and you could probably get in there and do some work.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. I think the Crypt Lord fast expand seems safer to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as a tertiary strategy, having that like on certain maps where like fast expands are not friendly, maybe, and I want to do some early pressure. The other build, which feels very Bronzodia, is the Firelord Beastmen tier 2 all in. So it's just like Firelord 1, try and get him up to like 3, and then Beastlord at 2, like a 3-1 push, and bring Acolytes. Since they already have creep, I can just like drop Ziggurat. Is that just super bad, or is that actually something that could be threatening?
Do I tell a kid that Christmas is real or not? Let me see.
Yes, dude, come on, give it to me.
This is
a very all in.
This is a very good build, and I'm looking forward to us working on this together.
Can I do this in other matchups? Is this just like the Undead Mirror is most effective?
This works equally well in every matchup.
Oh yes. Oh dude, there's my cheese. That's what's going down. So do I creep Firelord 3 with ghouls and then just tier 2 as soon as Beastmaster's out, just go balls deep to the base? Is that what we're talking?
Yeah, I think you're either going to be killing lots of peasants or lots of burrows. Against Night Elf, actually, I lied. I think it's going to be tough because of Detonate.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Yeah.
Maybe against Night Elf, we would go like Firelord Max Incinerate and try to see if we can just keep hitting the DL. But it will require pristine mechanics and we're not happy.
No.
So it's gonna.
Let's get that out of here.
Yeah. I can see this work against Orc and against Human, maybe. But it is a maybe.
Now we're talking.
I do think you give away control of the outcome a little bit more than with others. But you may find yourself I think you need to prepare this in the deepest secret and only release it when you are desperate, because it's risky.
Yeah, so if I'm like down in a series, just whip it out to like grab a game. It's not like a baseline strategy, but like let's say I'm down, you know, in a best of 502, just like here comes the Pit Lord or Fire Lord Beastman.
Yes, and then it can work maybe an Undead Mirror against Orc. Those would be the prime ones, and Human maybe, and Elf could be tough. And you would just throw the kitchen sink, right? The main goal when you do this is to make sure you have no money. So whatever you can buy, whatever ghouls you can create, double crypt 2 base, creep a bit, bring rods, summon lots of skeletons, drop down a sacrificial skull. If you're on the way, there's no other way to spend money. Just go ahead and buy a circlet of nobility to add extra power if there's no other way to add power. Because you're all in, might as well actually do it.
Got it. Okay. So that's perfect. So we have a save fast expand build. We have a lich aggression build, and then we have a haggard cheese at the end. Which seems great. And obviously we kind of answered this question about the optimal build. We talked about off meta stuff, the timings we kind of covered. I think I don't have too many questions about that one. I'm excited to practice some of those for sure. So
do you just
there concludes my dreaded. Go ahead.
Do you just want to practice that first, and we don't look at it together yet? Because now that you have a framework, you want to put in the work first, or do you just want to practice it by yourself in general, or do you still want to go into anything?
Whatever you think's best. I think there was a couple things to look at. Was maybe I could load in against AI real quick, and you could look at my initial build order and make sure it's clean. That's one thing, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I was going to show you the ziggurat locations.
Yes, we were going to do that as well against Warden, which will be very, very nice. So, yeah, other things. Yeah, we talked about most of that stuff. If there's any, I'm trying to think if there's any recent replays I have that we could review. That would be worth reviewing as well. Or I could play a live game, and you could kind of give me feedback on that afterwards. Whatever you think's best. Obviously, I know it's getting late for you, so I don't want to drag you here too long.
How about we try to do one more where you gather one replay per matchup that was particularly interesting or requiring feedback, so that we make sure that whatever game you've played doesn't have maybe, let's say, strategies that are not relevant for the framework we just built.
Understood. So yeah, I'll spend the next week or so gathering some some goodies, and
awesome.
We can review those later for sure.
I'm looking forward to see your Firelord BM tier 2 push all in as well.
That's what I'm most excited for. I think I feel like that strategy would overwhelm a lot of people who aren't practiced against it. Yeah, it's very I remember the first time it happened to me, it was like, oh my God, there's like 50 units here, and yeah, the Firelord, especially with the multiplying flames. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Let's see that, and let's see some of your standards in every matchup as well, and we can do a replay session next time.
Sure.
Can I show you the ziggurat locations?
Yes. So should I load in? Should I watch your stream? What's the best way to do that? I could watch your stream.
You know what? I'm going to host a lobby on Battle.net. We'll both go into the same game together so that we can play together and look at each other.
Oh, on Battle.net or
yes,
on War
on Battle.net? On Battle.net.
All right, so we're going the old ways, huh? Okay, let me fire this.
Go back to the dark arts that should have been forgotten but never have.
Yeah, Battle.net is going back to early 2000s, you remember? Did you have Xbox Live back in the day?
No.
Do you remember? No, yes or no? Sorry,
no, I never did.
Oh my God, I'm sure many people in your chat can relate, but like when Xbox Live first came out, I think it was circa, oh man, I was in high school, maybe 2005, 4, 5, 6. And you know the reputation of early Call of Duty and Halo lobbies and things like that.
Yeah.
The toxicity element of that, you still get that on Battle.net a bit compared to War 3 champs.
Yes, I've seen that. I have tried to shepherd my tournament invite links away from BNet when that was their first instinct, because W3 champion sounds like a lot to set up.
Yeah.
But it only took a couple of novelty names and some ancient Hindu symbols for them to eventually come to W3 champions.
It's the worst, dude.
Yeah.
So I am on Battle.net. I am going to custom games, and
I will need to restart my game because Battle.net did not feel like letting me create a game right now, so let me get back into it.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, I'm excited to try a lot of these builds. By the way, on a different subject, I know you like HOM 3, right?
Yes, love it.
Dude, we should play that sometime. My wife and I we play HOM 3 all the time. I love it, dude.
Oh,
do you play?
I'd love to.
Do you play with the what's it called? The Armageddon or
Hota?
Somebody in your chat will.
Horn of the Abyss.
With the new expansions and the balancing and all that stuff.
I play with it, but I always avoid the new faction because I like to play the old ones that I know.
Yeah. Who's your favorite? Who do you main?
Necropolis.
I knew it. I knew
How
you
did you
were
know?
gonna say Necropolis.
How did you know?
I don't know. I just felt like that would be your style, man. Necropolis is so good, man. Like almost all their units are strong. Like the skeleton bricks, the vampire lords. Oh my god, those guys.
So good.
It's nasty, dude. Yeah.
I kind of have a taste for the Lich, but I know they're not that good. I know Vampire Lord is better, but I always like Lich. Like their attack sound, the cloud. Yeah, boy.
Yeah. It's so good, man. Yeah, HOM 3, I think, just one of the greatest games of all time.
It is.
There's a new one coming out. You know, the Olden Era or whatever it's called.
Gonna try it.
I'm a little nervous.
Yep, me too.
I'm nervous, but
we'll see.
We'll find out.
It's difficult to recapture lightning in a bottle. Game name is up, by the way, in your Discord DM.
Sounds good. Let me check it out.
It's difficult to gather lightning again in a bottle, but we still should try, right?
Absolutely.
Holy Battle.net is laggy.
Not surprised.
What is going on? I don't think Battle.net is feeling very well. It's not letting me switch race.
The game I joined could not be found. I think you're right. I think there's some lag issue there.
Okay, then I'm just gonna go single player, and I'll show you in single player instead. Sound good?
Sounds good. I will watch your stream.
Okay.
So let me get that set up here. I'll mute this. It'll be a little behind, but it's not a big deal. As long as I see more or less, it's fine.
Okay, I could stream it on Discord if you want, unless you think it's too annoying.
I don't have the OBS stuff set up for Discord spectating here. Let's get this, and I will switch over to your stream here.
Sounds
I
good.
love Inferno, man, and playing Inferno with the devils and all those.
I like Inferno
so
too. They're not very
They're
good,
so cool,
but they're really cool.
Well, the Djinns are really strong. Everything else kind of sucks, but the Djinn and the Devil, if you can get those units going, like the endgame Devil unit, it's so good. So good.
Do you play like one hero or 8 hero?
So yeah, we don't play like the super. Okay, let me get this. Put you on full screen here. Yeah, we don't play like the super beardy, like 5 heroes, transferring units around. Usually we have a rule where you get 1 primary hero and 1 shuttle hero. So the shuttle hero is just the because it's so I don't know. I don't enjoy playing.
It's too tedious when you're that efficient. You efficient the fun out of the game.
Yeah. We usually play like 4-player, and then we creep, and then we meet up and have like a duel of fate. So you have a set amount of months to build up an army, and then at the end of the months we meet in the middle and we all have a duel of fates to see who's like crept and made the best armies. Yeah, but like base trading is fun too. But
let's look at Ziggurat and building location logic. Ziggurats and trees are both really unforgiving with the amount of terrain that you can walk around. So if a ziggurat is against the trees, it is impassable terrain.
Okay, correct.
So in order to keep that gap open, we're gonna leave 1 gap, which means heroes cannot go through, whereas acolytes can. So this is one step of base defense. This is our secret passage out of the castle when they come to assassinate the king.
Dude, I love that. That's like the forbidden escape tunnel. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, dude, I'm learning so much.
So
so good.
The same is true for a linked ziggurat. Ziggurat to ziggurat is also unforgiving.
Yeah.
So this can be good, but usually it isn't. It does prevent ghouls, skeletons, level 1 wolves, and footmen to get in, but it also prevents acolytes to freely navigate, which means they're more likely going to get surrounded.
Yeah. So would you recommend having them not touch tips? Like have them
never touch.
Have the opening there? Like in every matchup, you want that. This isn't just like an idle thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is perfect mobility for us to get away. Because imagine a warden is here, she fans, we do this to try and get away. She can follow this, but then if she follows, we can go up here, and then she has to go all the way back like that. That's a lot of travel that acolytes themselves don't need to do.
Dude, and this is so good against Blade too. Oh my god, yeah,
against
that's nice.
Blade.
Because you could just weave there, and he's just going to be doing nothing, dude. Oh, I love that. Okay, that's really good.
There's other things you can do as well. I like this one too. Maybe like this. I need to make a hero to show what this does.
Sure. Yeah, go for it, boss. Oh, you know the cheat codes.
Yeah.
I forgot all that.
This is a Blade Master, the Death Knight. He can't get there.
Oh, how many can you fit back there?
Can
you fit more than?
I can fit a lot inside. He can't attack this.
Oh, I'm not gonna say it. I'm so That's what she said called to me. All right.
It was intentional. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Did you? Were you baiting me there? I feel like you were baiting me, bro.
I was. Yeah.
You were. You were just waiting. I say that on like, oh, dude, you dirty dog.
Yep.
Look at you, man.
I got that dog in me.
You do. Oh, dude, stop. I can't help it.
So they're all safe here.
Yeah. Okay, wow, you can fit all 5 back there. That's sweet.
Oh my god. Yes, all 5 guys
awesome.
can go in at the same time. And she can't get to them.
Dude, that's prime. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I gotta let you have that one. That's powerful. Yeah, you. I think you have me beat on this game, dude. Yeah, that's good.
I've been practicing for a long time. One day, sir.
Now, which one is better? Okay, so you could just build both variants. You could build like the secret forbidden cave up there, and you could build the. Yes, you could completely wall out your gold.
Yes, which has pros and cons.
Essentially, except for Akos. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the corner diagonal. Difficult building, difficult tree. Corner means heroes can't go. So right now it's like a full wall off. And that has disadvantages because people can do Zeppelin drop. It also means that if Warden Shadow Melts here, we can't hit her, right?
That brings me to one question I forgot. So I think I understand this. I'm gonna try and practice it, and I'll screw it up a bunch. But in what, like Zeppelin drops with Undead, is there any matchups where like the Zeppelin drop is like legitimate and I can really disrupt people, or is it just kind of like what are your thoughts on like doing like I was thinking of like a Crypt Lord fast creep workshop, get a Zeppelin against like human, and when they're fully walled, just like drop in their base with like a million beetles and rods and things like that. Is that viable?
It is viable, yes. It is an effective way of getting into a human walled off base with Crypt Lord and ghouls. Ghouls are of course a relatively low power slot in a Zeppelin compared to, let's say, a Grunt, also one slot but much stronger. But it is viable.
Understood.
And it's valid, and you should keep it in your book of tricks. But it's most likely not going to be a repeatable, sustainable way to always play. But it's a trick.
Got it. Okay. Perfect, man.
Okay, so
so this is great.
When you're starting the game, you need to think about these things already, and that's a little bit the harder part. You're going to have 7 different maps, and you need to decide fast. By the way, did you know this trick?
I'm watching right now.
Game starts, you take all acolytes, and then you do a right click on the gold mine, and then you use the gather hotkey immediately afterwards.
Oh, and it sends the ghoul off. So you select everybody and then just hit G, and it sends him to do his own thing. Yes. Oh, that's cool. No, I did not know that. That's very helpful.
Cool. So when you're spacing your cigarettes, you usually you could just start with this one, but it's usually better to start with the one that's more central while imagining where this one is going to go. So that may take a bit of practice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's tricky.
Yeah, that is tricky, but that would be the goal. And then usually you won't get to make the little secret alcove here because this is usually going to be a shop location. I think the shop has the same functionality. Kind of. Yeah.
So while we're chilling here, can you show me an optimal undead base layout?
Yep.
including graveyard.
Yeah.
Less than 333.
Okay, game begins.
Like for the early game.
Game begins. I'm gonna do.
Yeah, do the cheat codes. Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's see. I'm gonna do altar, crypt.
So altar first. Okay.
Yeah, altar crypt.
Yep, that's what I've been doing more or
Crypt
less.
should
Okay,
have,
so
have
little.
the vanguard location.
So it's tankiest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then you go to 4, and then you build your 5th acolyte after the ziggurat.
Yes.
Okay. Looking good, and then shop. Yeah. So the shop is built defensively. The shop and the graveyard are built like deep set, like within the entrenchment of the base. Yeah.
Yes. You
So I should
usually
just do that every time. Got it.
you usually want the shop to be very well hidden, and ideally, I personally like it to be to the bottom right of the necropolis, because the bottom right is your auto default TP location when you double tap.
Okay. So if you're in a panic, that's where you're gonna end up, and you know, then you want to buy potions or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly.
Didn't undead shops used to have scroll of healing in them?
Yes. It got nerfed out.
I'm not crazy, right?
No, it's true.
No, they got rid of it.
Yep.
Okay.
What a pity, right?
Dude, I wish we still had that.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we still had that. It's so good.
Okay, so now you've got an escape location here.
Yeah, it looks
along
good.
the really long shop. And if you do this, you've got multiple safe acolyte locations as well. This is a full wall off, by the way. So there's some risk, but it's going to open up. That means that because the ghouls are harvesting here, it won't be full wall off for long. So it's full wall off for when it matters against Blade Master, with just these buildings, not the bottom ziggurat. Bottom ziggurat is not needed. This is a full wall off.
That's brilliant.
But
yeah, I like that. This is a nice base
so
layout.
that you'll be ready for getting in the back of your own base with, you know, to counter Zeppelins and Warden and whatnot. It's open already.
Okay.
This would be your Nerubian. And, well, there's no space here. So this would have to be your Spirit Tower against Wyverns.
Understood. Yeah, if you're against Orc.
And we can't get to these acolytes from either side. This one is attackable from here. But if you move them well... So you may struggle to click them here. You see how I'm accidentally clicking shop, even though I'm trying to move underneath it?
Yes.
I know there's a bit of delay, so you have to use your imagination. But if
No, I'm seeing it. It's not that delayed, really. It's like a second or two.
So if you just try to move past and then press hold, or you do like move command on the other acolyte a few times, and then move command on him, and then press hold, you can get enough in there. You just need a bit of creativity to slot them all in.
It's a party bus. Yeah.
Yep.
It's awesome. Yeah, this is good. This is like, yeah, just seeing a proper base layout. I've lost a lot of games because of bad, like putting my shop out front, just losing it, or losing my graveyard, and then being stuck on ghouls. So this is definitely a big improvement.
So the opening,
this is great, man.
This ghoul trick, make acolyte, take one off, make altar in the cubby hole, crypt in the vanguard, and then we start planning the rest.
Yeah, so crypt first, altar behind it, leave the backspaces open for shop and graveyard. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna get to the chopping block on this one, man. We're gonna get working on it.
Cool. Good luck, man.
Yeah, dude. Thank you for taking the time to chat today, man. That was a lot of fun. I got my little like cheat sheet now, so I can refer to that for builds, and yeah, I'll practice some fun cheese for the tournament. At least there'll be one game I'll throw in there with some weird stuff, so that'll be just for you, man. That'll be good.
Cool. Hey, always a pleasure to talk, Turin, and let me know if you have any questions any day. Discord DM or a second sesh. Good luck with your prac.
Yeah. Take care, man. It was great chatting with you.
Thank you, Turin. Bye-bye. Good night.
See you, boss.
Cool. Great guy. You've created a monster, Grubby. He was well prepared. I love a prepared student with some questions about matchups. He knows how to structure his practice. Okay, teach me how to beat him with Firelord. You play against him, Prof. Pan? Very comparable, Vizcalo. I love this. It was really good. I'm now checking on Lakari. Dude, he played 51 games yesterday? That's so crazy. That's so crazy. By the way, I'm looking forward to seeing Sing Sing's first games tomorrow as well. He said he's gonna start his practice tomorrow. Oh, Lakari's not live right now. Wait, did he not play today? 18-hour stream. He does one 18-hour stream and then he takes a break. He's cooked. Where is he? He was in Ampy's chat? Yeah, he needs to rest, of course. Do you think he played off stream? I'm gonna say yes. Grubby, how did you settle on Sing for the replacement slot? I had a few people reach out. They would be interested to play in a future tournament, or they were not sure if the current tournament is filled yet. And so I was able to draw from those interested participants. Red Panda's playing? Nice. I don't know what's wrong with the Dub Champs website right now.
Yo.
Okay, I think it'd be nice to play some more games as well. Because I need to make sure that I don't go too hard too. What do you guys think? I get cooked sometimes when I do 6 hours of coaching in a row. Though Turin made it easy for me. Any Undead? Yeah, since we just finished Undead with Turin, how about I play like Turin? And we can test our own strategies. Oh shit. Hey, you know what? I feel like I should try the tower rush. I should tell the tower rush. Or do I do DK Pitlord? No, I need to try the tower rush, right? Pitlord first? No. I don't have practice with that. Let's try tower rush. This is me stress testing it for Turin. If it works, it works. Where's the ziggurat going? Here, maybe? Is Pitlord first a thing? We can make it a thing, Boon OP! Yo, thanks for the subs. Appreciate it, guys. Touchpad, Beyond Time 88.
More gold is required.
The damned stand ready.
Yo! Tower Rush is love. Tower Rush is life.
This shop should be in the back.
I wish someone is complete. Yes. Summoning is complete.
Uh-oh. Let's see if the build we gave Turin is serious. Headache, Kamerfru, and Smashdown. Thanks, guys. Do you know everybody on that MMR level? Well, you know, it's W3 Champions. It's a small bespoke group. Getting bigger, though.
Death shall reign. Where shall my blood be spilled?
I think I need to creep first. I can't just go, can I?
I wish only to serve. I am
My patience has
Our
ended.
forces are under attack. Where shall my blood be spilled? I wish only to serve. My life for Nezul. You call.
I don't think I can just go.
For the Lich King. My patience has ended. As war. My vengeance is yours. Yeah.
I bow to your my fate. I will my vengeance is yours. Where shall my blood be spilled? You call. I bow.
My patience has ended. You call.
The damned stand ready. My life for Nezul.
Let battle be joy.
Thy bidding, master. I will be done. Vengeance is yours.
My patience has ended. My patience has ended. Yeah. Vengeance is yours. As you order. My patience has ended. My vengeance is yours. For the Lich King.
I wish only to serve.
At last.
Where shall my blood be spilled?
I gladly obey.
Summon
Eyes complete darkness.
I wish only to serve. Yes, master. I can know my
My
fate is
patience has ended. Yeah. You call. My vengeance is yours. Research complete. My patience has ended. Our forces are under attack. My vengeance is yours. You call.
my life for this.
My life for this. My patience has ended.
I gladly obey.
You call. Yes. Our rod is under attack. Die.
I bow to your will.
You call.
Where shall my blood
My
be
patience
spilled?
has ended.
I wish only to
Vengeance is
serve.
yours. For the Lich King.
My life for Nezul. Yes, master. I wish only to serve. My fate is
Call. My vengeance is yours. More gold is required for this. My patience has ended. At last. As you order. My patience has ended. For the Lich King. Ye all. At last.
Okay, I guess it's legit.
You call.
Maybe, if you surround. Hard to say. I mean, he made some mistakes, but so are people at lower level going to make mistakes. I should send the replay to Turin. Where do I find this? Oh my god, the path is right here. I didn't know. Oh my god, the path is right there. I always wondered where the path is. Okay, I'm sending this to him. If it works at 2200, it should work for him. I mean, I beat someone 100 MMR higher, so should be okay. Yo, Solitary Flare, thank you. Quake 1881, thank you. Math Bestos. You could have been more brutal. You could have posted further back and master it's like a junkie. Posted further back, master is like a junkie. What? I used that path to go to folder back and into my hotkey folder if needed. Yeah. Can we invite Lon to the tournament? Lon was a pro, man. He'd be too good. Would the Ted Tower rush still hold up? Yep, it's still good. Looks like Turin is playing now.
Yeah, I feel like Impale, but he does have Demon Hunter.
Okay, let's take a look and watch.
Let's grab the dust. All right, so we're gonna go creep this expansion now.
Oh my god, he's
we'll
so
do a tier
zoomed
2
in.
push on him. I think that'll be good.
Bro, what is this
Grubby
zoom
sent me a
level?
replay to watch. Oh, dude, shout out to Grubby, man. Hell yeah. Give me all the goods. Okay. So Beetlejuice moving in. We're scouting the expansion. This is a really easy camp here. We're gonna get this one, and I feel like we're creeping very efficiently. I need to go get another Rod of Necromancy, though. Okay, so let's... how many workers are we going to have here? Ah, inventory is full. Okay.
I didn't know he plays Zoom like this.
Ghoul back. We're going to need to refresh on ghouls here in a minute. Time is fleeting. Okay, let's get
They're
the
just
Spirit
not
Tower,
stopping
just
his
'cause I'm a little
expansion
newbie
at all,
and,
huh?
I want to feel safe there. And Mantle of Intelligence, yeah, let's pop this. Mantle of Intelligence will be okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
choices.
we'll hide this here for later and then come back and get it if I remember. Okay. The mantle I do want. All right, beetles.
Didn't do Dendy do it as well? It means he's gonna win the tourney. Fast expanding is super OP at low level.
We're gonna entrench it even further.
Wait, why did he go for Crypt Lord against Night Elf?
Right now, yeah, perfect.
I said no Crypt Lord against Night Elf.
Talk about it. So we should be able to defend this. We should be able to.
He doesn't care?
Let's get the workers, target
He said he messed up?
guys.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He's gonna get some of these. I think he's gonna get wrecked here.
Yep.
A little bit.
This is a terrible
we need to target
attack.
This actually, and target this. Okay, he missed the detonate. That's fine. Let's go repair this. We're gonna get into the archers. Oh yeah, give me that impale, baby. Oh yeah.
He's got such good energy.
We're gonna get all these freaking archers, and yeah, he's coming here, but we could just target him with the towers and shit. We're gonna be cooking. Let's see if we can get us around. Yeah.
He fucked up the cubby hole as well. He built the first ziggurat too close to the trees.
Right.
Yeah.
Still got it. Still freaking got it, baby. All right, we're still in this. All right, let's get the ghouls back. Do this.
Is he touching tips on the 2 ziggurats?
And we're gonna get you over here. Build another one of these because he's gonna want that for sure. And outstanding.
How can he talk so much while playing?
My might cannot be matched. We have some really good lich items. Double glove plus that. That's super nice. So we're gonna need. We can leave some of these back here and get a rod of necromancy. In the meantime, let's go down there.
Yeah, talking train of thought. I can sometimes do this, but it takes a lot of energy.
Here, but I seriously doubt it. He looks like he did a fast second hero. All right, and Grubby built. I think I saw the good undead players building shops at their expos. Let's let the beetles lead the way.
He was gonna say me, but then he said no, the good undead players.
Upgrades.
Did you notice that?
Shit, I wish I could pull up my document right now. I don't have it open. I want to see. I forget what the late game army comp versus these guys were. Okay, let's get you back. Let's get you back. Is he going to my base for reals? It would make sense with his hero comp. All right, so we got big beetles now. Oh man, a greater mana potion. Oh, that's so good.
He needs to learn to sell more items.
Dude.
He's leaving gifts
this
everywhere.
Is annoying. I guess we just hide the dust back here because greater mana is like.
I did. He has so far hidden the dagger and he's hidden the dust.
Maybe I should wait for second hero.
There's items everywhere.
Right, so we're just chilling here with this. We have an expansion. We have too many workers here. Let's go scout his expo here.
Yo, Tailu. Thank you for the 4 months.
I didn't get the impale off. Feels bad. Oh, his army is really bad. It's very small. I mean, I can't chase him and catch him and stuff, but yeah, we could definitely just continue creeping. And I almost take Lich second, just since we have such good gear for the Lich. Okay, let's get that Manual of Health. And we're about to get tier 2. Karen, you really don't want to be looking at a document halfway through an RTS match? I know, I know. Trust me, I'm aware. All right, so we're going to head down to his base. He's trying to expand. Okay, so this is where we're going to go cancel that shit.
What's TWW3? Total War Warhammer 3.
Get a freaking tavern hero. All right, so now what we could do is we could build this. Go here.
I wouldn't bring those ghouls.
3.
He's gonna be low on lumber.
And we're pulling ghouls for this party because yeah, I don't want him to. I don't want him to be comfortable. We're gonna creep jack the hell out of this.
He needs second hero. Even tavern hero would be better
things?
than not having it.
Okay. Did I get him? Oh, I got this around.
Rockets.
We
Tinker.
still got it.
Tinker
okay.
rockets.
It's time for the truly forbidden sauce. Man, I guess we're just gonna do Sea Witch to try and end the game. Okay, so let's get you.
His speed is pretty good, man. He's saying like his hands aren't that fast, but his APM is good.
All right, so let's get you guys to target the Wisp. You need to get the detonate, and we have
pretty good accuracy too.
Units here. Okay. Unupgraded bears should be pretty easy kills. Let's get an impale with the mana potion. Kill the other bear.
Could have been better.
Okay, just keep targeting all the squishy shit. He's trying to snipe my Beetlejuice. So we're just gonna get Beetlejuice back and get everybody on you.
TP in 2.
I'll TP if I have to. I think I can. Oh, I got him surrounded. I wasn't even trying there. That's pretty funny. All right. So just keep grinding him down. Let's get Beetlejuice out of here.
I lost the Naga second from Undead before.
You. Got the surround. Nice.
Oh, nice surround. Very good surround.
Oh. And now we get Fiends. Upgrades.
That was good.
We're gonna need you and you. Ghouls as well. Okay, Beetlejuice needs to just go back to the base, grab some friggin' potions, and then come back to the fight. I need to get Bro, too. Okay, can we get us around?
He's cracked. We got our winner.
Maybe not. Okay. That is fine. Okay, let's get you guys coming out.
A little bit low on lumber because he brought every ghoul.
Oh, the tree is fighting us here. Alright. So far so good. I mean, his expansion's under heavy duress. Let's just continue here. The ghouls are very damaged. I think I'm going to send them back. That's just basically free kills for my opponent.
Yo!
And
Heyo,
Beetlejuice
thank you
is
for the
coming
sub,
back.
Babuin. Babuun.
I don't know how I feel about the... okay, we got tier 3 now, so we just need to get the lumber back. Okay, do we have any skeletons? We do, so we can grab some skellies.
Edge panning and zoomed
And if
in.
he pops out, we can impale his wisps. That's what we're going to do.
Hell yeah. Kill them all.
Okay. Nice, and then we get level 3 on you, so that should be out of this group here.
Oh,
and he's back.
Frost Arrow
yeah,
level
it's
2.
fine. We can withdraw for a second and regroup and get the orb and stuff. We're going to go Lich, actually, for our last hero here. We forgot to get you back on the mine. That's fine.
I can see how I lost to him in Dune.
McDuck, and we're going to get another expansion.
He may have had more experience,
Yeah, we're gonna get
but
another
he's
expansion.
good.
Let's gear up on items.
He's fast
Where's
around the
shop?
map.
That's for the Shredder. Mercs and Shop is up here. And then we're just going to go
Is
right
Frost
back
Arrow
and
level
finish
2
them off.
bad? No, it's pretty good. It's just more
Burrows,
usual to go for the bigger impact
We
Fork
got the
Lightning
ghouls
upgrade.
going. I always feel like I'm a little low on ghouls. I should have asked Grubby that. Like how many ghouls do we want? So we're gonna get boots,
Just
healing
don't
potion,
bring 4 out of
and for
5
you, invul and healing pot.
when all-inning.
Normally I wouldn't go Naga, but the timing was just so good. He's got Wisp hiding there. Oh shit, here he is. I didn't even notice him here. Oh my god. Alright. So he has actual bears now, which we need to watch out for. Oh, his army's very, very small. Okay, let's get the Impale
Huge
bear.
Impale.
I don't know
Could
how
have
we
been
missed that
better.
freaking bear. Feels bad. Okay, he's trying to target me. We'll just wisp it up.
That invulnerability was not important.
Micro you back.
Nice micro on the
Micro you
feed.
back a little bit. Yeah, keep going. We got level 5.
Heal scroll timing is now. Lost it.
I do have Burrow now, which is great. Okay, let's target you down. At this point, it's just a game of macro. We just have so much
I
more
think
than
I'm
him.
going to start coaching everyone on
We
taking
need to
fast
get the orb.
expansion.
All right, so we need to go Destroyers.
Either doing an all-in or
go
taking
back
Expo.
here. 2, 2, and 3.
His
All right.
mainstream is YouTube? Oh, yeah, okay. So he
Let's
doesn't
just
read
gear it
this,
up.
yeah?
All right, so now we go deliver the Death Thrust here. Can set up another expansion, and we need to also see if he's expanding here.
Is he live?
All right. All right. Let's just gear it up. All right, so now we go deliver the Death Thrust here.
A thrust?
Set up another expansion, and we need to also... I will take that experience all the way to the bank. He'll be back with bears, but we need
Total
to
War
get
Warhammer
Despero.
3 has a lot of jank and clunk for gameplay.
he's gonna
Warcraft
be
3
down
is
2
right up
levels
his
here, which
alley.
is great.
Warcraft 3 feels a lot more responsive than Total War Warhammer 3.
Okay, and let's
Dude,
get
I
you
know.
over
I
here,
played
and
it.
get you on this.
When my units engaged in Total War Warhammer 3, and I
any
tell them to go
expansion?
back, they just won't
Clever
because
girl?
they're
No,
locked in combat. It feels so weird.
So we still have TP. We have some good itemization too. We got another scroll of healing. Let's give this to the Lich because he has the orb. All right, awesome.
But I think it's by design.
I'm not sure
I don't
he's
think
going.
it's
No,
just
that's fun.
clunky on purpose. You're meant to be able to locked in
Okay,
combat,
let's
right?
get an Impale here. Nova that bad boy down.
Yeah, it's more
Unfortunately, we
tactics
don't
than
have destroyers.
RTS,
This guy
I
doesn't
guess.
have Strap of Prez, I don't think. Okay, let's burrow you. Oh, he does. He just used it. Okay, great. Let's get another one of these. Target you
Impale
down
is so
now.
thick.
Should be able to get him here. Burrow you. All right, so he's down. That's GG.
He even knows Impale
Okay.
max range too.
Ah, still not. I need to be quicker.
GG. Wow.
GG.
That was really clean.
Yeah, baby. Let's go. I'm not in Bronze League. What are you talking about? I ain't in Bronze. All right. That was a good match. I'm very, very happy with that one.
Jeez, he's
Yeah,
good.
second slot.
All right, the others need to put in the work to get on his level. Yeah, I don't even think that's 1350 MMR gameplay. This guy's a monster. Lakari, we gotta get to work, man. We gotta get to work. Did you help him? I did help him, yes. But you need more help, and I want to help you. How could you? One session with everyone. It's not me. He was apparently this good already, I think. We need to work on things, Lakari.
Hi Grubby, I introduced my roommate to your stream, and he loves it as much as I do. After every party, we buy a French tacos and enjoy it while watching your stream. Seeing you live makes us so happy. You needed to know that. Greetings from France.
Merci beaucoup. Rain was helping me a bit. He taught me some. Wait. What? Rain? You mean the Korean Rain?
Yo!
Cherry Rain? Rain? No, he's German? Okay. Okay. Rain has not been seen in 22 years. It's been a drought of that Korean player. Okay, I've never heard of German Rain. Lakari, why no stream today? You do one 18-hour stream and you're a little bit tired? Where's the spirit? I've never done longer than 13, by the way. You're crazy. I fell asleep to your stream last night. Well, first my wife fell asleep because we had it on the projector in bed. And when she was asleep, I still watched for a bit. And then fell asleep. I woke up. First Discord message. Yo, did you see how many more Lakari played last night? You gotta help me more now. I can't believe you gave this guy counters. I promised to help everyone. He asked. Now we have to learn how to counter the counters. Timings. And we gotta do some cheeses. I need counter. Yes, you need counter. He had a Word document prepared. Yes. Tomorrow I am coaching Viper and then I'm playing with Knopf to test the new PTR. This is kind of lagging behind because I'm coaching all the others, all the students. And then who else is there? Like, who did I not coach yet? Red Panda? Am I doing Red Panda? Yeah, Red Panda on Sunday. A little earlier. And then I haven't coached Tasteless. But Tasteless is getting coaching from Terror. It's a different window. So after that, I'll have done everyone. Oh, Sing Sing, of course. I think he said he wants to play by himself for like a week. So you're next, Lakari. Sunday night. Since you're not from an RTS, and pretty much everyone else is, I think you deserve the most help. Are you getting up early tomorrow for Viper? Plus, you've been the hardest working too. Are you getting up early? No, we're doing 8 o'clock. He's playing late for me. Have you coached TommyKay? Yeah, it was today. Someone sent me Viper's Liquipedia. What did you put me in, bro? Just don't look. Just don't look. You can do this. You can do this. The thing is, I don't really have an excuse. You know what? Let's play Night Elf tonight. If Lakar is chilling with a margarita, let's do what we can. Play Night Elf. We're done with Undead and Human. You owe me more than... Yeah, okay. Yo, I got to 2200 yesterday, Lakari. On this map in the Night Elf Mirror. I reached my goal. But Night Elf Mirror, I don't go... Oh yeah, and then I went Warden in the Night Elf Mirror. And it actually worked because he had like Keeper or Fire Lord or Bottom or something. Anyway, not Demon Hunter, right? So that was great. So it actually worked.
Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold.
The final game.
Insufficient
gold. Oh, it was crazy.
Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold.
Wait, it was him actually. I had Warden. Okay, Warden against Warden. I have not played Warden against Warden. I don't know. I don't want to say ever, but I definitely haven't played Warden v Warden. Very probably, likely, possibly, definitely in the last 15 years.
Your building is complete. Your building is complete.
Warden actually counters Warden. It depends. You can dodge Shadow Strike with Blink. Wonder what's best for solo Warden.
On your mark. Fair enough. Same thing. Done. All too easy.
Imagine going Chimera instead. Wait, what about Hippo Riders or Mass Archers? He's gonna think it's Bear Mirror, and then what if I don't?
I am the iron hand of justice. Create more news. I am the law. Let me investigate.
Your move. Done. I'll give it a shot.
Why are you so mad?
Fair enough.
Have you reached a verdict?
Oh, I forgot my shop as well.
Ashvalano. Benthai Delelun. Understood. Let justice be served. Benthai Delelun. They shall not escape. Have you reached a verdict? Ashvalano. I am the iron hand.
He killed his own archer. Oh shit. Oh no, never mind.
Have you reached a verdict?
Have you guys reached a verdict?
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Let me investigate.
Waiting on you. Cry havoc. Say no more.
Ashvalano.
On your mark.
Benthai Delelun.
Point the way.
I am the iron hand of justice. Let the hunt begin.
I stand ready.
Ashvalano.
Point the way.
Justice shall be
Fair
swift.
enough.
I can taste their fear.
Waiting on you.
Let the hunt begin.
Can I help you?
Have you reached a verdict?
Done. All too easy. All too
Let
easy.
me investigate.
Yo!
Yo!
On your mark. Point the way.
Can I kill this from afar or not?
Waiting on you. Say no.
Let me investigate.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Huh.
Benthai Delelun.
Let's kill the Moonwells.
I am the iron hand of justice.
I stand ready.
Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice.
On your mark.
Benthai Delelun.
Point the way.
What's he doing up there?
Ashvalano. Justice shall be swift.
I think I'm just gonna go Hippo Riders, no?
I can taste their
No, it sucks ass. What am I thinking?
Stand ready. Point the way. Fair enough.
Ashvalano.
What are you doing here? I see.
Understood. I can taste
Waiting
their
on you.
fear. Benthai Delelun. I am the law. Justice shall be swift.
On your mark. Say no more.
Let me investigate. Let the hunt begin. Understood. Let justice be served. They shall not escape. I am the
Upgrade
law.
finished.
Let the hunt begin.
Point the way.
Have you reached a verdict? Justice shall be swift.
Point the way. All too easy. All too easy.
I am the iron hand
Waiting on
of
you.
justice. Have you reached a verdict?
Ben thy delilu. On your mark, say no more. Done.
I am the iron hand of justice. I can taste their fear.
On your mark, fair enough.
Let me invest
the way.
Your building is I know. I am the iron hand of justice. Let me investigate. Ben thy delilu. Have you reached the verdict? Hand of justice. I can taste the
way. On your mark.
Let me
on your mark.
Have you reached a verdict? Let the hunt begin. Ben thy delilu. Justice shall be swift.
Our warriors have engaged. Our champion has fallen.
Point the way. Done.
Oh my god.
Oh, too easy. Waiting on you. You will move. Say no more.
Ben thy delilu. Let me investigate.
Oh my god.
I am the iron hand of justice.
I had a severe shock.
Let me investigate. I am the iron hand of justice. Let justice be served. Have you reached a verdict? They shall not steal your buildings. Let justice be served. Let me investigate. I shall know. I am the law. Have you reached a verdict? Ben thy delilu. Understood. I am the iron hand of justice. Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice. Ben thy delilu.
Research finished.
Justice shall be swift. They shall not escape.
Our warriors
Let
have
me
engaged the enemy.
Understood.
Upgrade
I am the law. They shall not escape. Let justice be served. Let the hunt begin.
Your move. Say no more. Point the way.
I am the iron hand of justice.
More lumber is
I'm awake. I'm awake.
I can taste their fear. Ben thy deliloon. Let the hunt begin. Have you reached a verdict?
Has awaked.
Let
Strength
me
is
investigate.
yours.
Waiting on you. Done. Oh,
Ashvalano. Understood. I am the iron hand of justice. Let me investigate. Justice
Our
shall
time
be
is
swift.
short.
Ben thy deliloon. Have you
Your
reached a
building
verdict?
is complete. Research finished. Our
I am
warriors
the
have
iron
engaged
hand
the
of
enemy.
justice.
Where shall I strike? My strength is yours.
Let me investigate.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Ashvalano. Have you reached a verdict? Ben thy deliloon. Ben thy
Has
deliloon.
awakened.
Have you reached a
What is
verdict?
this nonsense?
I can taste their fear. Justice shall be swift. I can taste their fear.
He's gonna auto attack my warden to death, and now I'm ready for it.
Waiting on you.
I am the iron hand of justice.
Your move.
Let me investigate. Understood.
Our warriors have
Let the
engaged
hunt
the
begin.
enemy.
Let me investigate. I can taste their fear.
The sleeper
I
has
am the
awakened.
law.
Our time is short. Oops. Where shall I strike?
I am the iron hand of justice.
Our warriors have
Point the
engaged
way.
the enemy.
Our time is short.
Have you reached a verdict? Ashvalano. They shall not escape. Let justice be served.
I'll make short
Our
work.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Have you reached a verdict?
Of course. The sleeper has awakened. Strength is yours.
Ben thy deliloon.
Where shall I strike?
Your man.
I'm awake.
Let me
I'm awake.
Justice shall be swift.
I'm awake. I'm
Ashvalano.
awake.
Waiting on you.
I am the iron hand of justice. Understood. Let the hunt begin. Let me
The
investigate.
sleeper has awakened. Our time is
Ashvalano.
short.
Understood.
Where shall I strike?
Ben thy deliloon. Let the
My
hunt begin.
strength is yours. I'm awake.
Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice. I can taste their fear.
More lumber is required.
I am the iron hand of justice.
Our time
Ben
is short.
Delelune.
Where shall I strike?
Let me invest.
Our warriors have
Have you
engaged
reached
the
a
enemy.
My strength
I
is
shall
yours.
know
The Reaper
justice
has
shall be
awakened.
Let
I'm
me
awake. My strength is yours. Where shall I strike? Our time is short. I'm awake. I'm awake. My path is
Have you reached a verdict?
Where shall I strike? Our time is short.
I am the iron hand of justice. I can taste
My strength is yours.
Let me invest. Justice shall be swift.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
I am the iron hand.
Oh,
Understood. Let the hunt begin.
thank you very much, AJ. Oh my god.
Grub sleeper kekbias grub round. Best minute night sack from hope all is okay. Peace, love and unity.
Oh.
I am the iron hand. I am the law. I can taste their fear. Understood. I am the iron hand of justice. Let me investigate. I can taste their fear. Let the hunt begin.
I'm awake.
Have you
I'm
reached a
awake.
verdict? Justice shall be swift.
My
Let
path
the hunt
is
begin.
clear.
Can I
Ben
help
thy
you?
delay. Justice shall be swift. Ash
once.
Valano. Understood. I can taste their
Ah,
fear.
the great outdoors.
I can taste
Where
their
shall
fear.
I strike?
Have you reached a verdict? Justice shall be swift.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Let me investigate.
Are we being invaded?
I am the iron
My
hand of
strength
justice.
is yours. Where shall I
Ben
strike?
thy delay. I am the
What is
iron
nature's
hand
call?
of justice.
Our time
Ash
is
Are we
short.
being invaded?
Our
Insufficient
warriors
force.
have
you reached a
engaged the
verdict?
enemy.
Let me
Hi!
investigate.
Is there trouble? And death center.
Have you reached
Our
a
time
verdict?
is short.
Ash Valano. They shall not. Let the hunt begin.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Understood. I can taste their fear. Let the hunt begin.
Our warriors
Ben
have
thy
engaged the
delay.
enemy.
I am the iron hand of
Where
justice.
shall I strike?
What is
Let
nature's
me
call?
investigate. Have you reached a verdict?
Is there trouble? I'm
Ben
saying,
thy delay.
are we being invaded?
I am the iron hand of justice. Ash Valano. Let me investigate.
My strength is yours.
I am the iron hand of
course.
justice. Ben thy delay.
He has Shredder all this time, so he has no number issues. He's gonna get lots of upgrades.
Valano. Justice shall be swift.
Well, this is a weird, silly situation now.
Hi!
Have you reached a verdict?
Ah, the great outdoors.
I am the iron
What is
hand of
nature's call?
justice.
Is creeping still? Is there still any point to it?
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Are we being invaded? Hi!
I'm awake.
Ben
I'm
thy
awake.
delay. Let
What
the
is
hunt
nature's
begin.
call? Where shall I
Ash Valano. I can taste
Is there
their
trouble?
fear.
Glad.
What's his
I can
upgrades?
taste their fear. Justice shall be swift. I am the
Oh,
iron
0-0.
hand of
Okay.
Are we
justice.
being invaded?
That's good.
Have
What
you
is
reached a
nature's
verdict?
call?
I am the iron
I
hand.
need Wellspring.
Hi!
Ash Valano.
What is
Understood.
nature's call?
Let the hunt begin. Justice shall
Hi.
be swift. Ben thy
once.
delelune. Let
Are we
me
being
investigate.
invaded?
Research finished.
Have
Is
you
there
reached a
trouble?
verdict? Understood. I can taste their fear.
What is nature's
I am the
call?
iron hand
Hi.
of justice.
More lumber
Let me
required.
investigate. Ash Valano.
Are we being invaded?
Ben
Are we
thy
being
delelune.
invaded?
Have you reached
What
a
is
verdict?
nature's call?
Ben thy delelune. Ash Valano. Let the hunt begin. Let
What is
me
nature's
investigate.
call?
Research
For the
finished.
trees.
I
Are
am
we
the
being
iron
invaded?
hand of justice. I can taste their fear.
Is there trouble?
Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice.
Our warriors have
Let
engaged
me
My
investigate.
strength is yours.
I was hoping he would think that would work.
Ben
Are we
thy
being
delelune.
invaded?
Oops.
My strength
Have
is
you
What
yours.
is
reached a
nature's
verdict?
call?
Where shall I
Ash
strike?
Valano. Let me investigate.
Our time is
Ash
short.
Valano.
Your
Have you
building
reached
is
a
complete.
verdict? Justice shall be swift. Ben thy delilum. Let the hunt begin. I am the iron hand of
Are we
justice.
being invaded?
I'm awake.
Ashvalano.
I'm awake.
I am the iron
Where shall I
hand of
strike?
justice.
We can't build
Have
there.
you reached a verdict?
Research finished.
Let justice be served.
Our sacred
warriors
grove
have
is being
more than
desecrated.
I am
The
Let
sleeper
me
has awake. I'm awake.
Let
I'm
me
awake.
investigate.
My strength is yours.
I am the iron hand of justice. They shall not escape.
Our time is yours.
Justice shall be swift. Understood. I can taste their fear. Ben thy delilun. Ashvalano. Let the hunt begin.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Feels senseless in a way.
Engage the enemy.
Let the hunt
My
begin.
strength
Because you
is
can't
yours.
get another hero, which is normally an integral
Ben
part of
thy
the game.
delilun. Let justice be served. I
Our
can
time
taste
is
their
yours.
fear. Understood.
Where shall
I am the iron hand of justice.
I? Our time is yours.
Have you reached a verdict?
Our champ.
GG. Yep. Is it all war senseless? No, it makes peace. Did you cancel staff on purpose? Nope, I forgot that I didn't have other units in my group because I did Warden 1 to everything else instead of Warden and Bears 1. So I was allowed to make that move if my Bears were still in the group. Whoops. Question on Night Elf. When you mount an Archer on Hippogriff, how does their prior HP combine in one? It adds both together, and in fact the base Archer HP plus Hippo is also equal to the max of the Hippo Rider. So whatever health is missing on either is also missing on the new one. And that means if you dismount them, they will both share the percentage-based health. They will split the difference, let's say. So you could put a low Archer on a Hippo and it'll be like a 80% Hippo. But then when you split, they're both going to be 80%. Thanks again, AJ. Oh, we're against Orc. Bakari, are you still there? Do you want Warden against Orc? I need to know. Yes? Okay. Okay. I recently had a game Warden Naga against Orc. I'm always here, I'm sleepy though, still, even though I just woke up. Okay. I had a Warden Naga game against Orc yesterday. You can always go on my W3 Champions profile, by the way. Like, you know, find me on the website. And then see if any games have Warden. And then download the replay and watch. I think I stole a level 5 creep. Or level 6 creep with a blink and auto attack. I might stream later. Okay, cool, cool. Take it easy, man. Don't have to for me. Wisp Scout after the altar finished. 3 on wood. Okay. I think this map is not part of the pool, so it's not relevant. But I'm gonna say it anyway. This wizard casts lightning shield on a unit that is surrounded by 2 other PvP units.
More lumber is required.
So
More lumber is required.
I can make him cast lightning shield on something I want
Insufficient gold.
by using a wisp. If I repair the Ancient of War and I'm next to it. Oops. Like this. And use it against him.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
No! Oh, I'm fine. Okay, he's shadow first. That doesn't do anything. Man, these comps are all garbage as Warden. Let's get a 3rd Moonwell. Troll first, is that a thing? No, it sucks. But some orcs don't care. I should check It's double burrow. That means it's going to be a lot of grunts.
I am the iron hand of justice.
Should get a
We can't build
second AOW too.
Ben they shall not escape. Have you reached a verdict?
Oh, this camp is actually kind of
Have you
easy.
reached a verdict? Let me investigate. I am the law.
Okay, this sucks. Let's go and heal.
Ben Ashvalano. I am the iron hand of justice. Let
Okay,
the hunt
because we
begin.
didn't use any follow-up mana, or we didn't use any mana, we can actually almost fully heal, which is nice.
Have you reached a verdict? Justice shall be swift. Ashvalano. I am the iron hand.
Our
of justice.
warriors
Let
have
justice
engaged the
be
enemy.
served.
Snakes and heal, I see.
I am the iron hand of justice. Understood. I can Ashvalano. Have you reached a verdict?
Man, this guy is so tanky.
Let me investigate. Your building is Ben Let me investigate. Ashvalano. Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice. I am the iron hand of justice. Justice shall be swift. Let
Okay, he
me
didn't clear his expansion. Yo, thank you for the sub, Zamil.
Have you reached a verdict? Ben Delelun. Ashvalano.
Waiting on you.
I'm not
One
sure
stand ready.
how this is
I
gonna
am
work
the
out
iron
actually, because
hand.
Shadow's kind of good against Warden
Ashvalano. Ben Delelun.
because of the heal.
Let me investigate. Your building is have you reached a verdict? Let the hunt begin. Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron hand of justice.
Our warriors have engaged.
Okay.
The sacred grove is being desecrated. Upgrade finished. We can't build. Trees may not be.
Ben I am the iron hand of justice. Let me
When you work with
have you reached a verdict? I have reached a verdict. I am the iron hand of justice. Ben understood. Let me rest. They shall not escape. Let the hunt begin. Understood. Research done. Have you reached a verdict? I am the iron
A sacred
hand.
grove is being desecrated.
Let me rest. Just like this. Your I am the Iron Warriors have engaged. I am the Iron Hand. Our sacred grove is being desecrated. They shall not escape. Let me. Have you reached the verdict? Let the hunt begin. Let me investigate. I am the Iron Hand of justice. I am the Iron Hand of justice. I can taste blood. Understood. I shall know. Let me investigate. Have you reached the verdict? I can taste blood.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Have you reached the verdict?
GG. Not worth killing them? Killing what? There's too much of everything. There's too much of everything. Damn, Grubby, 2 games in a row. What's going on? Yep. Warden against Orc is tough. So that's why you went Shadow Shaman? Yeah. Shadow Shaman first. Probably gonna be a Snake Rush, usually. When you see double burrow. So, you Wisp Scout sees double burrow. It means lots of grunts. So I was playing it way too risky. If it's 1 burrow tech, it's like fast second hero, Raider Walker usually. And if it's double burrow, you're gonna expect 5 grunts. So you better be ready for it. And was I ready for it, chat? No. I was not. With the Playbee mass hunts, I think you can, yeah. Just stay tier 1 mass hunts. Except the snakes can be a little tough. Let me think. You have Warden. You see Shadow, double burrow. It's gonna be mass grunts. Shadow kind of counters Warden. That's the hard part. I'm not sure right now. Just gonna play standard here. Demon and Archers in Night Elf Mirror. I'm gonna wish him GOHF, which is also very standard. And was kind of missing. Wisp Scout, his base.
Yo!
And his Ancient of War location. And then shift click it somewhere in case I forget to move it. Yo, thank you for the sub, Shwook. I moved my Wisp too early here.
More lumber is required.
You're
More
easily in
lumber
my
is
top
required.
250
More
streamers
lumber is
this month. Keep it up.
Thanks, man.
I stand ready, Mark. Done. Seen. All too easy. Fair enough.
That's big. Okay, he's also creeping this. Let's just see his opening hero. Bottom. Okay.
Create more moves.
Then Immolation. 3 Moonwells. No mana burn.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
I forgot to shop cancel again.
Your building is complete.
Point the way. Waiting on you.
My blade bursts. At last.
Your move. On your mark.
Treant may not root there.
Your move.
10 Wisps.
Blade bursts. Though I be damned.
Circlet Dust? Yeah, he bought Circlet Dust.
On you.
I feel like if he buys Circlet Dust, it means he's not going double Ancient of War mass hunts.
Engage the enemy.
You know why? That wants all the money for Huntresses. This is harass. This is harassment, just straight
Your
up.
building is complete.
I accidentally lost Wisp to Creeps. That sucks.
on a Torrenador. Though I be damned at last on a Torrenador. None shall survive.
I stand ready.
The time has come. Revenge.
Waiting on you. Done.
The time
Points away.
I blade
I stand ready. On your mark.
quickly.
Waiting on
No. No. There's no way.
We must act. My blade thirsts. The time.
Yeah, so I failed my scout, but I'm 99% sure circlet means he's not mass
I
hunting.
stand ready.
On a Torrenador. Run for your life. My blade
Should I get
thirsts.
boots? I think so.
Call quickly. At
Can I
last.
help you?
None shall survive.
On your mark.
Command me.
Point the way.
Time
Your
has
building is
come.
complete.
We must act.
Point the way. All too easy.
My blade
Waiting
thirsts.
on you. I stand ready. Safe. On your mark.
Quickly. The time
Your
has
move.
come.
On your mark. I'll give it a shot.
For Kalimdor. On a
Point the
Torrenador.
way.
Though I be damned. Torrenador. At last. Though I be damned.
Waiting on you.
I was sloppy from both of us, but more from him because he had dust tank on me anyway.
Waiting on you. Point the way.
Insufficient gold. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Blade thirsts.
Point the way. Waiting on you.
Blade thirsts.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
He is tier 2ing. Can see.
Upgrade finished.
We must act. My blade thirsts. At last. Though I be damned.
Keeper second? Is it Beastmaster or Panda? Maybe Panda.
On your mark.
Actually, no, I'm gonna... He's Mass Dryads, right? Maybe it should be Tinker, actually.
Waiting on you.
Tinker's really good against Mass Dryads.
I'm all geared up.
On your mark.
My blade thirsts.
Let's roll out.
Your building
Yeah,
is
baby.
Must act. Though I be damned.
I'll prepare my own Dryads.
What you got? I'm on top of it. Hi-ya!
Hiya!
Engine's running. I can handle that. Yeah, baby. All systems go. Engine's running.
How many wisps do I have? 6?
All systems go. What you got?
Last.
Put one behind its expo. Is it gonna be daytime before it gets there? Yes.
Quickly. Torrenador. The time.
I'm all geared up.
My blade thirsts.
I'm all geared up.
Tier 3.
All systems go.
Am I not going Mass Dryads? Maybe not. Ultra Vision. Bit late. In case he makes it night again. I can at least open with 2 Dryads, I think.
Engine's running. Yo!
Hey amigo.
Oh, I can still put it behind. Oh shit.
What you got?
Kind of afraid of that.
I'm all geared up.
Okay, that was horrible. That was actually horrible.
Fair enough. Done. Say no more.
Oh
warriors
wow.
have engaged the enemy.
I threaded the needle of suck.
On a Torrenador. On a Torrenador. At last. Though I
Our
be
sacred
damned.
And he
grove
has
is
an
being
expansion.
desecrated.
Perfect. Yes, this is a real build.
Torrenador.
Bottom Naga Dryads.
Quickly.
Research insufficient gold.
Okay,
We must act.
it's
All
over.
systems go.
The time has come.
The engine's running. All systems go.
Blade thirsts.
The engine's running.
The
Our
great
warriors have
outdoor.
engaged.
I'm all geared up.
I think my Ultra Vision was late and he probably saw me before I saw him.
All systems go.
Blade thirsts. Though I be damned.
Where the hell do I even go?
What is nature's call? Taste my spear.
Taste my spear.
Hi. Are we being invaded?
The engine's running.
My blade thirsts.
Insufficient
The
gold.
sleeper
Hi.
has awakened. Time has come.
What is nature's call? I'm game. Making trails. For the trees. For the trees. Making trails. I'm game. Gladly. Gladly. Making trails. Aim dead set. I'm game. For the trees.
He's gonna throw one rock.
Are we being invaded? The hunt is on.
I'm all geared up.
No.
Engine's running.
I'm awake.
Insufficient gold. Are we being invaded? What is nature's call?
We must act.
What you
Your
got?
building is
I need to sell 2 items and get orb and stuff.
The sleeper has awakened. My strength is yours.
Here we go.
I'm on top of it. I can handle that.
The sleeper has awakened.
Is there trouble?
Our time is short. My path is clear. My
Is there
blade
trouble?
thirsts.
Is he gonna base straight? I thought I saw him up here.
My blade thirsts.
Are we being
I'm
invaded?
all geared up. You have 10 seconds to comply.
My strength is yours.
What is nature's call?
I'm awake. I'm awake. Yours.
Research.
Where shall I find? Where are
What you got? Yeah, baby.
Hi.
Roll out.
my strength is yours?
Nice glaives. What the?
Engine's running.
Is there trouble?
I'm awake. I'm awake.
All geared up.
No hurrah.
What is nature's
I'm awake. I'm awake.
call?
Practicing for new patch?
Systems go.
Where shall I strike?
Are we being
Our
invaded?
time is yours. Under your life. My strength is yours. Yours.
Is there trouble?
Blade.
Hi. Glad.
All systems go.
What is nature's call?
Okay. What?
Our time is short.
Our
I'm
warriors
all
have
geared up.
engaged the enemy.
I'm on
Our
top of it.
strength is yours.
He's practicing 2 attack upgrade glaives. He's practicing for new patch.
Your man is defeated.
Engine's running.
I'm awake.
Our sacred
Engine's
grove
running.
is being desecrated.
As my strength is yours.
All systems go.
Your man is
Yours.
there trouble?
Oof.
What you got? I'm all geared up. All systems go. I can handle that.
Blade.
The engine's running. What you got?
Insufficient gold. Our warriors have engaged the
I'm
enemy.
all geared up. The engine's running.
My blade thirsts. At last.
I'm all geared up.
Command me.
Aw. GG.
Yours.
All systems go.
My blade thirsts.
Nice
What
strat.
you got? Let's roll out.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
What you got?
Okay. I thought I was gonna get 0-3 tonight. The Viper is practicing off stream. This sneaky guy. Let's take a look. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not. Was Orb of Venom was worth it? It was so worth it. At least we didn't get 0-3. Yup.
One of the contestants is the fucking Viper. What the fuck? Do you know who the Viper is?
I don't. No, I only know Dota Viper.
This
and
motherfucker
Valorant
is like the
Viper.
miracle of Age of Empires.
Wait, but it's Warcraft though. It's not Age of Empires.
That's true. That's why I have a chance of fucking his ass.
Red Panda has been making progress. Yes, he has. Let's see. Where's everyone? Oh, TommyKay took over top spot. Then Turin. Red. Oh my god. Okay. All right. 1172. Oh, we need to update this list, by the way. 1172. He's rising. Dude, this guy is talented. What? Red Panda. And how is it possible without my coaching? Lucari's legit volume fiend. I need to help Lucari get some extra good habits. He is so smart actually, but he tends to grind and then he repeats good habits and bad habits. Like he can do it, but he loves the game so much that he just needs to keep playing. So he doesn't stop and look. Is Lucari the Ampi of the tournament? No, Lucari is the Lucari of the tournament. Quite different than all the others. Ampi? I don't think there's an equivalent either. The leader of Banjwa is an ex-StarCraft 2 pro. Yeah, Honor? He may have helped Red Panda, who knows. Tasteless hasn't played ladder in a bit, but he's been practicing Micro Wars a lot. Is Warcraft 3 entirely run by W3 champions now? No, so... Oh, Turin is in game. No. W3 Champions is a volunteer project by independent programmers from all over the world. And it's a passion project run because of love for the Warcraft 3 scene, aiming to provide an alternative playing place outside of Battle.net that can have better moderation, matchmaking, and ping. That's what it comes down to for the most part. Do you have a favorite session so far? I thought the Tommy one was most interesting. I love talking about psychology with people. Quack the duck. So I love that he took it there. I feel like practicing micro Rs this early is a mistake because you need to learn good foundation. It's interesting. Look, Tasteless, he can guide the coach too. The coach has a plan, and the result will be a combination of letting the coach do his plan, whether it was a good plan, whether it worked out well, whether it fit Tasteless, whether Tasteless pushed back on the plan, redirected it, accepted it, went with that coach, another coach. It's the same, right? I'm not a perfect coach. No one is perfect coach. Everyone has a different idea. It's super interesting to see the different strats and to see what everyone's approach is. I love it because people are trying different things. Tasteless is like spending time in the hyperbolic time chamber and then doing like practice on the micro wars and custom games and so on. Other people ladder grind. Other people like pull up a document. Everyone's got a different style. You cannot teach Warcraft 3 without info dumping. Literally. Every time I see the info dump complaint, you cannot teach the game without info dumping because there's so much. There's so much knowledge that needs to be shared. The best way to practice it is without the info dump is to just play for a few years. Will Sing Sing practice? Yeah. I talked to Sing Sing today. I said, do you want coach? And I warned him it's a grind sesh. I asked if he's going to go hard. He says, yes, I'll go hard. I'm starting tomorrow. I'll get some basics down for a few days. I asked his RTS experience. He said, I mostly just clear the campaigns, but I was Masters in SE2. Hasn't played SE2 since 2011. So he was Masters in Wings of Liberty. It's going to be fun. It's gonna be fun. Tomorrow, the Viper. Guys, I am Sleepyhead. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support today. Thank you, AJ. Hope you all had fun. Tomorrow, the Viper. And then at night, I'm playing with Knopf, the new PTR. I'm going to try the new Resistance Skin Tolerance. Peace.
Went down when you started Gargoyle production? Maybe so.